Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, who completely forgot to start with our intro. That was our intro. I forgot to start with our ad. Joining me tonight is Reese2753.
I'm upset you didn't use the Christmas version of the intro.
You know what? I thought about it, but I couldn't get the show out last night, and it just didn't feel right starting the new year with Christmas. Also joining me is Green Line.
Hello, everyone.
And Random 11.
Happy New Year!
Still verified Santa, even though it's January.
Oh my God, I'll change it.
All right. Anyway, so let's go ahead and jump right in. If you guys would like to support us, there is the OCA Podcast Patreon. Donating here is greatly appreciated. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon.
Oh, I remember. Was it? We'll do anything for sex. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for blurting that out.
I'm sorry.
Without any context provided. I'll get back to that. You can also support the Anime Collector Patreon, but I don't make content that can be done like where you pay per video anymore for that one. Anyway, there's also the direct donations and other such things on the website. So check it out. And by the way, what he was referring to is the fact that we are the Ben Wixie Rescue Squad tonight. He was saying we should change it to we'll do anything for sex, referring to Swedish sex, which is their
SEK
dollars. Yeah, SEKS. Anyway, jumping right in, let's talk about VIC MIGNOGNA. So the Supreme Court of Texas has denied the petition to review VIC MIGNOGNA's lawsuit.
Didn't they pick the perfect picture for him?
Right. They always do. So there's actually nothing really that we don't already know other than the headline in this article. So I'm going to go ahead and skip it. I'm going to show you the Supreme Court of Texas on texascourts.gov. I'm going to show you the paperwork here. So for the orders on petitions for review, the following petitions for review are denied. If you scroll down, Victor Mignogna v. Funimation Productions, LLC, Jamie Markey, Monica Real, and Montoya. All right. Now, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that it says denied. Because if I pull up the Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure and bring you down to page 89, you will see petition denied. This is what is this, 54.1? 56.1. Rules for orders on petition for review, which is what we were just looking at. So this is how they can be applied, right? So they chose denied for these, including VIX, right? Now, for 56.1b, it says petition denied or dismissed. If you look at what it puts down here for denied, it says, if the Supreme Court is not satisfied that the opinion of the Court of Appeals has correctly declared the law in all respects, but determines that the petition presents no error that requires reversal, or that is of such importance to the jurisprudence of the state as to require correction, the court will deny the petition with the notation denied. Okay, that's what it says here. Denied, right? Now, this is different from refused. In which case it would say, if the Supreme Court determines, after a response has been filed or requested, that the Court of Appeals judgment is correct, and that the legal principles announced in the opinion are likewise correct, the court will refuse the petition with the notation refused. So the Court of Appeals opinion in the case has the same precedential value as the opinion of the Supreme Court, meaning that basically they agree, right? So it's interesting that they chose to deny it versus refusing it, just simply based on the fact that they are acknowledging there was mishandlings in the appeals and in the case in general, but not enough that they felt, let's not even bother to, overturn it, right? So there's something else I've got. Let's see, what page is that on? So yeah, Rule 64. Let's see, page 94. Where VIC can go from here. So first of all, correct me if I'm wrong, Random 11, didn't Ty say something to the effect of the appealing to the Texas Supreme Court is like, how did he phrase it? Like the stepping stone on your way to the U.S. Supreme Court or something of that effect?
That I don't remember. I know he said that basically in most cases you'll want to, with the anti-slap laws, you'll want to appeal to the Texas Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. I don't remember if he said anything about the U.S. Supreme Court.
I distinctly remember him saying something to the effect of it is the necessary hiccup on your way there. Okay, just drop something. So anyway, and previously we had talked about they had also said something to the effect of the stakes are so low that you might as well appeal to the Texas Supreme Court. Is that correct?
For the Texas Supreme Court,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically it was like the reward for winning is way outweighed of the loss of losing.
Right. So the the risk to reward ratio is heavily skewed one direction, where it like you could take a shot and miss, or you could take a shot and win it all effectively, right? So I think that it's long been understood that this was a likely outcome from the Texas Supreme Court, but it is interesting to see that they chose specifically to deny it versus refusing it. And I also want to point out here that given this ruling, which was on December 30th, that doesn't sound right. Is that right? I guess that is right. According to Rule 64, the motion for rehearing, 64.1, time for filing. A motion for rehearing may be filed with the Supreme Court clerk within 15 days from the date when the court renders judgment or makes an order disposing of a petition for review. In exceptional cases, if justice requires, the court may shorten the time within which the motion may be filed or even deny the right to file it altogether. So if Ty is going to file, there's 13 days left, right? So
I just want to say that my understanding, I could be wrong, but my understanding for appealing to the Supreme Court of the United States on an issue that is relating to a law of Texas, they would basically have to argue that the law or the judicial ruling for the law is like somehow infringing on VIC's rights under the federal system. So like right to free speech, like something like that. So the arguments become really constrained when you go up the chain. And then also, I don't know if he would have needed to, because generally when you appeal, you need to like preserve your appeal arguments. So I don't know if now he could change his appeal argument to be one of like a constitutional issue, because he lost his appeal on the fact that the judge just got something wrong. Right. I don't know if he can redirect the argument like that. If he can, then obviously he might want to try that. But
I think it all hinges.
Just quickly, obviously, when he goes up, it's going to get a lot harder to win. So as he goes up the ladder. So
I mean,
odds are low he'll get anything out of it.
At every stage, a judge in the appeals process needs to overturn a ruling of another judge, and no judge wants to do that unless the situation and the precedent set is outright egregious, right? So the chances are low when it came to the Supreme Court of Texas, and the chances are low when it comes to the Supreme Court. And by the way, just to be clear, this was referring to a motion for rehearing. Okay, that's not the amount of time he has, I think, to appeal up the chain to the Supreme Court of the United States. This is just if you're not going to skip past the Supreme Court of Texas, as I understand it, Vic and Ty, they've got 15 days for this from December 30th. Now, personally, I'm very pleased to see that they've taken it this far. And I hope that Vic is willing to go all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, because for Vic, it's always clearly been about his reputation and his maintaining his innocence. And so, you know, financials be damned, you take that kind of commitment all the way, you know? And honestly, with Vic, I think if it was any other voice actor, it's like, yeah, you might want to just cut your losses. But, you know, Vic, if anybody could afford this at the end of the day, I think it would be Vic. You know, I think he would find a way to get there. Not to mention the fact that he's got fans who have already supported him in the lawsuit up to this point. So it's up to him, obviously, but I think it would be if it were me, if I were in his shoes, I would exhaust every option I had. Anyway, so let's address the chat here. So Ibrahim Shah says, the day this reaches the Supreme Court of the United States will be one for the history books. You've got to be kidding me. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, so one second. I'm gonna scroll up and get rid of this comment for now. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a tough go for him. Hopefully, if he does end up, you know, spending a bunch of money, he can rely on some fans to you know, crowdfund. But although you know, people are like, I don't think Nick is advertising the GoFundMe anymore. Really.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, because he was saying he was going to wait until if a win came back on the appeals, then he'd start, you know, advertising it again. But I think it's still open, to be fair. So if anyone wants to donate, they can.
Yeah.
But I think Vic, I mean, it's work to still, but I think he does. I mean, it appears he does good enough at the con, so maybe it won't be so bad for him to pay his way to continue going at it. I don't know his financials, but
yeah. Well, we can hope. I mean, at the end of the day, I just want, like, you know, and I think Vic wants it too, for just these people to admit that they were either wrong or lying. Obviously, like, you know, it's,
I
it's
mean,
untrue.
It's definitely
fuck
annoying.
money at the end of the day. It's just like, you know, like
it's annoying that, you know, because of some technicalities and some, you know, faults in the lawyering, he won't be able to go in front of a jury and decide, you know, who's telling the truth. But
yeah.
So I mean, on that, there's still a gleam of hope that maybe someone up the chain will say, no, this should have gone to a jury.
Let's look at this again.
Yeah.
It's not looking hopeful.
Well, no, but I think, you know, if Vic has the Lord in his corner, then hopefully there's still room for him to have his case heard on its merits. Because up until this point, it's just been denied entirely based on procedure and the dismissal requested by the defendants who filed anti-slap after all their shenanigans. So anyway, let's see who else we got here. So Drax the Clown says, "Goddamn Texas, your justice system is ass." I mean, it's working as intended in terms of the ability to appeal, but the anti-slap across, you know, the United States does seem to require some form of overhaul for cases like this, because New York Times v. Sullivan allowed, basically, you could say whatever you want about public figures. And because of that barrier, when you're especially a public official or president or whatever, people have the right to be able to speak about you and talk about, the job you're doing or even personal matters.
Whether it's true or not.
I mean, arguably you'd want it to be true if somebody's going to talk about it, but yes, your insanity can be put on display if you have, insane claims about being the love child of blah, blah, blah. Right. But the problem is that there isn't really a defined line between average Joe, especially in the internet age. There is like average Joe to, president of the United States, right? Somewhere below president, you might have like A-list celebrity actors, and then, oh my God. What? No, of course I didn't spray. Wow. Ant spray upstairs. Did you spray my toothbrush? Anyway, I totally lost my train of thought. Okay, so president of the United States, A-list actors, other public servants, do even like at a certain point it gets even to your local community, like where you don't even know the people at your school assembly, for example. And so New York Times v. Sullivan seems to not, I mean, it draws a hard line on the concept of public figure without acknowledging the fact that that term doesn't apply today the way it did pre-internet, especially, right?
Yeah.
So to answer this question again, or this statement, I do agree that the system is working as intended. The problem is that it wasn't designed with the current climate in mind, right? So some overhaul would be beneficial to the anti-slap in particular. Luigi Metal 64 says Texas might change their ruling once a criminal gets away with murder. Don't know how that will work. Maybe if Vic would have identified as a woman.
The anti-slap has nothing to do with murder. So.
Yeah, that doesn't follow this case at all. Or said he was non-binary. So Clownfish TV thought Vic should have gone after A&N, and I'm trying to think so too.
That would have been hard because they were in Canada at the time.
Yeah, they're established in Canada. I personally, I would have liked to have seen Vic go after a lot more people. Personally, I think he had the ammunition.
And now they're in Japan, so it's going to be even harder.
Oh, because of Kodansha?
Yeah.
Or whoever buying them, Kadokawa, whatever it was.
Yeah, Kadokawa.
So there were people such as Samantha Inoue Hart that would have been a slam dunk in terms of proving the malice, right? Because she lied about so much and then nuked her Facebook after the fake swatting. You know what I mean? And I think that it would be, there were people that would have been a slam dunk, but you have to sue Funimation because you aren't going to recover your damages
you're not
from
get
people who make no money. Yeah, you have to, and you have to go against, you have to play hardball with the big boys, so to speak, because if you aren't willing to go after Sony, for example, then your case is seen as exactly what the anti-slap is designed to prevent. You're going after people's right to free speech, right? Howdy doody, Lance. How you doing? Okay. We'll wait for your mic to connect. Ken says, are you effing serious, Texas? You pass a horrible anti-slap law, let judges not follow the law enacting it, and then the Supreme Court of Texas ignores the case when there were clear errors in the trial proceeding. Yeah, so I think this all boils down to the Rule 11 agreement with the Second Amendment petition. That was handled poorly, to say the least, and that it prevented, even though it shouldn't have, the procedure was not followed. So it prevented Ty from reintroducing the exhibits after accidentally submitting them with himself being the mobile notary, which I always find this absurd because, there goes Lance, because the concept of notarizing something is to protect you, your statements, not the person you're speaking on behalf, right? Because, for example, if Ty had fabricated, let's say, Chris Slatosh, welcome back, Lance. If he had fabricated Slatosh or Vic or anybody else's affidavits, those people could come out and say, I didn't say any of this, right? And so by, it being quote unquote fraudulent doesn't actually harm the, statements being made if the people who made them stand by them, right? And so it should have been easy to, the way the procedure is supposed to work is it should have been easy to resubmit them as unsworn declarations to get them on the record, and then after the fact handle the, putting them under oath, so to speak, right? So definitely handled very poorly, to say the least. Let's see. Kasaibo F29 says Nick Rekieta crowdfunded this lawsuit. He'll fund the legal cost, so I'm not worrying. Yeah, I'm not worried regardless. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to bother to crowdfund paying the legal cost.
He might not crowdfund farther, but I'll just say, this is implying the costs are covered. The costs are not covered from the, he got a substantial sum from the crowdfund, but that doesn't cover everything. Especially if you're including the fines, right? Like paying the other team's legal fees,
sanctions. Well. Yeah. And so I just have to say, I don't think that,
to be fair,
I don't think that Vic, for this to happen to anybody, specifically Vic, I believe he made more than $50,000 from the Kamehacon appearance. I think if anybody is able to, recover from this financially, it's him. And I think it's worth the cost personally to take it to the Supreme Court of the United States. But ultimately, it's going to be up to Vic. Ken says, also, I'm pretty sure that part of the reason the case took a while to get filed originally was to allow Vic to protect his assets from issues like this. It's one of Ty's specialties. Yeah. So he's an estate attorney. So it is in his repertoire of specialty. Hello, Foodnum. That he would be there to protect, assets and move them around and make them what's the word? So they can't garnish his wages and stuff to get access to all of these things as easily. And again, Drax the Clown says, fuck A&N, fuck the ground it was built upon, fuck everyone that works at A&N, fuck their bitch ass connections, and fuck the dumbass hoe ass pussy ass CEO. Okay. Spoken like a true poet. All right. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. Those are some interesting things in news. Please put that in the article suggestions part of the Discord. We'll cover that next podcast. Let's see. Ty admitted he should have done better in 2019. Yeah, Ty definitely could have done better. I don't know why they were so late on everything personally. I mean, the other side was extremely late over and over and over again as well. I mean, I think I listed off 10 separate times they filed something late or were late for something. But it did seem like Ty was unprepared to have what seemed like, man, how are we losing everybody? Had everything sort of not quite finalized up until the very end. And then, of course, the issues. I mean, I guess part of it is the massive amount of pages and, the infrastructure for uploading your documents just wasn't designed with, cases getting this large. I'll let you can let yourself in, ho. All right. Let's see. It could be taken to the Supreme Court of the United States, but you need to go through the Supreme Court of Texas first because it's the next step in the chain. That's where we're at. This is the Supreme Court of Texas. Let's see. So to answer this question, yes, it could be. And I hope Vic will exhaust every, option, because that's what should happen in my opinion, but it's up to him again. Anyway, if he takes it to the Supreme Court of the United States, it's no longer about getting any real money. It's about addressing the issues with anti-slap laws. Right. And his case would be a really good one to do it with, personally. That's how I think. The issue is going to be how to get good jurisdiction on it federally. Yeah, that's always a bitch. Let's see. Also, one thing I wanted to mention real quick. Mirage Leonor says, I'm still upset over Pensacon, over the VIC thing back in 2019. However, since it's the only con that is within my area, I still go to it for other guests, though I do agree with how they handled the Monica Rial thing on Facebook was handled poorly. Is Pensacon the one that claimed that if you showed up like dressed as one of Vic's characters or whatever, that they would refuse entry or
something like that?
No, I think Pensacon was the one that had the bomb threat, which BTFO'd Monica's claim that she pulled out of Kamehacon for her own safety.
Something, I think I remember something. It's one of the early ones that came out. So
when Vic said when they tried to settle, that might be the thing he needs to do. Right? Said what he wanted. So when they tried to settle at the end of the thing, according to Nick Ricada at least, the last thing Vic asked for was for Funimation to just delete the tweet, and they refused. Even though they acknowledged in court that the tweet was not defamatory, and if it was taken the way that Vic was alleging, that it would be defamatory. So it could go to the Supreme Court. Anyway, Drax the Clown says, I'd say Kick Vic is more toxic because they defend a pedophile, Damon Mills. Say no more. Well, if you have a problem with Damon Mills, he says, quickly switching gears, I'm going to invite you to go to ocapodcast.com/store and buy the It Was All Consensual shirt.
Shill.
Let everyone know that it was all consensual. It was fucked up what he did to that kid. Anyway, so I got this other thing here. I haven't read this yet, but I thought it might be an interesting read. Red State, take it for what you will, says voice actor Vic Mignogna was Me Too'd, but his fans could pave his way back to the top. So they said, even if you've never heard of Vic Mignogna before, you know his story. He was a man climbing to the top, and his successes were mounting, and then someone came out of the blue and accused him of sexual assault. Soon, others joined in, claiming they too were victims of his sexual misconduct, and before you know it, Mignogna found his career in ruins. Like many instances of the Me Too attacks, Mignogna's accusers have provided no evidence, just claims that get a bit sketchy upon closer inspection. Mignogna was one of the most famous voice actors in America, especially in the English dub anime sector. He's known for such roles as Broly in Dragon Ball Super, Edward Elric in Fullmetal Alchemist, we already know this, Sabo in One Piece, blah, blah, blah. Is Mignogna guilty? Like too many Me Too accusations, there's not a lot to go on. No, there's actually nothing to go on. My logical answer is I don't know. And the more I look into Mignogna's story, the less I start to suspect he is. My gut says that this man is actually the victim. It's so interesting whenever people actually spend the time to do any research whatsoever that they come to that conclusion.
Funny that.
Sharon Grigsby was paid seemingly by the defendants to write hit pieces about the lawsuit in Dallas Morning News. And then when she finally heard Vic speak when he was at the courthouse, all of a sudden her entire tone changed and said, well, hold on, maybe there is more to this, you know? So I think it is a
who would have thought?
It is a what do you call that? It's a reflection of the individual, what you want to believe going in, you know. All the way back, we're in podcast 211. This started in podcast 45, and all the way back then, we had to cover this from the perspective of, well, let's actually stop and take a look at what's going on. And I spent an entire week going through the Tumblr page and everything. And at the end of it all, I said, I don't see anything. There's nothing here. I broke down this quote unquote whole ass blog dating back years as all the articles are writing about that Tumblr page. And the vast majority of the posts on it weren't even about Vic. They were just people bitching, you know, complaining about, pardon me, complaining about the state of the blog, you know, and having all sorts of issues. And it's watch podcast 45. I broke it down. It's fucking bullshit. But getting back to the point, it is about what's that? Okay. Sorry. Getting back to the point, it is about whether or not you are willing to look beyond the headline. Excuse me. Anyway, so he says, what I do know is that the timing of these accusations is a bit suspect. Mignogna was about to be made a producer at Funimation Studios, making him something of a boss. I don't think they've got that quite correct. Apparently, that didn't sit well with some of those around him, and Mignogna holds that there was a conspiracy to ruin his career to stop this from happening. This was dismissed by a Texas court due to lack of evidence, but I can't help but think there's truth to his claim, and it comes from my own personal experience when it comes to the voice acting industry. Who the fuck are you? Brandon Morse. The long and short of it is that I had been professionally coached to do voice acting work with the intention of eventually landing roles within Funimation. I was stopped cold due to Mignogna's story and a person familiar with it all telling me that one of the chief reasons they hated the guy was because he's a Christian. Stories of the studio being infested with wokeness only seem to make that claim more believable. So am I, and I have a wife and kid. The last thing I want is to be accused of something horrible for no other reason than someone had a bone to pick with my success. Does this mean Mignogna is done? Yes, if he so chooses. But it looks like he's not throwing in the towel. The other day, Mignogna posted a video that showed how many loyal fans support him and show up for him at any convention he's allowed to go to. Interesting, they put Chrissy Mayer's video instead of the actual video from his Twitter. The comments to these were all stories confirming what many people say about the man already. He's kind, grateful, and personable. Comedian Chrissy Mayer got to spend some time with Mignogna and also confirmed everything they said and more. She described all of this in a recent video. So far, Mignogna's defenders seem to outnumber his detractors, and his claims that he's a creep. God damn it, I have a piece of salad in my throat. That has been bugging me since I started the show. So far, Mignogna's defenders seem to outnumber his detractors, and his claims that he's a creep to his fans seem to get shot down every time an actual fan who's met him attests to his good character. Not only that, but half of the claims that he's a creep are people showing a photo that belongs to somebody else, and that person comes in and says, what the fuck? That's me. No, I don't agree with what you said. And that's where Mignogna will find his reascension. It'll come from the fans that love him and support him and the colleagues that are standing by him. It'll come from Mignogna using his influence and presence to lead people into a new place where those with ill intentions won't have a say. I mean, you're a little late to the party, Brandon Morse, with the whole anime Matsuri thing. Dude, your audio is
that's
so
Lance.
low.
Yeah, you're coming in real low, dude.
I've got myself coming from my end. I'm at 90% heat going.
Okay,
That's a bit better.
I've cranked you up all the way. You're a little bit more hearable now.
Yeah.
I
kept hearing background noise. Like, what the hell is that? Am I echoing? Who's echoing? It's Lance the entire time.
So, love him or hate him, I once watched Tyler Perry accept a BET
host.
Okay, thank you. Love him or hate him, I once watched Tyler Perry accept a BET Ultimate Icon Award in 2019, and in the midst of his speech, he said something I thought was profound. He chided the actors and actresses complaining about how Oscar's so white and said, "While you're fighting for a seat at the table, I'll be down in Atlanta building my own, because if I can just build this table, I know that God will prepare it for me in the presence of my enemies." According to Bounding Into Comics, Mignogna is building his own table and is taking part in creating a new dubbing studio with Anime Matsuri. With the fan support, this will grow into a major studio. He's clearly got them, as you can see from responses to his videos, forums showing support for him, and the crowds gather to see him. I don't really see any alternative. People who want to believe Mignogna is guilty will continue to believe he's guilty, no matter what he says or does. He'll always be a sexually rabid creep. Any mishap will be exaggerated, and any good deed will go ignored. Trying to convince his detractors of his innocence is like trying to swim up a swift river. You're just going to exhaust yourself and drown. Okay, I mean, that's one way to take it. The Discord has found another method. If Mignogna is the great guy people say he is, then I hope he succeeds in beating the cancel culture crowd that has tried to claim the likes of Gina Carano, Nick Searcy, and Winston Marshall. I hope his fans carry him to success, and I hope it teaches bigots that they ultimately can't win. After all, beating a destructive cultural force takes a culture willing to build something great. VIC Mignogna isn't done because you say he's not, and that goes for anyone else they try to bring down because they simply disagree with someone's beliefs. Well, I got to say, this was a terribly written article, but the sentiment is true. The only thing that can let Vic be canceled is if you stop supporting him. So I think it's worth, I think that sentiment at least is worth reflecting. Any thoughts, guys?
Just the fact that it's funny that, we've covered this a billion times over again, but like, the more you look into it, the more red flags pop up. This guy had written Vic off, and it's like, the minute he looked into it, oh, wait, red flag? Okay, there's another red flag. Okay, there's another red flag. It's just like, all you do is need to take a peek, and you'll find a treasure trove of like, just like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it's amazing that like people would love for people to give them a fair shot, but all the people that talk about this now are literally so late to the freaking story. It's sad. They should have looked into it when it was happening rather than jumping gun or, closing their eyes to avoid trouble. Guys?
Yeah, we can hear you. Although you are a little choppy. Okay. I don't know why you're choppy.
I think
Did someone else say something? I think it's just Lance that's choppy.
Good Lord. That phone call I got earlier was my wife trying to ask me if she thought, if I thought that she could take the dog for a walk, because that would mean that the kids would be left alone. And the answer, of course, is no, because they will immediately interrupt me. And here we are. So anyway, can you give me the gist of what you were just saying, Greenline?
I just said, and we've established this many times, like the minute you look into it, it's red flag, something, it's just small. It's like, you look into it and like, well, that's awfully convenient that he was about to get this position and then he was immediately canceled. Like,
not even that, I think that right away within the first month, the entire industry came out against him. And they shot their load way too quickly, because every single altercation that they talked about that is on video has
Yeah.
exonerated Vic. Every single one,
Yeah.
from Neil Kaplan to Brett Weaver to
Kara Edwards.
all of them, every single one has BTFO'd the accuser.
Yeah.
And
it's like they all simultaneously forgot that they all have been on camera for many years.
right,
And, like,
that's the most alarming thing, is the fact that they really thought that people, smartphones have been around for a while,
Yeah.
and when you're at a con, a lot of people have camcorders anyway. Like, have you never checked your own name on YouTube to see who recorded your freaking thing? Like,
Yeah.
seriously, this is outrageous that they could even think they could do that to him.
Which is why it's upsetting that I don't know if they're allowed to do it in the courts, but like I can't imagine why Ty would like not try to bring up these like videos in court and just be like, well,
the videos, none of the people who have been BTFO'd by the videos, except for Kara, are even involved in the case at all.
right.
Yeah,
Right.
you don't want to open a door to something that wasn't even going to be brought up to begin with, because if anything, maybe they'll try and pick something else out and be like, oh, well, what about this part of the video? Oh,
Yeah.
that's actually more evidence that he's a creep, You don't
Yeah.
want to, it's less is more.
And Kara's had the brilliant move of saying, well, that's not the dance I was talking about. It's like, well, did it happen after you sexily danced across the room and put out your hand to pick him up off of his seat to have him dance with you? Because if it happened after that, then you have set the precedent that you are inviting him to dance in a sexual nature with you. And if it happened before that, then why the fuck did you respond that way? You stupid idiot. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
If
so
only
let's-
you were a judge and you said that exact whole thing to her.
in an alternate dimension where the anime collector is Judge Judy, yes, that I like. I like the way you think. Let's see. I'm looking at the starred comments you guys have here. I feel like I failed greatly to heed these ones before I got lost somewhere in the middle of all of them. Let's see. Ken says, I think I even mentioned it on the stream Crested with Vic, that based on his deposition and every time I'd seen him speak since, I was extremely confident he did not do the things accused. Yeah. I think the biggest misstep that was made when it came to how this was handled on the for people outside of the actual legal battle, is that we didn't push harder when Rakeda had talked about the possibility of having a body language expert review the depositions. Should have crowdfunded that shit and got somebody to do that, right? Because I feel like that alone, just seeing them side by side and getting the videos edited in a way where you can see the body language of Vic versus Monica, especially, and the questions being asked and the way that she responds. And again, we have done 9 EFAPs on the In Touch podcast now, where we talked about, she tried to again, just like the recorded stuff, every time they try to explain away the problem, the hole in their story, they just make it bigger, or they add a second hole next to it, where she said that they asked me about this, and it's like, so the first thing you thought of was the jelly bean story and not almost getting raped. That's very convenient, right? Anyway, so Druggle John Cosplay says, it's a bad start to the year for the case. Here's hoping for a better news for the rest of the year, even if it's all small victories. Yeah, well, I look forward to seeing what Anime Matsuri is going to do this year. Luigi Mel 64 says, Funimation still failed the test to see if they care about victims. That should be a response to people who say the Damon Mills messages are acting. I don't know about the message about acting. You mean like that it was a lie? Yeah, well, I can't go into detail, but I can tell you for a fact they are not fabricated. Zedpool says, don't forget the Kickvic also support Ron Toye, who is a convicted wife beater and child abuser. I don't know if convicted is the right term, but the court has found that abuse occurred. All right, so Nekovolts. Oh, by the way, Happy New Year, everybody. It is January 1st. Sorry for...
You
Neko
just
says,
said
hey,
Happy
guys.
New Year at the start of the stream.
Did I?
Yes.
I
Oh,
did.
good. I don't even...
Oh, Ben will have to, whoever. Somebody said it.
I hope you all had a great Christmas and New Year. Lance, get a new PC. Damn. Stop the AIDS tech from suffering. 3 years down the line, and this might be the first pro-Vic article. I think it might be the second or third. But I would say the directly proportionate to the ratio of anti-Vic versus pro-Vic articles after the Me Tooing is exactly inverse to the YouTube videos and the online community sentiment versus the media sentiment. I just want to see Vic get some justice in all this. Everybody here does, I think. All right, so if you guys have anything else you want to say, let's wrap this topic up. We got a big old show tonight.
Oh boy, that never happens.
I can't wait.
Okay,
Me too.
These are good thoughts you're wrapping up. I'm gonna just go ahead and...
Yeah, just we all hope that he gets his just due and all that good stuff.
I think we've all beat this dead horse.
I think we're all beating the dead horse already. So
Yeah. So the bottom line is send him your support. I hope he goes to the Supreme Court, takes it all the way, or at least asks for a rehearing on the Supreme Court of Texas. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the court finds, because again, he's not actually losing this case. It's being dismissed. And he is losing in the sense that because they're dismissing it and refusing to have it tried on its merits, he's being forced to pay when he shouldn't be, right? But at the end of the day, his innocence isn't defined by the outcome of the case, because the case is a lawsuit against the individuals who defamed him. It's not a criminal case against Vic. And I am amazed every time I see people put forth the idea that Vic losing this case is indicative of him being guilty, right?
Yeah.
So anyway.
I hear that all the time. And if there's anything you can do, is just respond with, that's not true whenever people try to say that. Because I've heard that several times. It's like, oh, Vic lost and, he's convicted this. I'm like, no, it's not.
So, Lance. No, sorry. Hold on. Lance, can we get you a mic that is not going to sound like that?
I can try a different mic if it'll help.
That would be fantastic.
I could actually try a different browser. I've got a different browser installed too. That might help.
Whatever it takes, buddy.
what are you using right now?
Okay. All right, I'll see what I
can.
Can
you turn off the diarrhea mic?
Right now, I'm using.
What browser?
Right now, I'm using a license. What mic?
What browser?
Brave.
Okay.
Well, that's what
I'm using Brave.
So I hope I don't sound like that too.
It's just him.
Interface and stuff I'm using is high load, because right now I'm running a Line 6 interface. So it might just be overclocking my PC. Let me set up something more simple.
So, last thing. Blooming Blonde Heart says, I think for some of us, we're tired of seeing Monica and co. get away with lying and ruining a man's life. Well, I personally, now, I wasn't paying super close attention to how things were going before all this, but it seems like they've really, they haven't come out of this unscathed. They seem to be in fewer things going forward. And seems like Funimation is not interested in the baggage they've brought with them, so to speak. So at the end of the day, I don't think that it's come out the way they hoped it would. And still waiting on that episode 3, Monica and Jamie. Anyway, let's get into it. So several weeks
Tune
now.
in next week. We'll start. Hey guys, Happy New Year!
For several weeks now, I have failed to showcase. There is a new video from our very own Greenline.
Why, thank
Anime is dying and we killed it. I invite you all to check it out. OCApodcast.com/OCA-211. It's right here in the opening discussions. Now, I've got a topic I want to cover that is very disconcerting. So of course we're going to jump right in. So a major Japanese news site is not letting anyone post comments without providing a phone number. Wow, this is taking forever to load. Come on. So one of the nice things about the internet is its potential as a social equalizer. Gone are the days of being spoon-fed news and information by major corporations, replaced by anyone with a camera, social media account, and a point to make. In a lot of ways, this is great and helps to bring the viewpoints of marginalized people to the forefront. On the other hand, this is a great take here. Some marginalized people were marginalized for a reason and espouse ideas that can have a toxic effect on others. That's why Yahoo Japan has recently announced stricter policies on how people can comment on news articles. So by the way, I've been sitting on this article for months now. This is sort of in line with what we were talking about regarding Overwatch and requiring phones are becoming a barrier to entry in society. Do we agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like we're getting to the point where if you don't have one, you're locked out, right? So and of course, Japan is also utilizing cell phone providers to combat the Yakuza and whatnot. So it's kind of like there's a lot going into this, but it also sort of goes into Internet ID, which is something that I am adamantly against because it creates a system of control that you will never get back out of. It will ruin the internet. And society as a whole. So it says Yahoo Japan is now has recently announced stricter policies on how people can comment on news articles. So Yahoo Japan is a very popular web portal in the country, especially as a news aggregator, and a single leading news item posted on Yahoo can often generate hundreds to thousands of comments. These are all made through people's Yahoo accounts, most of which are relatively anonymous with the account name partially censored. So it's kind of like in eBay when it shows the bidding history and it shows like the beginning and last couple letters of the person's username. And then everything else is like an asterisk, right? So this anonymity can allow some people to really let loose with opinions, possibly for no other reason than just to do some trolling. It's something that Yahoo has been working on since 2018 when they strengthened their comment suspension measures to stop repeat offending accounts. Then in 2020, they set up measures to stop suspended accounts from just creating new Yahoo IDs and going right back to posting by requiring the new accounts to also provide a phone number. Now they announced that starting mid-November, this is again last year, users must have a phone number registered before even being able to make accounts. In addition to curbing inappropriate comments, Yahoo is hoping to move away from a password-based system towards either two-factor or biometric verification to log in. Again, Internet ID. You will not be able to access the internet without first showing, facial recognition, some form of ID form like your thumbprint in order to log on is where this is going. The phone number requirement follows the creation last month of the Japan Fact Check Center, a NPO, and it's not, what is it, non-private organization? NGOs are non-government organization. I don't know what NPO is.
Non-profit?
Largely, nonprofit. That could be nonprofit organization, largely funded by Yahoo and Google and run by scholars and journalists with the goal of curbing misinformation online, especially with regards to COVID-19 and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I think that's the gist of this one. So yeah, this is a step forward, step, I guess, backwards, I would say, but a step forward in internet ID and social credit scores getting implemented elsewhere outside of China. And if you don't believe me, buying Japanese concert tickets may get even harder for foreign tourists with a new government plan. So Taro Kano, Japan's Minister of Digital Affairs, has directed the cabinet's digital agency to begin concrete discussions with professional sports leagues and other event management organizations to encourage them to require event goers present their My Number card, a government-issued ID card, their My Number card, which is a government-issued ID card, both when purchasing tickets and attempting to enter the event venue. The digital agency's, God damn this freaking salad in my throat. The digital agency's suggestion is that when buying tickets, you'd be required to touch your My Number card, which is equipped with an IC chip, to your smartphone before you could finalize the purchase, implying, I guess, that you're going to be buying it from your smartphone, or again, that a smartphone is a barrier to entry here. You'd then also be required to present your My Number card on the day of the event before being let into the stadium, concert hall, or theater. The advantage to this system is that the increased security and improved identity confirmation would help prevent ticket scalping. But it seems significant that it's not the sports and entertainment industries who are going to the government and asking for their ideas on how to stop scalpers, but the government that's initiating the talks. Currently, all residents of Japan have been issued a My Number, right, which is similar to a U.S. Social Security number and is used as a form of identification for pension, tax, and other government functions. In 2024, the My Number card is scheduled to replace the current national health insurance card, and the government is also thinking of having it function as one's driver's license too. Only about 60% of Japanese residents have applied for the currently still optional IC chip-equipped My Number card. The government wants to increase that number to 100%, and making it easier to get sports and concert tickets if you have a My Number card is being seen by many as a ploy to pressure the general population into applying for one. Of course, it's more accurate to say that the proposal would make it impossible to purchase tickets if you don't have a card. So the digital agency's recommendation wouldn't so much be providing a new benefit to My Number card holders as it would be taking away a convenience people already have by locking it behind the Get a My Number card gate. Isn't this how government always seems to work, right? The proposed system would also make it impossible for those without smartphones to purchase tickets, since the device is required to authenticate the buyer's identity via the My Number IC chip. You know, it's funny. When smartphones first started to become, like prominent in society, I hypothesized to a friend of mine that in the book of Revelation in the Bible, it refers to the mark of the beast being on the user's forehead or right hand. And I put forth the idea, what if it's your smartphone or Google Glass that they're referring to? And it almost seems like that's exactly where this seems to be going. So many have also expressed concern over privacy and personal information security if they're required to electronically send data that essentially links the card holder, the government, and the events they're attending. Ticket purchases and an event entry requiring a My Number card, something only residents of Japan can obtain, would essentially lock travelers and short-term visitors out of live entertainment events unless organizers go to the trouble of setting up a completely separate purchase protocol for them. Comments on Japanese Twitter about the proposal haven't been at all positive. So this is what the Japanese have had to say about this. I love the sentiment they've put forth here. So I'm going to need to take my number card. I'm going to need to take my number card with me to idol concerts. Don't appreciate the government sticking its nose in my oshikatsu. Quote, that's not what the My Number system was created for at all, is it? The Japanese government is really out of bounds here. Quote, it's like their ultimate aim is to create a total surveillance society. Wow, there are some based individuals on Japanese Twitter. Now they're just doing whatever crazy thing they think they can think of to force people to apply for the card. So they want us to pull all sorts of personal data, to put all sorts of personal data on a single card and use that card when we buy tickets. They ain't right in the head. Do you guys have any thoughts?
No, just
Social credit score.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty
I have
obviously
nothing
where
to
it's
add.
going, right?
This is how they get you, right? Ontario's gonna I've said it before. Ontario's gonna planning on introducing a digital driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
At first, it'll be voluntary, and then they'll just add conveniences like you get this. You don't have to stand in this line if you have a digital ID or
You
whatever.
just quickly go through the grocery checkout line with your.
Well,
Yeah,
probably
they
won't be
literally
groceries, but-
literally create inconveniences and then give the people who are falling into their ploy a perk to avoid the inconvenience. It is how government operates and always had. It's like when it comes to a license. A license is a right that the government takes from you and sells back to you. A fishing license, a hunting license, a driver's license. All of these things are things that a person should innately be free in order to do, but instead have to apply for, get permission for, and pay for a license to do those things. It's fucked up. eCasher says, well, that's dystopian as hell. LOL. You can't comment unless you dox yourself. This is referring to the phone one. To be honest, I think they've been a barrier since at least around 2015, probably earlier, referring to phones being a barrier to entry to society. But I mean, to a degree, yes. But I think it's only ramping up, right? Cosmic Dawn says Yahoo is still around. Yes, Yahoo in Japan is still
It's
very
big.
much alive. Yeah, it's a pretty big thing over there. Everybody's like, yes, I'm also shocked. Unfortunately for me, I just keep downing this G Fuel instead. Let's see. So I've got another one. Things get worse. Real quick. Legion Message 4 says ESG credits, NFTs, and Silicon Valley are crashing. Why profit from social credit scores? I would argue NFTs will be used. So remember Random 11, we were talking about last podcast that Sony or whoever it was attempted to patent the ability to charge you every time you moved an MP3 from one thing to another. So you buy the CD, you pay for it. You rip it to your computer, you pay for it. You move it from your computer to an iPod, you pay for it, right? NFTs would let them do that.
For sure.
Yeah. And I think NFTs, I'm glad that they are being rejected whole cloth, but I guarantee you they will get rebranded. It'll be the exact same thing that runs an NFT, a non-fungible token, but they'll call it something else because NFTs have a trading protocol embedded in them that runs a smart contract. And so that will be the nickel and diming that ends society for sure. Walking license 2023. The government who bailed the companies out will want his money back.
You say that, sorry, just on the walking license. You say that in jest, but like governments have done stupid things before. Like in the UK, there was a license to own a bicycle. At one point,
Otherwise,
there was
Professor Oak yells at you.
like I don't know about, I assume in the States as well. I've never heard of it, but in Canada, we don't need a license to ride a bicycle. You just ride it. Like if it's a people powered bicycle, you're fine.
Mhm.
Although we do have a rule that says you have to wear the helmet legally, I think. But there was also a rule in the UK that said at one point, this is like old UK, but that said like we're gonna fine you for every window you have, like over
What?
X number of windows in your building.
Good Lord.
So people bricked in their windows because they didn't want to pay the fee. So if you go to London now and you see an old building that has a window like outline, but it's bricked in, that's because there was a law that said you had to pay X number of dollars for every window over like 5 windows or whatever. So like governments will, and in the UK there was a license for radio, like you had to pay the radio fee.
Oh, and they got the television license with the BBC.
Yeah.
Same thing with the NHK in Japan.
So yeah, they'll come for the sidewalk. Don't worry.
Your oxygen license, breathing license,
Yeah.
Breeding
Your
license.
carbon emissions license.
Drunkle John cosplay as resident UK viewer. All that is true. So it gets worse. Japanese government seeking power to turn down private home air conditioners remotely, report says.
Dude, this is the heated seats thing.
What?
How which car manufacturer was trying to charge a subscription to heat your seats?
Isn't it amazing how once upon a time luxury brands were created in order to give you luxuries, and now they're created to rape you mercilessly?
Yep.
So the ministry wants a new authority to aid shift to renewable energy sources. For a large part of the year, the weather in Japan is far from comfortable. Winters are cold and summers are hot and humid. Those seasons could become even less comfortable, though, if a new plan for the Japanese government goes through. As reported by Japan's Nihon Keizai Shimbun, in a meeting last Wednesday, the Energy Conservation Subcommittee of the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry resolved to begin working group discussions with the aim of gaining the ability to remotely turn down privately owned air conditioner/heater units. The goal would be to decrease energy usage during expected power shortages, which the committee feels are a growing concern. Yeah, because Japan's got such a booming population, right? As Japan attempts to shift towards renewable energy sources such as solar power, where the amount generated can be affected by day-to-day climate.
Wow. It's almost like
Right.
solar power and wind energy are not viable resources.
Brad, I feel so bad for you because I know California's going to adopt this first and show off your air conditioner for the Tesla charging.
Fuck, man, I don't even use that shit. No. California loves that they get to charge people to charge their Teslas. See, California implemented all of these regulations to make it so that it was more likely that you would buy an electric vehicle. We have like a 25-cent tax for each gallon of gas you buy, which keeps our prices way high. So they basically force you. This is all on the theme of the government being a bag of dicks. This has all been a ploy to get you to go to the electric vehicle, which every fucking person in this state, especially near where I live and am often in, has a Tesla, right? Except now there's a power grid straining because of all the Teslas. So now they get to just turn off your charging, right? At whenever they want, and you have to pay more to charge your Tesla, where the entire reason you bought a Tesla was to not pay the high gas prices, because that's what the government, good daddy government, told you to do. So
And
yeah,
now
that's
you were saying as well how they were like restricting the hours that you could use your heat and your air conditioner. So
well,
that's what I'm saying.
they have peak hours. So running your anything like your dishwasher, your washing machine, your dryer, like if you heat your pool, you have your air conditioning, whatever, all that is like astronomically expensive if you aren't doing it between 9 p.m. at night and like 4 p.m. the next day, right? So they have these, they've got all these things set up to nickel and dime the shit out of you.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying they're going to be the first ones to implement this thing that Japan's trying to do.
Don't think I don't know. Don't think they haven't already tried.
If I remember correctly, our like the half wages for electricity is 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. here.
Well, yeah, the half, the non-peak hours. So I will say this though, the like this really alarms me. The ministry that wants the ability to turn down your private air conditioning and stuff, because
that means you have to have internet access.
Yeah, well, first of all, that means that your system is going to be hardwired and accessible by the government, which the fucking government, head of the NSA, famously said that he'd be spying on us through our dishwashers, right? Because they started putting the smart dishwasher, the ability to post a Facebook update from your fridge and all that. All that shit is to spy on you. Number one. Your smart TV, all that shit's connected to the internet. It's all listening to you constantly. The Facebook app outright tells you that the microphone stays on when you're not using it so that they can listen to the types of things you're watching on TV and maybe songs you listen to on the radio so that they can better suggest concerts and shows you might like, and all that kind of shit. So, yeah, but the thing about this that's extra alarming to me is that this is going to be run algorithmically. Obviously, for the actual turning it down. I mean, they're going to be spying on you with fusion centers and all that anyway, but turning it down is going to be run algorithmically. And I can't help but think of this is like an artificial intelligence cautionary tale. I'm pretty sure that it was used. I know for a fact it was used in the Sarah Connor Chronicles, where the Skynet actually kills a guy by turning off the air conditioning unit in the building, and he dies from it, right? And that's like a key point in the story of it becoming aware, you know. But I feel like that kind of shit is going to happen. Where, I mean, let me put it this way: the Canadian government is already inviting you to kill yourself. So at what point do they just make the decision for you with your inability to heat your homes in the harsh winters and all that shit, you know? Oh, you once said something about the prime minister that he found unflattering.
I guess you want to die.
You shared that image, that GIF of him talking to Xi Jinping, where he walked away like he took a shit in his pants. Oh, well then, you don't get to have any heat this winter, you know. Anyway, so these seasons can become less comfortable, though, if a new plan from the Japanese government goes through. In a meeting, they resolved to begin working group discussions with the aim of gaining the ability to remotely turn down privately owned air conditioner/heater units. The goal would be to decrease energy usage during expected power shortages, which the committee feels are a growing concern as Japan attempts to shift towards renewable energy sources such as solar power. With the amount where the amount generated can be affected by day-to-day climate, making it difficult to stabilize the amount of total power available. The ministry says that AC unit usage accounts for roughly 30% of household electricity consumption in Japan. From a technical standpoint, the plan wouldn't be particularly difficult to implement. The Japanese air conditioner units have long had remote access, so external inputs aren't a problem. And many models now allow the owner to turn the system on and off or adjust temperature settings through the internet. By asking manufacturers to extend such access to government regulatory organizations and granting those organizations override functions over other inputs, the plan could easily be put into practice for internet-connected AC units, and water heaters are another home appliance the committee is looking to gain ability to throttle back. Sorry, my wife is giving me the last of the salad. Anyway, winning over the minds of the public, though, isn't likely to be as easy as Twitter reactions to the news attest to. Saying things such as creepy, are they crazy, playing God. that's the sort of idea you'd only come up with if you aren't right in the head. That seems like a common sentiment, or maybe it's the same person who trends high on the Twitter feed. I'm glad the AC unit I just bought isn't internet connected. Another great government idea. Hey, government, isn't it your job to make sure the power grid can support us? So they'll stop doing this when people start dying, right? So honestly, I think what'll happen is, if you wanted to kill like a group, like for example, I just want to remind everybody that the U.S. government killed a bunch of women and children in the Waco incident, right? And celebrated it even. So if they wanted to kill a group of people, like in an apartment complex or whatever, hackers got access and they cranked the heat all the way up or down or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they could easily do that shit, and it would be an infiltration. It would just be one done by a rogue group in the cabinet or whatever. So they say the last comment might sound like hyperbole, but heat stroke deaths aren't uncommon in Japan, with a heat wave a while back killing 79 people in Tokyo alone. According to Nihon Keizai Shimbun, the committee is currently working under the concept that the government would only be able to turn down AC units if their individual owners have agreed in advance to grant that. Oh, well, as long as it's voluntary, as long as it's not going to start out with something like that you can opt into, and then a major inconvenience gets implemented, like, not being able to buy concert tickets and shit. I guess it's okay because you can let them do it. So, in mythology, how you have to invite the vampire into your home? It's government. That's what that's about. All right. Just saying.
And once they get in, they're not getting out.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you ever seen somebody ask a vampire to leave? It doesn't go well.
And the government will suck you dry.
And not in the good way.
All right. So one more thing here. To show how good government plans go, how efficient and free of any mistakes or problems they are. Don't uninstall that COVID tracking app yet, warns the Japanese government. Wait until you find out why. So, quote, it can't even go away properly. The COVID-19 Contact Confirmation Application, or COCO for short, was quickly discovered that an actual cup of cocoa would be more effective at curbing the disease than this app, with only 0.03% of infections having been confirmed on it in its first month. For a few million users, cocoa wasn't even functioning for about 4 months during a wave of infections. Cocoa doesn't really do anything right, and that also includes uninstalling. The app was designed to run periodically in the background of your smartphone to scan for contact information, consuming a little memory and battery power in the process. But if you just uninstall Cocoa like you would any other app, that routine background activity will still be carried out by your phone and still consume a little memory and battery power in the process.
Oh, so it's an official virus.
Yeah, so I loved this, the quote here. They gave us a smartphone virus to try and stop us from getting a real virus. So our tax money was used to make this update too. We paid millions of yen in taxes for malware. So basically what I was saying before about Facebook with the app, how it runs in the background and does all that shit. Yeah, this was effectively doing similar things and claiming, no. It's just so we know if you walk past another phone that also has the app installed so that when that person gets sick, we can let you know. So according to the ministry, what you need to do instead is wait until the Disable version 3.0 update is available for your phone sometime after its rollout begins in November. So wonderful, right? Like you can't even delete it. It's like the problem a lot of YouTubers, too many too many YouTubers have this problem. I have seen it happen to so many people that should know better, where they delete a video that has a community guideline strike or a copyright strike on it, and then they can't appeal it because they deleted the video. It's kind of like that. All right, so let's address some chats here. Did I miss anything?
Oh, where did Lance go?
He took to heart that he needs a new mic, and he ran out to go get one.
Oh.
Let's
I
see.
thought you said he had multiple mics.
Next thing you know, we all need a chain code, like in Star Wars when the Empire took over. Wait, that's kind of happening now. Yeah, you mean like a what are those called? Like
Social
a hash
insurance
key
number?
or something?
Oh,
Or no, you're probably thinking of, yeah, that's probably accurate more. Hanna-Barbera still exists in some form. Wang is basically Hanna-Barbera in Taiwan. I barely knew Yahoo still exists. Images can be copied, making ESG scams. Do you mean NFTs? You must mean NFTs, right? Not ESGs. So NFTs, again, right now they're being used for cringy artwork, but the technology that that's built on is smart contracts and could be used for far more powerful things that it's not yet been utilized for. Don't forget about TV license the UK has. All this is true. And the speed DLC for the new e-cars. Yeah, so Alex Jones...
You can go 30 miles an hour now.
I promise you that's going to be a thing. They're going to say, they're going to limit you to like 40 miles an hour. But if you want to go 45, if you want to actually reach the speed limit, you got to pay the monthly speed DLC cost.
Yeah.
I promise you that's on the horizon.
And they're going to put that on top of every single semi-truck that goes...
You don't understand. Pay to win, gotcha games, all that shit has been a psyop to develop government control. Hanna-Barbera still exists. I already read that. They're only really viable at an individual scale. I can't wait till we have working fusion and all this shit goes out the window because functionally infinite energy. Well, it almost seems like it's time for that article I didn't cover. Let me just stall for a moment while I pull up my podcast misses folder. Can you guys go on in the comments while I look for this?
they probably won't. They won't probably want to delay that as long as possible. The phone stuff. I don't know. The problem is, eventually, like it's a slow moving thing. Like they got time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, this generation might care enough to stop it, but next generation, when they've like been brought up with like these things as normal, right? They won't care. It'll be another inch to them. So
to quote Thomas Jefferson, I think it was, or Andrew Jackson, experience has shown that even under the best forms of government, those entrusted with power have in time and by slow operation perverted it to tyranny. And I think any amount of time you spend looking in the rearview mirror on history, you're like, yeah, seems about right. You know, remember when we had the ability to, have a fucking yard sale without getting a license from the government? Those were the days. Yeah. That's how it works in California.
Well, that's dumb.
Hello, everyone.
In regards to the the speed limit thing, I always wondered, like, when I heard about speed limits and all this stuff for the first time, I'm just like, why do they make cars go further than the speed limit and all this stuff?
I mean, that might come too.
That was for the DLC.
Where you drive on a road and it just
for that GTA DLC.
it just locks you into the speed limit. Japanese people need to start protesting against murdering workers.
What?
Karashi jobs should be abolished. Okay. Sodium-ion batteries are better than lithium-ion batteries. Okay.
You know what's
I'll take
better
your
than
word for
that? Nuclear fusion ignition.
It's ironic that California is the one that got this running, right?
I thought so too when I was reading it, but then
I
I
wasn't
realized
reading it. I was eating upstairs the one day, and my parents had the news on and left it on going, and then that suddenly popped up. They're like, "Yeah, we've got infinite energy or whatever." Well, they made it describe like it had more energy come out of it than they put into it. I'm like, isn't that like defying physics? Isn't that like free energy that they're like that doesn't exist? What?
Yeah,
it
it's
seems
not.
like we could just go ahead and abolish all the climate initiatives, right? Because we've fixed the problem.
Yeah,
right?
we completed life. We won.
We
we
win.
won
We don't
climate.
need to have the Canadian government offer to kill you anymore.
So
Yeah.
it first of all, it doesn't break the thermal laws of power
Equivalent
conservation
exchange.
Mhm.
because the energy that it's releasing is what is holding the atom together.
Mhm.
That's the energy that is being released. So there is still a conservation of mass and energy. It's not infinite. There is a fuel. Even stars die. And I think they were using hydrogen. Stars use helium, hydrogen and helium. But the key thing about this story is that they did get an output that was bigger than the input if you ignored the power that they used to generate that input. So essentially, they had let's say, I don't remember the numbers, and this is from my understanding, but they had a 10 kilowatt. It's much more powerful, I assume. Let's say it's a 10 kilowatt laser, whatever, and they use that laser to blow up the atom, and they got 100 kilowatts out. Okay, cool. So they got more out than they put in, right? But they used 110 kilowatts to power the 10 kilowatt laser.
And there you go. That's the catch.
Mhm.
So, well, I mean,
Because
in
otherwise,
theory,
it sounded like you could take a nuclear power bank and then plug it into itself, and it will charge it further beyond what it's actually
no, but
outputting.
that is what they could get that to
Mhm.
happen if they could find a better way to power the 10 kilowatt laser and only use around 50 kilowatts. They could still potentially get 100 kilowatts out. So it is still possible for them to get more power out than they are putting in, but they are currently not there. And again, the power is coming from the bonds that are holding together the atom. So it's not infinite energy. And again, it's only while so the way nuclear fusion works is just like nuclear fission is the reaction is a chain reaction. So once the reaction starts, it causes other reactions to happen, right? So it'll power itself once you kick it, essentially, but it will eventually run out of fuel, right? It's not infinite.
It's kind of like what do they call it? The thing that you siphon. You have to get it started, but once it gets going,
essentially, yeah. So if you can start the siphon using a little bit of energy, then
the chain reaction is greater than what you put in on
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So the Cool 2C says, why not start mining coal and invest into more energy? We have tons of energy sources to choose from. This seems to be about control. Bingo. Not to mention
I don't
that,
think coal's what they're gonna want. Like this
Well-
nuke thing's good.
yeah, but see, the problem is that sort of as we're talking about the third law of thermodynamics, that we actually already are running into the issue of governments are trying to force, in the name of climate change, which, by the way, if you haven't figured it out yet, is all about control. The concept of the carbon footprint was made by a PR firm, number one. Number two, the system of control is literally the exact same one the Catholic Church used hundreds of years ago. You've got your climate scientists or your priests. Only they can interpret the sacred text. You have your original sin that you have to pay indulgences for. That's your carbon footprint, right? And your carbon tax. But the solution presented is for you to get a electric vehicle, right? But in actuality, the carbon output from an electric vehicle in the mining process to get the cobalt and everything that's needed to produce the lithium-ion battery is a greater carbon footprint than the entire lifetime of the gas-guzzling car running through its, years of service.
And
So-
then what is it? Solar panels is
the
something
fucking-
that you have
yeah,
to like
cobalt for
dispose
that
of
as well.
and all that stuff.
Yeah,
And then
the,
windmills, they take up like so much land and space that you can't use anymore, which would help enrich the environment.
It seems like the only one that I think would be like a really good idea is the water turbines where the current, just use the current of the ocean to your advantage. Kind of like the paddle wheel in a river.
Yeah,
hydroelectric.
Hydroelectric, exactly.
Literal.
Yeah, the only problem with that is that those are very difficult to repair when they get damaged after tons of use, right?
And they're not just everywhere.
Yeah, right. Obviously, the coast is going to have a benefit, to quote again, seems to be more about control, doesn't it? Anyway, Luigi Mouse 64 says appliances should never be connected to the internet. Locks being internet connected can be hacked and unlocked. Toei Animation should know this. I saw on my I'll just say my former job, I'll talk about this more later. I saw that somebody showed up to a house and like for Amazon, and they had the little thing where they were able to unlock the house, open the door, and put the package on the inside, and then close and lock it. And it's like, I can't believe people are willing to let them do that. I don't know why you would want to. I mean, imagine the data breach that occurs when your password gets compromised in a leak. Now imagine your physical property being compromised. It seems like people would be willing to spend more for that if it's a local cluster, right, rather than your password necessarily. Anyway, do you guys want to read this story about the new fusion ignition?
Nah.
I think we kind of have the gist of it. I think it would be worth, I don't know, noting when it actually goes live, but for now it's just like, oh, here, in theory, we got it. We got a thing.
I love how
it's
like...
It's not going live. Like, they did it once.
Yeah.
They did it for like 10 milliseconds, and then that was it.
Yeah, the proof of concept has been...
And it's not economic, because they used more energy to run the laser. It's not like it's economical to run this. They're not getting more than they put in
Well, let me just read these
to
these
the
first
entire system.
Scientists at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory have achieved a significant milestone in clean energy production, the first known fusion reaction to achieve ignition. According to an Engadget report, the net energy gain that resulted in the ignition wasn't overly impressive at 3.15 megajoules, equivalent to around 450 grams of TNT. However, it was sufficient to achieve ignition. This is the life of a scientist. Scientists directed 192 lasers at a cylinder filled with frozen hydrogen and surrounded by diamond, resulting in a burst of X-rays that hit a fuel pellet containing deuterium and tritium. So, yeah, that's how it's done. Shooting lasers at diamonds and frozen hydrogen.
That
Bada
really
bing, bada
sounds
boom,
like I know
energy.
diamonds are actually like not that worth much because they're so plentiful, but that just sounds like what they're doing with all your funding of like cancer research.
Let's just
or
fuck
whatever.
around
It's
and put
like,
the laser today, guys.
let's buy a ton of diamonds, shoot lasers at them, and maybe this will cure cancer. Or whatever. Like, that's what
I
it
just
sounds
think
like
of
the
like
funding.
when you're on a Minecraft server and you get to that one base where the guy's just flexing, it's entirely built out of diamond blocks, like anyway. Obviously, diamond is not. It's not the same thing as like an engagement ring, because diamond, that is cut to be shaped, with like the grating for the light refraction and stuff, is different from just diamond pulled out of the ground that nobody wants. You know what I mean? I'm not sure how refined it needs to be for shooting 192 lasers at it, but presumably it doesn't need to be that clean. Anyway, so let's I'll add this to the doc later. Ooh, yeah. All right. So I got another topic that I thought you fine gentlemen would find interesting. The United States has a bill that could redefine obscenity and destroy pornography.
They're coming for our porn, boys.
One guess on what state it's from.
Ooh, pick me. I know.
California?
Go for it.
I actually do know. I don't want to spoil it.
Okay. It's not California.
Texas.
We value our porn. No, it's fucking Utah with the Mormons.
Idaho. Potato.
All right. I'm sorry, the salad, it overcame me.
And this is why you don't go vegan, kids. No.
Okay. Western prude politicians have again tried to latch their claws onto pornography in an attempt to destroy it, as a new bill seeks to redefine what obscenity means. Freedom of expression and creativity once again meaning nothing to these individuals, as they seemingly forget how prohibition went. Senator Mike Lee, Republican from Utah, proposed the bill and filed the Interstate Obscenity Definition Act, the IODA, based on the Communications Act of 1934, explaining, quote, obscenity is not protected speech under the First Amendment and is prohibited from interstate or foreign transmission under U.S. law.
Define obscenity, sir.
Well, that's what they're trying to do. Lee additionally remarked, but obscenity is difficult to define, let alone prosecute under the current Supreme Court test for obscenity, the Miller test. So here's more information on the Miller test. The Miller test was introduced in 1973 and is named for the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in the Miller v. California case that year. In that case, a California publisher and author, Melvin Miller, were prosecuted for publishing what was ruled as containing obscene material. Miller had mailed 5 unsolicited brochures to his mother and a restaurant manager, revealing explicit images and photos of men and women engaged in sexual activities. But why, though? I think the obscene nature of it is that you sent it to your mom. Following the court's decision, then Chief Justice Warren Burger outlined guidelines for jurors to follow when presented with obscenity cases, including whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find the work, taken as a whole, appeals to the prurient interests, whether the work depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law, and whether the work, taken as a whole, lacks serious, literary, artistic, or political or scientific value, which is why Berserk is exempt.
What did I walk in on? And you guys hear me?
You are. Let me crank you.
I don't know
again.
what you're saying, but we can't understand it. So
Jesus Christ,
that's my answer.
I cranked you back up. You're still low, but you're not as low. Okay.
Well, I can talk a little louder.
Yeah,
but...
you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Please don't yell. No,
Well,
you're good.
Not. We have company.
You're good, man. So we're talking about a United States bill that could redefine obscenity and destroy pornography.
Mm-hmm.
So the bill attempts to reinstate the obscenity rules in the Communications Act of 1934, which include removing content that, quote, appeals to the prurient interest in nudity, sex, or excretion, depicts, describes, or represents actual or simulated sex acts with the objective intent to arouse, titillate, or gratify the sexual desires of a person and lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. So I just need to, what do you call that? Civil disobedience, real quick. A little bit of. I think that this stands on its artistic
Who's
merit.
doing this? What state or whatever?
Utah. What do you think?
Well, wow.
So the Free Speech Coalition expressed concern for the First Amendment and claimed the bill is a, quote, renewed attempt by conservatives to censor free speech and sexual expression. Despite such politicians demanding, quote, free speech due to being incessantly censored on social media, they have once again demonstrated they have no actual interest in the right to freedom of expression. Well, look, you have to recognize that the Republicans in Utah, aka Mormon land, have different values than the rest of actually most Republicans suck ass, but much like the Democrats, the leadership and the general public are completely misaligned in their values.
Well, look, they know, government officials know without a shadow of a doubt, if they actually fully supported the First Amendment and freedom of speech, they would catch far more hell than they do now, because they'd realize that people are vocal and they abused that authority in the begin with. But yeah, this is just stupid. If they're gonna think, okay, we're gonna reevaluate this, well, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. I mean, eventually they're coming for your Bible or whatever religion.
This is a theme for tonight's podcast.
Huh?
This is a theme for tonight's podcast.
It is?
Don't invite the vampires in.
Well, yeah, that's a long-standing metaphor. If you give someone the authority or any type of thought process that they can later on
to earlier in this podcast.
Okay.
Brad said the whole thing you're about to say earlier.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So now that you've stalled enough while I was chewing, and have finally finished the salad, it's all right, everyone.
He eats his greens. Line.
Have these scientists not seen Spider-Man 2? That is what he was trying to do, wasn't it? Oh, the Cool 2T says, so feet would be obscene? To Random 11, yes.
I was thinking the other day, it's kind of ironic that Random 11's into Sonic, you know? He's got the most desired feet on the internet.
That's fucking gross.
You know, it's funny.
I think I should petition the U.S. I want to make bare feet illegal in all imagery on the internet.
Hold on, I got
Give me a senator. I need to call them.
Well, speaking of Sonic, boy, this is going to be a hard segue. Hentai in Japanese, most searched terms on Pornhub for 2022. I felt it was appropriate where we were to come here.
Good job as a close third.
Can I make a prediction?
Thanks for coming here.
Go for it. Prediction.
If they cover it, because look, if you're gay or something, that's cool on you. But when straight people go to Pornhub and they're looking for a dude or a chick, sometimes there is this paranoia now that's coming out, and I've heard a lot of my friends mention it. They're like, when I find out 3 weeks later that it was a dude, they're like, I'm kind of hating myself, so they just turn
This is a problem only you have, by the way.
No. No, it's not. It is a fear of mine, yes, but it is not only mine.
Man,
So,
guys, don't you hate it when you realize after you've watched the entire
repeating off
video that
to
the
it,
whole
yeah,
time
dude.
that guy had a dick?
After the
Man,
smash,
that
you
just
realized
sucks.
the reason why they didn't want you to touch them down there while you were banging their ass.
I have literally had this conversation, and I'm like, wow, I'm glad there are other people than me that have this fear.
Utah Mormons and polygamy really trying to get us to think differently. Wow. And this is why, hold on, Drunkle John Cosplay, who says, and this is why I'm happy to be a UK citizen. Won't have to deal with that ruling if it gets passed. Excuse me, you live in the country that tried to ban face sitting a couple years ago.
Amongst other things.
No real life human can have the cartoon tall and round eyes. It is a war crime to ban anime porn. Well, I don't follow the logic, but I agree with the sentiment.
It is a breach.
Oh
of
no,
the
I
First
get what you're saying. You're saying that because humans can't have tall and round eyes, it means that it is inaccurate to suggest that the anime characters are somehow children because they have tall and round eyes.
Or the fact that they should be banned in any way due to the fact that they are literally not real. It's
right,
it's
which is the statement I take
value.
and hold very strongly. That it is dangerous for us to give rights to non-existent beings. In fact, I was okay. So let me just so much to
segue.
So I've been God, my hair is so fucked up tonight. So I've been using ChatGPT 3, which is a artificial intelligence
my new girlfriend
thing that allows you to like what I've been. Boy, there's so much going on here. I got a new job, and that's basically all you need to know right now. I start tomorrow. Fortunately, I'm starting at 2 in the afternoon. So things are going to change. With that in mind, in order to continue to do the podcast, I'm going to have to get a lot more creative with how I go through the copious amount of articles that were sent and everything, because I try to give a fair shake to just about everything that is in the news. And it becomes very difficult to aggregate everything together for what's going to produce a good show. And we routinely run out of time to cover things and they get pushed off to the next show and it's difficult. So what I've been using, ChatGPT 3, Random, how would you describe specifically what that is so that laymen could understand what it's for, like what the concept behind it is?
The concept is that it's an AI neural network machine learning model where you give it a prompt, and based off of the data sets that it's trained on, which is like, terabytes, well, petabytes probably, like huge fucking scan the internet type data that it's been trained on. It tries to guess what you want based off of what you've entered. So it'll answer questions. It'll help you create things.
It's like an AI assistant. Is that a good way of?
That's the easiest way.
That's the easiest way to conceptualize. Okay, so basically, I've been trying to train it in order to. I can feed it articles, and it will spit out a summary of what the article is about and offer up highlights for me if I were to just read those, so that we can try to speed up some of the podcast, so we can cover more or not waste time on articles that otherwise we shouldn't cover. Doesn't always work, and occasionally it kicks me out for an hour because I've been using it too much. But that's something that that I've been using, and now I've just realized I don't remember how we got on this topic. Fuck. It was something Lance said.
Something about giving.
And the podcast is a thing.
Giving non-existent persons human.
Non-existent. Yes, thank you. God bless you. So I've been listening. So one of the reasons I've been using ChatGPT 3 and DALL-E and all these other things that we've been using to produce stuff for the podcast, really wish I had shown our ad, is that I'm looking at where AI is right now, and it is in its infancy, so to speak, in the sense that the general public is just now getting their feet wet with it, right? And ChatGPT 3 is mind-blowing how strong it is. It's basically like, imagine instead of asking Google how to solve a problem, you ask a machine that knows all of Google's results and is able to interpret them into a way for your nuanced problem to answer your question. It's mind-blowing what it can do. So artificial intelligence, I've been trying to stay on top of what's happening and developing with it, because right now this is mind-blowing. And in 3 months, 6 months, it's gonna, like, you won't even recognize what you saw before. because it's developing so quickly, right? And so what I'm seeing, I'm seeing artificial intelligence conversations people are having, talking about at what point do we give machines the right to vote? And I'm thinking, fucking never. You don't give rights to vote to something that can duplicate itself 1 billion times in a second. No, that's the wrong way to do
something
this.
that someone with some kind of card power key can just go, okay, you're all going to say this.
It just seems like such a bad idea, right? So this is going back to the...
They're trying to get rid of freedom of speech, and by giving rights to things that literally don't have a soul or any capacity for, human true nature, they create a object and a being that, a quote-unquote being that can be controlled. And they want us, we the people, to fall into that.
Drunkle John Cosway says, yeah, let the machines vote. Famous last words for humanity. Definitely. It's fucking unbelievable, man. Like, I can't believe that in the Bible, to pull up Revelations again, it refers to the apocalypse as coming like a thief in the night. And here we are. So let's talk about porn.
Talk about Get Old Reliable.
Specifically, look up thief in the night porn to see how they come.
Oh dear. So Western porn website PornHub has released its 9th year in review, providing readers with a wealth of statistics regarding the trends and top terms / searches on the website, and surely proving insightful in regards to the preferences and fetishes of certain people / countries, as hentai and Japanese are once again top terms. So the most searched terms, I'm guessing worldwide, is for hentai and Japanese, followed by MILF, lesbian, whatever the fuck that is, Asian, stepmom, anal, big ass, threesome, Latina, ebony, massage.
Pine is Filipino in descent.
Okay, yeah.
So Philippine women or men.
Apparently, they're also popular. Lesbian has taken a step down to MILFs, it looks like. Anyway, so
rule.
So cream pie, gangbang, blowjob, public, BBC, amateur, cosplay, POV, Indian, squirt, black, JOI, trans, +4 from previous year. Wow. Lesbian, scissoring, +65. Real amateur, homemade, +177. So people are really they're getting tired of the pros. They're liking that found footage look.
I'm surprised jerk-off instruction went down too.
So here are the most searched porn stars. Oh, good thing. Adriana Chekchik went up after busting her back at TwitchCon.
Hold on, stop. Hold on, go. Hold on.
Are you trying to find out which ones you've spanked it to?
Hold on 1 second.
May or may not be to the MILF one.
Jordi El Nino Polio is the only male on this list.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Because no one wants to watch.
That's what you were looking up.
I was looking to see whether there was any male names in here, and I don't. See
I guess Johnny Sins is female.
Sorry, do I need to remind you that lesbian is the 4th most searched term?
Yeah, Johnny Sins retired.
He's right here, dude.
Yeah, but he's on the list.
He is?
Yeah, he's saying you fucking missed it.
So yeah, I missed it.
All right. Anyway, so enough of that. Who cares about them? All right, now the real stuff. The top relative search.
Cream pie. All right.
Harder. I chose cream pie as their most searched terms. Wouldn't you know it?
Pro-life.
Wouldn't you know it? Mormon was the most searched term of Utah.
Oh my god.
Maine hasn't quite figured out what hentai is.
Anime.
Alaska's breast expansion.
Fucking Oregon is furry. There's some very
This tells a lot about our country.
Yeah, there's some very.
Oh god, which state is the one that says pegging next to sex toy?
Is that Wisconsin?
Which
Oh
states
yeah,
would
oh yeah. I find it interesting that both Washington D.C. and Florida are into big black cocks.
That's one thing they can agree on, apparently.
You know what it is? It's
Texas
that all
is in
the
the
politicians during COVID, they started vacationing in Florida, so they just happened to throw off the scales from all that porn searching they were doing while they were there.
Which
What did you
one's
say California
which one's
was?
goth? What state is that? Is that goth? Right next to
Colorado, right? Wait, no, that's Colorado. That's Utah, so that's got to be Colorado. The one
What's
that's
the one above
basically
it?
Square. What? This is
what state-
New Mexico.
What state is big booty right above it?
South Dakota? No, that's fat ass.
Those are Dakotas.
This is Idaho.
Wyoming.
I never
Montana
thought I'd
is
hear that
Montana is leather. I'm not surprised. This is I sure am good at knowing where my
That's
own
Nebra-
country is
that's Nebraska.
located. What's up?
Rub is Nebraska.
The fuck kind of search term is that?
Fucking Texas over here being like all freaking coy and like
Just
oh,
the panties. We just want
like,
the
just
panties.
the
We don't need to
panties.
get just the panties.
Panties.
Anyway, Oklahoma with anime, and then it's Big Brother over here going hardcore hentai.
Hey,
Anyway,
Lance, do you identify with the big ass one?
big ass or big
I mean,
booty?
I will firmly point out I'm more likely responsible for the MILF search.
Okay. I'm gonna move on before I hear anything else. All right, so
Hey, look, you don't fall into that category, cocksucker.
see Lance I'm gonna make a horrible
Be
joke.
careful here.
Lance has determined that the only safe porn category is MILF because trans women can't have kids.
You motherfucker, I hate you. You picked that out.
And he was so jaded from last podcast, he doesn't even want to go anywhere near.
I don't want anywhere near a dick, especially yours, Reese.
I noticed none of these say front hole as the top search. All right. So anyway, time spent per visit.
Porn on that list. Please tell me it was.
Time spent per. How does this make any sense? How is Egypt at the top of the list?
What the fuck?
Yet it is down 9.
9
How is
seconds.
Egypt
It
on
must
this
have been
list? Okay,
so
so that
far
okay,
ahead.
yeah. So 9 seconds less in Egypt than they're so consistent. 26 more seconds in Japan. Man, they've rubbed it out so much that it's the same people because they don't have any kids.
Am I the only one here who's thinking 11 minutes is still rookie numbers?
Yeah. So,
How long can you keep it? I mean, never mind.
40.
I think the problem is
My longest was
that,
2.5 hours, but we won't talk about that.
Oh dear Lord, I'm getting
You
off.
kind of just
Moving
did, but
on.
okay.
I'm learning way too much about my fellow hosts. You're the most viewed categories of 2022. I don't understand. How is this? Okay, so categories versus search terms. So lesbians right there at the top, followed by Ebony. Then okay, I don't. Somebody
Most
needs to
viewed?
explain to me.
I think it was most searched, like put in the search
Yeah,
bar.
search
but
terms
most-
versus now categories. I guess is the thing.
before
So somebody has
category-
to explain to me how it is that when you go to a website where you could get basically anything you want completely for free and uncensored, people are actually searching for the censored mosaic shit. Like,
See, I told you the other night, it's the Asian beauty, man.
Well, think about it. Think about how Japan's economy would boom if they went uncensored. If they're already at the top, and it's censored.
For real.
hold that thought for about 2 hours. We get to some further topic. All right, so here's the world's most viewed categories. Apparently, there is a horribly strong black fetish in America
United
and
States.
most of Africa.
Well, at least Canada's culture
wait,
enough to
wait.
be lesbian.
Anal right here. What country is this?
I don't know. What is
Anyway.
it?
Lesbian, Russian, anal, Indian.
Now, I'd like to
transgender-
point out the
Oh
reason.
no! What is that?
Even
Brazil?
China looks for Japanese.
Yeah. So in China, it's illegal to produce porn in general. So they don't like make any.
So they
Is-
have to
is
look
the
at
thing.
other countries.
Yeah. So they have to look at the closest.
Yeah, but wouldn't they search Chinese porn anyway? I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway, so the Canadians and the
No,
Australians.
China just treats porn like it does everything else. They take someone else's, they mod it a little bit, and then put it back out there.
Yeah, they take the Japanese one and they apply that face filter to it.
Yeah, just slightly change it. They're like, this is now Oz.
Yeah. Anyway, so is this what is it, Brazil? Yeah, I believe it. Anyway. Most viewed categories by gender. Men are the ones into Japanese. Oh no, women, they're into lesbians, but then closely followed by Japanese. Do you think they're looking for Japanese because that's like, I don't know what's it called? Hentai?
I honestly think that's the thing.
Let's just search Japanese.
People do. I've actually had people call hentai Asian porn. Thank you, Kirby.
Technically.
Well, it's true, but it's like people literally make that connection for some reason. I actually had a friend of mine yesterday call it Asian porn, and I was like, dude.
I think you're right, AC. Like people can't write it hentai, and like how Randall 11 pronounces it, and then he like they're not getting what he's looking for, so they just put in fucking Japanese.
I just want to point out that apparently men's favorites and women's favorites are perfectly aligned with anal. So if you were afraid to breach the subject with your significant other, you might want to start. Also, I love that
placement.
I love that gangbang is more powerful. I mean, to the surprise
women
of no
like
one,
it
women like it more.
Slightly more.
Men, however, like babysitter 18 plus slightly more. Although weird. Anyway, all right. So, outdoors remarkably high for women.
Women also like the big dick more than men do.
What do you know? All right. So, viewed more by women compared to men.
Scissoring. God.
Oh, I would just like to point out second top thing: trans male transgender. That's above muscular men. So. I'm just pointing out, if you felt that you would be an incel forever, seems to me. All right, most searched movies and characters. Okay, getting to that segue, Sonic the Hedgehog is
no.
Wow.
There's no Tifa on there.
Harley Quinn is top. Star Wars, whatever 365 days is, Black Widow, Wonder Woman, then Sonic.
Where's Overwatch characters?
Don't you remember how Blizzard DMCA'd? No.
Where's my Shiranui? I think this list is wrong.
Who's my Shiranui?
Okay,
I expected Tifa to at least
on.
be up there.
Lance.
She had a huge surge.
These are
Tifa?
the most. Yeah, these are the most searched movies and characters
All
across Pornhub. Not your most searched movies and characters. It would be funny if when they release these, there's like a link and it would show you. Here's how you spent your year on Pornhub.
Here's your Pornhub year in review.
3 gallons of cum. No.
Fortnite. Overwatch.
I mean, don't take me wrong. There are women who sell breast milk. I'm sure someone would buy jizz.
I never said for sale. I'm just saying that's your report for the year.
I know, but 3 gallons.
Here, hold on. Most searched movies and characters. Most searched for video games. Fortnite, Overwatch, Genshin Impact, Minecraft is number 4.
What the fuck? Why?
Minecraft beat Pokemon. That's actually probably a good thing. No one would use Pokemon.
Well, Brad, I'm sure you can understand, like, personally, since
all
you're a
those
Minecraft fan.
hours you spent looking at
Those
Minecraft.
creepers be thick.
Really fucking
Steve always wanted to be with Minecraft, Steve.
Cuphead. What the fuck?
Oh no.
No.
Roblox? Why?
I have no idea what you would do. Isn't
Talking
Roblox
about
actually really the
Skyrim,
fucking
Among Us,
Roblox?
Splatoon. Final Fantasy really fell from its previous
Ow.
glory.
Fell
This
from
isn't the
grace.
French only
I
version.
need, you know what? I really need to see how these search rank among countries, so I
Additional
can know
con-
for a fact that Tifa is still Queen of Italy.
Additional statistics can be read online. Do you dare click on that?
No, I sure don't.
Oh, you are
Let's,
weak.
Do I think Vic will ever be allowed back into big anime conventions? Here is my theory. I think that over time, the anime conventions that do not allow him back are going to go out of business and get replaced by ones that do. That's my theory on the matter. Let's see, what do we got here for our... The Cool 2T suggests, Lance, that you should try searching for pregnant because that also will avoid your...
Except for
problem.
that, you know,
That
Butt
fucking
baby.
plastic anal
starting to get
baby.
pregnant now these days.
Oh, that's true. You know what? You're right. Because
You're
trans,
not safe.
female to male
I
trans
never say.
can be pregnant. So that is kind of, yeah. Texas is giving some Japan vibes with panties. Like, Cash was the one who knows them all. I think that was Wisconsin, not Wyoming. Was it? It might have been. No, I don't know. I think it is Wyoming. Yeah, you're right with the pegging one. The Lake states are looking suspiciously gay.
Pegging was Wisconsin, so I think he was talking about the one when I was trying to figure out what was below Montana.
Oh God, below Montana.
I think Wyoming is sucking dick. I don't even. Let's pull up a map.
Okay, I don't understand. Wouldn't looking up sucking dick just be cuck porn? You're watching
No.
someone else get head.
You're watching porn in general. It's called.
Yeah, I was
porn.
gonna say, like, your argument
That's
is
when you're watching
valid.
hentai. No one, there's no one involved in that.
There's voice actors.
What is?
You're not getting any.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe
hold
after session.
Hold on,
I don't.
hold on.
Let me ask you this. Okay, first of all, you're right. Big booty is Wyoming. Michigan is sucking dick.
Am I too
And
loud?
it was Wisconsin, yes. So let me ask you this. Of all the categories of porn, you know how we talked about like Christian or more Mormon porn, where it's like it's completely tame images, but with the bubble circle cutouts that make your mind fill in, right? So let me ask you this. Which category is the least cuckworthy, other than like obviously like solo women and lesbian stuff?
Less cuckworthy?
Yeah, like if you're suggesting watching another person for the sucking dick search.
Is cucking? Well, I mean, don't take me wrong. I'm just
Fleshlight?
gonna. I mean, wait, did you exclude hentai in that?
No.
'Cause it's just an art form. Like this, literally.
Let's just get to the
Okay,
joke
so
right
you're
now.
suggesting that because you're watching a you're watching a fictional character, it's not cucking.
Exactly. I mean, like
No one
you're not just
exists.
sitting there
No
going,
one
"Man, I wish
exists.
that was me."
Yeah, this is
Man,
coming from the guy.
Yeah,
who,
no one says I wish that was me when they look at hentai, I'm sure. And I'm sure that people when they watch hentai, it's impossible, 0% chance to get cucked when you watch Guy Coon smashing Girl
Guy
Chan
Coon, I
when
love
Guy B is sitting there. No.
So let me
No,
ask you
yeah.
this,
no,
Lance.
sweetie,
So
Hold on,
basically,
hold
my
on,
point
hold
is
on,
fuck
hold on. Rebuttal.
Okay.
If you are positing that hentai is, unlike real porn, is not cucking you to watch it, can I ask you if you watch hentai in the netorare category, is it more or less not getting cucked?
It's the square root of cuck.
I mean, we're starting to try to bridge that gap, but I mean, it's still hentai, so it's not real. There is
I
no
think
connection.
Lance is
between the
just
characters.
projecting here. He's like, look, the stuff I watch, I'm not cuck.
See, Lance thinks that,
I mean, I literally admitted to
Let me-
being part of
let
the
me-
milk thing earlier. What do you think?
Lance, let me ask you this. So, when you have
God,
that
here we go.
unfortunate realization, that post-nut clarity, when you rub your eyes and realize that the girl had a dick, does that also weaken your enjoyment when it turns out to be a fuda?
Are we talking about it hentai in real life?
In hentai,
I don't know what you're getting at here.
about-
You need to be more clear.
I don't know. I don't think there's been a hentai that has a surprise fuda at the end of it.
I've never heard of that in my life, so I mean, I can't remember my life ever thinking, yeah, I'm gonna beat off to this chick with a dick, but I mean,
Well, you didn't think about it at first because you didn't notice.
one thing led to another.
dude, this should, dude, look, man, when
Lance, once you've tried it once, you'll know. So I suggest that first.
admitting something, okay, I'm.
All right, so moving on.
I don't know.
Well, actually, it says,
something stupid.
nope, don't like that. I don't know what that was in reference to, but this whole article needs the more you know GIF. Dang, I removed that from our repertoire of things to click on. The cast outing all their fetishes and favorite characters. TMI, guys. Yeah, Minecraft. Roblox. More like Rocox. Oh,
Shit. I'm sure that's a search term.
Apex Legends, more like
oh
Gay
wow.
Sex Legends.
Yeah, my coworker calls Smentai Asian porn. Cuphead.
That one kind of even like catches me off guard. Like, oh god.
All right. If you really want to get frisky, all you need is the vacuum.
Oh, dear.
Oh god.
Oh,
I would
This
not
sick
recommend
fucker's
it.
still going by. Have you seen the whitest kid you know? The vacuum
Yeah.
that gives blowjobs. $800. I just want to clean my apartment.
Yeah.
This sick motherfucker's still gonna buy it. Watch. God, it just seems so high.
you know what? Next time I'm in like a Sears and I see a dude buying a vacuum, I'm not gonna be able to not think about this.
Effing Animator says, "Hey Lance, once you go down that road, you ain't going back."
Wait, what? Referring to what? It's too late for us all.
The fuda.
I mean, Reese, look, man, your favorite search term, I'll leave to you, bro.
I don't search on PornHub. I know where to get the source.
He torrents it.
Actually, no. I
he's
don't.
like, listen, believing him.
I
Okay, so
utilize-
this is a good
I
point.
utilize DDL
This is a good point.
forums.
This is a good point. The only people searching hentai and all of these things that are in these categories are the people using PornHub because they're refined tastes that don't help them find what they're actually looking for elsewhere.
You know, you might be onto something.
Yep, I am. That's how we explain. Well, I don't need to explain away any of that shit.
The
beat off this
non-connoisseurs
for
that only
too long.
last 11 minutes.
All right. Yes. I hope you've made it to completion. You can, Reese. You can keep going
If you
for
enjoyed
another
this
30.
KOI, please tip here.
All right.
I'll go for 45 minutes next time.
All right. This is the OCA podcast where erections may last longer than 4 hours. So, in terms of pickups,
Orgasmic cum and
I
penetration.
will pick up.
Oh,
Speaking of cucking, I got a package from
Japan.
Mononoke
That's your
15th anniversary project,
Oh right.
and I couldn't help but notice that there was no fucking DVD in here.
They said that wouldn't be coming until 2023 anyway, so.
So I got
That's
this
today, bitch.
big ass shirt, a bundle of postocardos, and whatever the fuck that is, and no Blu-rays.
I have a question, AC. You're probably the biggest collection of anyone I've ever met. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you ever use the fucking postcards and notebooks and shit?
No, I
anyone?
hate.
Why put it in there?
Hate LEs. I love the nice presentation of the packaging, but at best, all I want is a soundtrack. I don't want stickers. I don't want erasers. I don't want any of that shit.
You
Don't
want
give it to
one
me.
sock to cover your dick on?
Sakamoto.
So, for Christmas, my brother-in-law gave me one of these. It's called Awachi. Hold on, let me go full screen. It uses e-paper It's open source, and you gotta build that shit yourself.
Wow.
So this one is for my wife. This is that at first glance looks like it's a sticker, right? That's on. But because it uses e-paper, which is effectively what an Etch-a-Sketch uses, it only updates once a minute with the new thing. So the battery lasts outrageously long. The only problem, of course, is that it's not waterproof. Of course.
Let me know if that thing can do military time.
Yeah, mine is on military time.
Okay, sweet.
2106. This is the one I built.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So the cool thing about it is that you can code it yourself. So you can customize the interface and everything. So for example, this one actually has like a pedometer. It's upside down now, but with how many steps I took. I haven't even worn it today, but and tells you the temperature and everything. So it's pretty cool, and you can actually change the interface. One of the ones that's available because it's open source is a screen that looks like a Pokemon battle, and it has like fight and run and all that. And then to the left of it, it says the time. So there's a lot of cool stuff about it. I thought it was pretty cool. Anyway, who else has pickups?
Not Discord.
Me.
Discord.
Okay, Discord it is. All right, Reese picked up
Demon Slayer: The Entertainment District Arc Standard
Hell
Edition.
yeah, bro.
Hentai edition.
Oh, what?
It's got
a foil,
like a foil slipcover. Part 1 and Part 2 had it. Movie and the Mugen Train TV did not have it.
So is the movie like released by a whole different company or something, and that's why all of a sudden everything is all fucked up about the movies?
I don't think so.
Or did they? I forget. Did they unfuck it up or refuck it up for the LE for this? I can't remember now.
They fucked it up hugely for the LEs.
No, season 2 complete went back to DVD Blu-ray height.
No, it did not.
Really?
I posted it in the anime chat.
No. Season 2, like the initial part releases were DVD height, and then the complete came in Blu-ray height, right?
No.
For the LE.
Mugen Train, and the Entertainment District Arc LEs are all DVD height.
Seriously?
Go to the anime chat.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just reacting because I saw this at Walmart and looked for a fucking Blu-ray.
Well, no, I'm talking about the standard editions are all Blu-ray. Yes.
Yeah.
The LEs you have to buy through Right Stuff.
Okay, so to be clear,
but for DVD height.
Just to be clear, yeah. So we're talking about DVD height, right, versus Blu-ray height. Now, if my collection were behind me and I could like grab it and show you, you would see that the expensive like $120 per part 1 and part 2 for the first season of Demon Slayer is Blu-ray height in an art box similar to this Death Note Blu-ray, right? And then the movie Mugen Train is like slightly taller than DVD height. And then for some reason, season 2, which has the Mugen Train arc and the Entertainment District arc, are also that high. Are you posting them in channel updates?
No, I am uploading it to the overlay.
Oh, okay. So you can just show us. Cool.
So
anyway,
is there an explanation as to why they do this to people? We're not
hate
uniform.
They hate the people who spend the
overlay.
big bucks.
I guess.
So there you go. So you can see the LEs for season 2 and the movie are taller than the ones for season 1. It's backwards. It's showing it should be read the other way, but yeah.
Well, yeah, in Japan that's how they organize their stuff, right to left too.
They could, yeah. It's an option. All right, so Seb picked up the Boogie Pop LE for $13.
For the UK release.
I
should get.
And the Ojamajo Doremi Blu-ray box. Enjoy, I guess. And then Initial D First Stage save edition. So, and then Mirage Leonardo picked up Batman Ninja, which we did a watch club for, and I thought it was excellent. Very fun. And then Footnum picked up.
Has a nice ass.
Yeah. Yes. I think that is.
Amen. Yes. Amen. I was all here.
Preach. Anyway, so Footnum, you picked up War Greymon, Magnamon, and a Gundam.
My first master grade Gundam. So the Digimon ones are model kits. The company put out like a bunch of other model kits, but they were the quote unquote amplified versions, which to me is just fan art that they officially seem to have released, and they look bad compared to their original designs. However, these ones are not amplified, and according to the one Digimon figure reviewer guy that I know of, he got these because he's like, they're actually like anime accurate and all that stuff, because he's a real stickler for that. So I'm like, okay, I'm getting. And I don't have a Magnamon figure that that I can actually display, so that's even better. And that's I just chose the coolest looking Gundam I could find that was like reasonably priced, that was a master grade. So the Blitz Gundam, I'm just like, oh, this thing looks cool. So yeah, there you go. And I also bought some other Gundam knickknacks that supposedly I can try and use for like painting or putting the decals on. So I'm gonna try and do some special stuff with this one for this round, because the other Gundams I've gotten are the smaller ones, and so far it's been pretty cool. It's a lot better to have the bigger pieces because you don't have to be as precise and all this stuff. And big shout out to Lashansky for his guidance, the Gundam Lord himself.
What made you pick Magnamon? I'm curious.
He just said it.
He was cheap and available.
Oh, okay. So okay. Well,
I didn't even know this thing existed for a good while. So then when I'm like, they have a regular non-amplified version of Magnamon.
Yeah.
And War Greymon. So I just got the two cheaper ones, and I'm like, cool.
I was just happy to see you pick my favorite Digimon.
You're a little late there, Pornbots.
Yeah, I did.
So, Drunkle John Cosplay asks, balls or no balls? And I have just put a poll.
Balls or no balls?
I can't vote? No.
You're not allowed to vote. You're the fucking host, you cheater.
Wait, where's this poll at?
You have to go to the actual YouTube link.
Oh.
Do you want me to share it? I'll put it in the private chat. Yeah, so full package all the way, because it's just weird when it's like engorged clit. Like, that's disgusting. Look, I need my freak of nature to at least be somewhat realistic.
Oh, God.
Oh, no package. So just to be clear, whoever's voting no package, it doesn't mean no dick. It just means no balls. You're voting for a Fuda with just no balls. I hope you remember that when there's nothing slapping your balls on it. All right, anyway, this has been an interesting podcast. Okay. And then
this is starting the year off right.
Yeah, he had this as well.
I mentioned that I had this one at one point.
Yeah, that's not a pickup. That one I got years ago. It's sealed still.
And then Nuxie picked up a bunch of stuff from the holiday sales. I see Turna Gundam, Higurashi Complete Collection, Shaman King,
Lupin.
Arion, a bunch of Lupin, which is always a good choice. Dragon Ball Z Kai, and more Lupin. And what is this one on the... I can't even read that. Does that say sweet?
Open original. Which one are you looking at?
The top one? Yeah. Zoom and enhance.
Sweet Blue Flowers.
Okay. And then Fantastic Detective Labyrinth, something or other. Psychopaths, Victory Gundam, Girls in Panzer der Film, Tokyo Godfathers and Pantheon Stocking.
I just
Well.
want to say it's quite interesting timing that he got Turn A Gundam, because that's the next art box I'm working on. Hint.
Nice.
Foreshadowing.
Oh God.
Of which Random
Also-
11 has seen the art I'm using for it.
Oh God.
I assume it's the nude art.
They use that on the UK art box, so I'm like, screw this, I'll use
The
it
nude
then.
art?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
No, you got to look. As far as I'm concerned, the fact that you aren't using the lewd art for your art boxes is just cowardice.
You know what? You know what? You know what? We need to reprint the Murder Princess one.
Oh my god.
If you're gonna make it yourself, and especially you're not even getting it printed at like Staples or anything, you're printing it at home. Go all out.
Well, I was just thinking, I
Dick
don't want
balls and all.
bring someone over and be like, "Hey, yeah, this
They
is
just see
Gundam.
the
Gundam's pretty
spine.
cool," and then they just pull it out and it's like, "What is this?" But
Nah,
the
they don't
problem is,
touch it.
if I got the UK edition anyway, it would have had that art on it. So I'm like, screw it. If I was theoretically going to have that art on anyway, I'll just put it on then.
So, Girls in
say
Panzer
you're a
DOS
pansy.
finale film 3,
Also.
Votom's complete collection. It is such a shame that nobody has properly released Votom's yet. Every time they release a new one, they fix one problem and open another problem up. Kanagawa Jet Girls, Orphan, which is great. Actually, season 2 is great. Season 1 is kind of meh. Season 2 is where it gets really good. Mr. Tonagawa, I think there was a conversation about Tonagawa and stuff here. JoJo, good choices. Are these the LEs? Or
These are the
standards?
standard editions.
These are standards. So this is, you're telling me this is what I should have gotten.
Why?
I guess you're cucked either way because the standard for set 1 doesn't come with a
Set 2.
slip cover.
Well,
Stardust. Oh,
they brought
That's
it,
just
go
the luck
down.
of
They
the
brought
draw.
up. They bought one from eBay, fixing the problem.
got it. And then Foodnum picked up One Piece Stampede, and combatants will be dispatched.
I got the Steelbook because it somehow came back in stock. I thought it was way out of print and expensive, and then suddenly it's like, yeah, $30 in stock. And it
I mean,
didn't come with
I don't
that.
want to open this can of worms. Maybe it's just the Steelbook reflecting a dark surface instead, but it looks kind of low quality and bootleg. And the Funimation sticker has rounded corners. That is a bootleg.
No, they've had rounded corners the
No.
whole time.
No.
Yeah.
No. I am going to find. How come there's no sticker on this Funimation? How dare you?
That's
No,
bootleg.
because-
You got bootleg, man.
Dude,
Right
what are you
stuff.
looking at? Mishoku Tensei or what?
No, it was Shadow's House. God damn it. It
You
was
gotta
the
go
first one
back to
it was the first one I
pre-April.
pulled up. Demon Slayer.
Isn't it just dull because it's got the plastic still on it?
It could
Probably.
He's
be.
talking about the rounded
I'm
corners.
talking
on the
about the
sticker.
rounded corners on the sticker there.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
also
fuck.
you also said that it didn't. The reflection looked bad.
This is new, right? I bought this one on eBay, didn't I?
Oh,
this
look,
might be a
it's
bootleg as well.
rounded.
Yeah, look, it's rounded. Good
You
job.
gotta-
Charlie.
It's
You gotta
almost like that's what they
Counterfeit as
do.
well.
How about the other steelbooks?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is one of the steelbooks came from eBay, so I don't know.
Well, I think the second one you got off of Crunchyroll.
Yeah,
Dude,
store.
how easy is it to bootleg a steelbook? That sounds like a pain in the ass.
It seems worth it when they go out of print, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Damn it, everything
either
in here
way.
is right stuff. I can't.
but selling it for
everything in here is
$30
this
bucks.
Say what?
I mean, even if it was a bootleg, like I don't care. It's a freaking steelbook,
Where'd you
and
get
I got
Like
it. I got it so it could match if I get the French steelbooks for the movies we didn't get. And what is it for combatants that will be dispatched? I hate to say it, but Danny betrayed us in the out of print Discord, our channel, the out of print alert channel in our Discord. Danny said, "Oh, combatants will be dispatched is no longer available on Right Stuff." So I'm like, "Oh no!" And then I looked on Amazon.ca, and it was only available from third party for $100 and more. I'm like, "Oh no!" You must be right. So then I saw my local retailer had it in stock for $75. I'm like, okay, I'll get it while it's still not like stupid prices. And after that, Right Stuff has a sale and it's in stock.
It's
And it's
actually
only
not.
like
It's no longer available now.
Why has the
Okay.
video been on me this whole time?
Because you were looking for a sticker.
Yeah, but I didn't find one.
We were hoping for those.
I only found that I also have a bootleg.
ones that the internet needs. and won't.
But it not only did it come back in stock there, but Amazon.ca also got back in stock for was it cheaper? Yeah, it was like $68. So I'm just pissed all around. I'm like, great.
I mean,
thanks, Danny. No,
I'm gonna point out.
I'm kidding, Danny. Don't worry.
I'm just gonna point out that it is those
on
moments.
Amazon US.
It is those moments though that drive us to go in and get something that we more than likely would have continued to procrastinate over, because I can think of a few series I'm regretting not picking up right now.
Yeah.
That I should
So,
just bought,
in regards to the disgusting no package category, Drogo John Cosmos says it is disgusting, but the holy text of Bible Black.
Dear God.
Diamond Black Crotch Cup ahead.
Reese's favorite anime.
Chastising me for not
watched it.
telling her ahead of time that no package means a dick with no balls.
No. I think she's saying post nut clarity would be nice before she votes, so she knows that she's not making a irrational decision. Right? That's exactly.
So hold on. Do you get post nut clarity if there's
without
no balls?
the package?
See, that's my theory, is that it's just cruel.
You're constantly you're constantly post nut clarity because you have no nuts.
No, if there's no balls there, then it's clearly an engorged clit, so it's post clit clarity.
Starting off the new year right. Demonetized, I'm sure. Especially the fact I didn't monetize us. So, guys should probably get on that. All right, so I will pull up the next image before the echo comes to me. Mirage Leonardo picked up this. Talk about it while I step away and monetize us. Sonic Pez, nice.
The thing that sticks out to me the most is
the shaving foam.
Yeah. I'm kind of jelly. I wish I got that.
Oh, I like the Ferrero Rocher.
And I like the number of toothbrushes he somehow needs.
Right? Yeah. Did he?
Before the podcast,
they literally recommend you change your toothbrush like once every month or so.
Oh bullshit! I haven't changed mine in like 4 years.
The reason
Brad
I don't
only brushes like once a month anyway.
The reason I don't get sick is because I brush with the bacteria, bro.
He brushes. You don't even rinse your toothbrush when you're done. You're like, I'm just gonna put it right back in.
I have so few teeth. There's no wear on my toothbrush.
Oh God! All right,
I buy toothbrushes for life.
The only time you should replace your toothbrush is when the vibration function burned out. Nice. Okay, and the Batman Ninja, cool. Oh, and then we're at the bottom of pickups. Cool. All right, so I will put down podcast
212.
212. Who joins? Random 11. Okay. All right, cool. Meanwhile, monetization is going as you'd expect.
Also, apparently, was it? It's not that one. It's the.
We're still monetized. What? How?
Lance and Footnum. Lilithmon is Bestmon. Fight me, whores. Trust me, I would get a Lilithmon model if they had one.
Who's Lilithmon again?
She's the one with big titties and looks like Lilith. I don't know.
No, she looks like a babe, is what she looks like.
Well, isn't the point of Lilith that she's kind of like a succubus where she's supposed to allure you in?
Lilith generally, I don't want to explain to you what a Lilith is.
Hello.
Isn't Lilith the
smaller category? It's like
no,
smaller.
You're thinking of Lilith from Darkstalkers.
No,
Lilith
isn't Lilith and Lilim?
What anime is Lilithmon in?
Digimon.
What? No shit,
Jesus
Sherlock.
Digimon Fusion, or also known as Cross Wars.
So
That's
in
what I was looking for.
in Mesopotamian and Judaic
She was
mythology,
censored in the our release, though.
Lilith
sadly.
was the first wife of Adam, and
Yeah, I
supposedly
was gonna
the
say, like-
primordial she-demon. Lilith is cited
Yeah,
as having been
seductress.
banished from the Garden of Eden for not complying with and obeying Adam.
She's
See,
the
I
seductress.
do believe
Let
that.
that be a warning to you, succubi. Better
Oh.
obey.
Hold on. I have found a new competitor for Marin.
Oh
What?
God.
Sorry, what?
No.
Oh, Maureen?
Oh, Maureen. Oh, okay.
Marin.
Once again, Lance said it before, and I guess you just said now. When you say Marin, I think of Krillin's daughter. So please do not put that in my mind.
It's his girlfriend. He named his fucking daughter after his ex-girlfriend. How do you get away with that?
That's
Right.
even weirder.
Can we please back
Am I too loud again?
No. There are
gift.
strict guidelines that YouTube has for how long you can have
Titties on screen.
non-sexy sexual things on screen before they start enticing. Yes, please come on. Speaking of full package. Okay, hold on.
Oh, where's that one clip? What was
Alright,
it, Ace Attorney or something? That one, that one where it's just out and outtake.
Okay.
I want to put the pedal.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Is that the original or from the remake? It is the original. Next to Parasite, it is the original. Nekavolt says Lance and Footnam, Lilith mom is best mom.
We just covered that.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
that was
covered that. Like,
Nekavolt.
Orphan
I
was
liked
the remake.
Orphan. I haven't seen the remake. I haven't seen it either. Even though I voted the vote keeps me to Footnam should embrace his whore nature and not hide how he feels. Okay.
What?
Lewd Gundams is not something I would search, but to each their own. I mean, can a chick nut? These are the deep philosophical questions entertained on the OCA.
What is a
podcast.
woman?
Oh
What is the scent of a woman?
Start the new year right. You're welcome. Now I want to know what the host/chat think about whether or not a chick can nut.
I think there's more chats. I'm looking at the shit on my phone. I think someone
You
else.
need to clarify this question. Nekavolt.
I changed mine the first of every month, actually.
What?
Boy, I have. Oh, the toothbrush. Okay. I have realized who was saying it. I'm curious too. See, that could have been the engorged clitoris. I don't know. Oh dear Lord! But my teeth look really good.
Before or after the nut?
Toothbrush is a lifetime commitment. Who wouldn't smash Lady Devamon?
Lady
I mean, that's a
Devimon's
good competitor
pretty
too.
good,
Let's be
I
real.
liked Rosemon. Rosemon was pretty good.
Oh, dude, Rosemon, good too.
Look, all
But-
I'm saying is there have been plenty of
Get off the
videos
guard of bar.
about which Pokemon are the most smashable.
But
But
Digimon is
nobody
like
even need to do
kilometers.
that for Digimon because it's obvious.
No, Digimon has kilometers of more actual, like, way better candidates to smash or pass.
Like I mean, I wonder would they even let? Hey, Kari, can you get Angemon over here? I need a favor.
Kari doesn't have Angemon. That's TK.
Angelwoman.
Angelwoman. Okay.
I mean, someone wanted that poll.
What is an Angelwoman?
Do you think? Okay.
That is
Fuck
a
yes.
shirt.
Okay.
That is a
No,
shirt.
No, seriously, right now, we have to take Matt Walsh into Stable Diffusion and get, the anime form of Matt Walsh asking, or maybe like give him Ty's hair or whatever. That has to be a shirt by next podcast. What is an Angelwoman?
Did I already pose you guys the philosophical question of, is Angelwoman bestiality because she comes from Gatomon, which is a cat?
I could have sworn I listened.
I don't
someone
think
had
it's
this conversation.
bestiality to smash pussy.
Well, there we go.
All right, anyway, moving on. In Kickstarter news, Cat Shit 1 3D project. Did we talk about this last podcast? I think we did.
You did.
I think we did. Yes.
Yeah, so it's God, it just feels like ages since last podcast.
I don't think it's gonna make it, guys.
Yeah, please back it. I really want this stupid Blu-ray. It's Blu-ray 3D. It's fucking cool. Look, I'm telling you, just fucking watch it on YouTube and think to yourself, damn, I wish this was more than 480p. Wait, there's a way. Back it on Kickstarter. There we go.
Oh my god, you get 3 formats.
Yeah, Blu-ray 3D, Blu-ray, and DVD.
It's not 4K though. Can't buy. No.
Fuck that
0
noise.
tape.
Look, you
Yeah,
can watch
you're
it with
right.
your VR headset.
What the hell?
You can watch
I
it in
mean-
PlayStation VR, dude.
The 3D element. You can watch it through your VR instead of having that stupid TV.
Oh,
gimmick.
I was thinking VR. Like you can look in the world rather than it just being a 3D
You
outlet.
can
Gotcha.
be in the cat shit world.
Oh wow.
You
Sounds
can
great.
relive the PTSD of Iraq and Afghanistan. All right. Anyway, in other news, so you guys remember that there were 3 Santa Company Kickstarters released simultaneously?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, Kickstarter didn't take too kindly to 2 and 3, as the funding has been suspended by Kickstarter.
I think they had a
For
problem
spam?
with one company having multiple Kickstarters going at the same time.
Yeah, I think they viewed it as spam. So this one, I don't know what I bet you they're going to do this one and then the next one and then the
When
one
this
after
one-
that.
yeah.
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 So you can back it, you can not back it. I don't care. Also, a little bit of news here. Chrono Trigger inspired RPG Sea of Stars. Remember we talked about this? Launches summer 2023. So it was previously delayed.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And it's now got a definitive launch date in the summer. So that's fucking cool. Now this is also interesting. Previously, when we reported on this, they were looking to have a stretch goal where they would have Yasunori Mitsuda, the composer for Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, do a track for the game. Well, apparently, he's doing the whole game. It says here the new footage from there. So hold on. The Chrono Trigger inspired RPG was recently delayed to 2023, but this is the first time we're hearing summer launch window. The news was revealed during the final day of Nintendo's week-long Winter Indie Showcase, in which we saw some new and absolutely enchanting gameplay footage from Sea of Stars. The new footage shows a group of characters floating down a river at night and crashing down a pair of waterfalls. At one of the waterfalls' base is a natural fountain that shoots the characters into the air and onto a platform above. The environments and character models look utterly gorgeous, and I can't wait to play it this summer, blah, blah. We also got to hear from Sea of Stars legendary composer Yasunori Mitsuda, who's known for his magnificent body of work, which includes Chrono Trigger, Mario Party, Smash Bros., and Xenoblade. Also Xenogears. Or Xenosaga, not Xenoblade, or not whatever. Only episode 1 of the first game of Xenosaga. Anyway, Mitsuda explained how he's working to give Sea of Stars that, quote, Super Nintendo style sound, while also ensuring all aspects of the game feel unified. In case this is the first you're hearing of Sea of Stars, it's a retro turn-based RPG drawn up in a style of 16-bit classics like the aforementioned Chrono Trigger, but also Dragon Quest III, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, and Secret of Mana. Sabotage, which is the company making it, is known for the acclaimed 2018 action platformer The Messenger, which also looks like it came straight from the 16-bit era. Quote, promising the Sabotage touch in every system, Sea of Stars aims to modernize the classic RPG in terms of turn-based combat, storytelling, exploration, and interactions with the environment, while still offering a hearty slice of nostalgia and good old simple fun. So, I have not played anything in the last 20 years besides Minecraft and Silent Hill. And this is the first game that I've like really, truly just been excited to actually sit down and play. So I'm looking forward to it. And if you guys are fans of the games that were mentioned, you should check it out. Moving on.
Yeah, I saw that update.
Oh, also check out Chained Echoes on Switch. It's Chrono Trigger with mechs.
Yeah, that's the thing I brought up to Brad. I said, didn't we cover this Kickstarter ages ago on podcast or something? Because I backed that one as well when you brought it up, whenever it was, and
Right.
that one finally launched in December earlier. I've only played a bit of it, but yeah, the other one though that we brought up, like Ayuden,
Mhm.
Chronicle, I'm so pissed about, because they made like a separate like game that is the game or whatever. It's like Eiyuden Chronicles Rising or something, but it's a separate thing, and they released it first. But it isn't for backers unless you did like one of the upper tiers, I guess, maybe. But the point is, it's like, dude, do I not get this part of the game because I came in early to help you fund you guys being able to make it possible? Why'd you even make this stupid other game? I want the main game I paid for. Don't put out this other crap that I can't even get. Anyway,
Wow.
rant over.
Okay, so real quick,
I'm sorry to interrupt this. I just learned that Lady Devimon digivolves from Chojin Gatomon.
no.
You didn't know that?
Hold on. Digimon digital tree is weird. Like
didn't
they
know
all
that?
kind of go into each other. Do with that as you will.
Okay.
It's weird. Like the Digimon, if you play Cyber Sleuth, like you'll understand how like the Digimon coding works. Like they kind of go up and down a tree. The anime is not true to form in some regards.
Cyber Sleuth isn't either. Some of the what is it called? The evolution trees are kind of
Fucked off.
inaccurate.
Yep, that's how it is. So I want to address real quick. Mirage Leonardo said, "Oh, by the way, in the Kickstarter news, I think it's under gaming category in Discord. I posted a link to the Frog Quest Kickstarter. It's inspired by the Mario and Luigi RPG games. I highly recommend watching the trailer on stream. I can't. I mean, I can watch it, but I can't like. I don't know if it would be safe for me to, because I didn't pre-upload it to test. But just a heads up, I was already past, like I basically, there's a cutoff time on articles that are getting shared that have to basically get saved for next podcast. So this will be considered one of them. No way. So anyway, this one, I saw that you posted. I'm going to share it today. But I otherwise didn't, would have covered it next podcast. So you were saying it's Mario RPG, Mario and Luigi RPG, you said?
Who are you talking to?
The
Mirage
chat.
Leonardo. I would definitely play it if I had time. It looks
Don't
fucking
ever.
awesome. It kind of reminds me of Mario and also like Earthbound a little bit.
AC's new dream now. Become a game streamer.
That would be way more sustainable.
If I had the time, I'd love to.
Have game.
I've talked about this in the past, like how there was a moment in my life where I stuck to collecting anime instead of keeping up with video games that were coming out, because you can only afford to do one, you know? So I there's a bunch of games that I never played, you know, a whole, you know, generation of gaming that I haven't experienced. And I thought it would be cool if I actually had the time to just spend an hour a day on Twitch or so, you know, playing games that are suggested to me that I missed out on, and catching up on some indie games too that were caught my eye, but never actually sat down and played.
Sure.
So
Anyway,
it looks pretty cool, man. I'm definitely interested. I'll look into it and we'll cover it again next podcast. It has. Oh wait, what? Wish list on Steam. Oh, it already happened. Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. It's too bad that we didn't know.
Just
about it
a PSA: if anyone has Prime, make sure to be claiming your free Prime Amazon Prime games, because they give away games for the Nintendo Switch and for PC, GOG. Just make sure to check that if you pay for Prime, it's literal free games. Like you actually
same with Epic Games. You don't even have to pay except with your information. But it gives you like 2 new games a month for free on PC.
So,
but a bigger PSA is use your free Twitch Prime subscription on us on Twitch.
Yes. All right. So moving into convention news at Comiket, the Bocchi the Rock mangaka got a Bocchi spot at Comiket 101. So effectively, I don't know if you guys have watched Bocchi the Rock this last season or whatever, but apparently the main character is like a super introvert, and she starts playing guitar to try to make friends or have some sort of skill. So because she has no friends, she practices for like 6 hours a day, and all that. So and she gets really good or whatever. And because she's kind of like a shut-in and outcast, they're saying that this is the most Bocchi thing to happen to the creator of Bocchi, where while the more popular Dojin circle stands usually get more spacious areas at Comiket to help ease traffic, Bocchi the Rock mangaka Aki Hamaji was greeted with the unexpected notice that their stand would be moving out into the parking lot outside the actual convention hall all by its lonesome. Photos depicting the line to Hamaji's booth, which are staggering despite his stand's location. So in spite of it being outside in the fucking parking lot, where you don't even need a pass to get to it, I guess, massive lines for it. So a large amount of otaku wanted to pay respect to the mangaka that created the work adapted into the supposed anime of the season, despite the fact that Hamaji's Dojin Circle was selling an Azure Lane Dojin, completely unrelated to the serialized manga. Hamaji had previously gotten a corner spot inside one of the halls, but as Comiket applications are usually done well in advance, there was no anticipating the giant following the series and the author would attain. As such, emergency preparations had to be made on the day of the convention, leading to a long line of otaku waiting to buy from the mangaka in the cold. Anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. When is Cat Shit 1 getting a sequel? I'm not sure. It would be cool. Nekavolt says, didn't me and you, FDDM, have this conversation regards to the Anjawamon smashing lol? Gatomon would be suspect, though. Even Chojin Gatomon? That's racist. So hold on. That picture you put in of Gatomon, is it really called Chojin Gatomon?
Reese
is muted.
It's called Black Gatomon. Damn it, I was muted that whole time. What is it? I said for the Nekovolts thing, yeah, I'm pretty sure I did have that conversation with Nekovolts, but I want to present it to the whole panel. But she's called Black Gatomon. However, mysteriously in one of the new games, they renamed Black, or no, not the new game. I think, is it the card game? I don't know. They renamed I think it was the card game. They renamed like Black Augumon or something to something else.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, it's like Japanese translation to English can be rough. So
let me explain real quick. The reason I asked is because when I don't know if it was Reese or who said Chojin Gatomon, I thought it was completely serious, right? That's what the name was. And then when I saw
it's Black Gatomon.
Yeah, when I saw a glimpse of the character and I realized the character was black, the wheel started turning. I was like, oh, wait a minute, was that the joke?
Yes, that was a joke.
Yeah,
that's the only time you've ever used that phrase besides the Chojin article.
Well, we use Chojin all the time. It's our stand-in phrase for our respected black colleagues. Anyway,
never heard that before.
Chojin is Japanese for God King. So anyway,
we have elected to say Chojin instead of black or the N-word.
We right. Those were the options. Okay.
Put him since you're 1/16th. Can you get away with this?
Hey, I'm 1%. Okay,
tell that to YouTube.
Oh, I don't know. Never mind. Continue. Moving on.
Let's see.
I didn't think you would get the weight of what I was saying when I said Black Gatomon.
I got it. Okay, as well as Cosmic Star Heroine. I don't know. I'm way behind on gaming. Not everyone can see 3D because you need both your eyes to work together. That is true.
Really?
Depth perception.
Yeah. Oh, I guess this is news to Lance.
Please break that down for Lance.
Oh, come on. It's like you planned this. Well played.
Some people see in 2D.
The only 2Ds out. Never mind.
Some people see in D's nuts.
Oh, effing anime addict.
I knew your favorite search
effing
was
anime
2Ds,
addict
you
shares
motherfucker.
your visual
That's his-
aids.
That's his favorite dimension is D's nuts.
What were you saying, AC?
Effing anime addict actually shares your visual impairments. They said had my comment about 3D had nothing to do with Lance. It had to do with me personally. I've never been able to see 3D. Well, let me just tell you, it's a bit overrated.
It's a,
I remember being given the the red and blue whatever glasses
Oh, I
as a
hate
kid,
Anaglyphic
and then
3D.
and then there's the other 3D ones that are like better or whatever.
The one that
And
they
I
started
wonder
using
why
with
the camera
Avatar.
doesn't work.
The one that they started using with Avatar.
Yeah, so
The
there's
real 3D?
stereoscopic and there's anaglyphic. Anaglyphic are the red and blue. I don't think Avatar was the first one to use stereoscopic, but it
Like the first
became
one I remember
popular.
using.
It became popular with Avatar because they actually developed a camera. Do you know how this works? The camera they developed. So in order to shoot in 3D, you need to have two cameras that act like your eyes, right?
Mhm.
But the problem is that cameras are so massive that they can't actually get two separate cameras inside of each other clipping to record
Oh
at the same
my.
time. So what they do instead
double
is they
penetration.
point one camera up at a mirror that's angled in order to give it the view as if it was like offset like
Oh,
your
wow.
eyes are
That's
from
cool.
from your vision, and that's how it captures the same thing from two different angles, which can then be composited into a 3D
filter.
environment, right? And of course with Avatar they actually developed something even beyond that where James Cameron was able to see when he would look through the viewfinder of the camera, he would see the 3D models, because he's looking at the actors who are wearing the motion capture suits.
Mhm.
So he would be looking at them and framing up the shots, and he would be looking through it and seeing what is the world called? Pandora or whatever? Is that what it's called?
yeah.
So he would be seeing that instead of the green screen or whatever behind him. Anyway, moving on. So more updates here on The Witcher. After Henry Cavill exits the series, allegedly over issues with the canon, Netflix's The Witcher showrunner Lauren Hissrich claims that the upcoming third season, quote, is the closest thing that we've done as a one-to-one adaptation of the books, which is meant to tell you, oh, he's wrong. This is exactly like the books. So
Which
when
book
it's
are
all
they
woke,
reading?
so when it's all super woke and everything, that's in the books, people who didn't read the books. But in actuality, when I read this, what I hear instead is everything we've done so far has been so far away from the books that the one thing that we took from the books scene for scene now makes this season the closest thing we've done as a one-to-one adaptation. So anyway, again, Henry Cavill is leaving and being replaced by Liam Hemsworth. There is a new spin-off series that came out, I think, on Christmas called The Witcher Blood Origin.
Blood Origin. Oh my god, that looks amazing.
Sarcasm hinted?
Yeah. Heavy sarcasm.
Heavy sarcasm. Heavy sarcasm. All right, so this is Netflix promotes The Witcher Blood Origin by virtue signaling its featuring of the first kiss between two men in the show and a deaf character using sign language.
That's how desperate these people are to gain points, is that they have to take every sub series and be like, it's the first kiss in this, the first gay kiss in this. It's like, what if it wasn't designed to have gay kisses in it? It doesn't have to, but it's like, okay, we can celebrate this, guys. Let's add a gay kiss in it. Let's also add what's that Asian lady they got as the main character? This place is so multicultural. Oh my god,
There's
that
something
haircut.
very derp about this horse
It looks like
who might be in mid sneeze.
I'm reminded of the horse from oh fuck, what's that
Berserk?
one?
The
That
rape
one?
horse?
No, that one. The mech show with the little fairy thing.
Oh, or Battler Dunmine?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. The horse in the opening? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Something about it is very funny. It has like this almost human with Down syndrome look to the hair, and then like something about it is quite funny to me. Anyway, so yeah, they're basically like, whoa, diversity, equity, and inclusion, the anime. I mean, the live action series, the Netflix show. So yeah, it has a
abysmal score.
There's terrible. But it has dwarves.
That's how Europe was back in the day.
They had the AI horses.
Well, I mean, The Witcher doesn't take place in Europe or anything, so anyway, I saw this. Sorry, I hadn't looked through these images yet. I just wanted to see them all before I mercilessly mock it with this next image. I saw on 4chan, on the 4chan board on Reddit. Ding 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 ding. Right, like ring the bell every time something woke happens. So anyway, now about Blood Origin. This is an interesting take. The Witcher Blood Origin ending sparks a theory that Netflix is going to address Geralt's recasting by rebooting the entire series. So in The Witcher, have you guys seen the first season?
No.
There's a sequence
I've seen the first season.
So in
I have to, but it's
in The Witcher, the story that is being told in the first season takes place over hundreds of years, because Geralt is immortal, and so you see stuff happening, and you at first are meant to believe that it's happening concurrently, timeline wise, but then as you're paying attention, you start to realize more and more that these events are being talked about in the past while you're watching them happen, depending on who's on screen, right?
Excuse me, Geralt is not immortal. I died in the game multiple times.
Okay, so anyway, there's a sequence in the show where Ciri is playing dice in the town square or something, right here, and she looks over and sees Geralt. Okay. Now they're saying here that in the Blood Origins final episode titled Of Mage's Malice and Monstrous Mayhem, a character seemingly used the monoliths to travel between the various worlds of the multiverse. The mage, oh dear Lord, of Valach, is transported to the city of Sintra some 1,500 years into the future, where he soon takes notice of young Ciri, right, playing dice on the streets with her friends, as noted by the YouTuber who proposed this theory. This same dice game was first depicted on screen in the first episode of the core Witcher series. Likewise, during this dice game, Ciri finds herself overwhelmed with the uneasy feeling that she's being watched. However, rather than eventually discovering that the pressuring gaze she felt was that of Geralt, as she did in the 7th episode of the Witcher's first season, in Blood Origin, the Blood Origin retcons that story so that Ciri instead meets the gaze of Avalok himself, who smirks in response to his being noticed. So the idea is that it seems as though they may be completely uncanonizing everything that occurred so that they can start over with Liam Hemsworth Geralt. And it'll be interesting to see where that goes. I think it is doomed and beyond repair as it is. Any thoughts?
I wouldn't be surprised if they took the opportunity to just make it like I guess Geralt just, I'm sure, yeah, Alucard him and have Ciri be the main character, full stop. That's it now. They kill off Liam Hemsworth the first episode, and that's Ciri all the way.
And then blame people for being sexist for its failure.
Yeah, so skipping on from here, Voltus 5 Legacy brings back the classic combination pose. So it's the Filipino live action movie. Yeah, from the Philippines. And it looks pretty good considering, you don't expect the Philippines to have, particularly good, compositing and CGI effects, but they look pretty decent. And it seems like a good faithful adaptation. Even the fat character is super fat, but seems to be the shape of the anime character versus just throwing a fat guy on screen, right? Like he actually embodies the character quite well. So it's interesting. I hope we get a physical release over here. Here he is, fat guy. Anyway, that's it. Well, okay. There might be an omake down here.
There's omake.
Oh, he did the double Hitler.
I like how it. I like how the beam.
Crotch.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
My comrades.
Anyway, all right.
Oh,
It's
by
gonna
the way,
combine
I
on
I
TV
linked you
screens.
the Black Gatomon.
It says
and-
it's going to combine on TV screens in 2023. Is it a TV series or a TV movie? Because it looks like fucking enormous budget for.
Probably a TV series. I would have imagined them putting all this effort for a TV movie. It'd have to be a TV series.
Well, a TV series shouldn't get this much effort either. But it is pretty big in South America and other places, so who knows? All right, you sent me Black Gatomon.
Just open the 3 links I sent. You'll see the first one is proof of her name, and then the second one is what I saw with Agumon. How they I don't know, for some reason they didn't name him Black Agumon.
Oh. Just tan Agumon, I guess. All right, so
Oh, it gets cut off.
It looks like Black Gatomon knows how to handle some meat.
Eat her meat. Eat your meat. But yeah, there it says Agumon. Then it says Agumon.
are you telling me that they race swapped Agumon?
Those bastards.
I don't know. As you see, they actually did write Black Gatomon, so they don't have a problem with putting black before the name. So
Well,
I don't know what's up with that. They're just treating him as if he's always been black.
Play this card without saying.
That's not true though. There's a bunch of
Oh,
other
is
classic Agumon.
he black or is he gray? Because they wanted to canonize it when he becomes Greymon.
Yeah, well, no. You'd think that Greymon would be gray, but Greymon is blue, like the cover of Metal Greymon on Digimon World 1. That's the black, Metal Greymon, who has blue skin, and then it's Black War Greymon, which is actually black.
Fuck, I'm already tired. This is not good. All right. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to get back to StreamYard. All right. Okay. In streaming news. Oh, what fun things to discuss we have. So I've been holding off on this topic for a couple of weeks as we've been trying to scramble to get other shit done. Crunchyroll's release of Sword Art Online Progressive Aria of a Starless Night censors the Asuna bath scene.
Is it
So
very
it's-
progressive to do that?
It's unclear whether or not it's using the production edit instead of maybe the Blu-ray edit. I'm not sure.
Or TV edit.
Well, I don't know because it's for a movie, right? I
Yeah.
mean, is it a TV movie?
Well, when they aired on TV, they probably edited it to make you buy the Blu-ray.
Apparently, Chris Pratt was stung in the eye by a bee. Funny how he's just doing his normal squint. But why do I have cookies or something came up here? Why is it all foggy now?
What's the phrase again? My dog sat on
My
a bee.
dog stepped on a bee.
Stepped on a bee. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so I've got this. Oh, disgusting.
Oh my! What is
I don't know what that
this?
is. So there's the censored and uncensored version, right? Yeah. So she's, because it's in a game, she's pushing the buttons to disrobe, and
That looks like the China version.
yeah. So in the censored version, it just hangs on the lit up scene and doesn't like bling, disappear and have her underwear underneath. And I've got a clip here for her getting out of the bathtub to give you an idea of the kind of editing tricks they tried. They just crop in real tight,
Yeah.
They just
All that.
orange brick that thing.
Yeah, so just a couple more things. The Crunchyroll version showed an establishing shot, uses the same audio but shows it, from a distance. Crunchyroll version blurs out,
Cloudy's the water.
There's nothing explicit. There's no nipples or anything.
Yeah.
But it's still
Still though.
going through it. Anyway, moving on. And again,
Just better Blu-ray.
it's unclear whether or not they were given the movie version or I don't know. It's unclear if the movie version in Japan, I doubt. It's unclear if the movie version in Japan was different from the Blu-ray version. Seems like a deliberate edit. Who knows if they received the deliberate edit or they made the deliberate edit, Now, Fuji TV's Run for the Money game show inspires a TV anime. Okay. Apparently, the fictional plot of your game show was so lit that it needed to become an anime.
I just can't wait for the Price is Right anime.
Right. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Anyway, also Detective Conan, the Chojin Hanzawa anime gets global premiere in February 2023. So again, this is the parody anime about the fiction, like the placeholder character they use when you're not supposed to know who committed the crime yet. Is he JoJo posing or what's going on here? Anyway, also, the weather outside is frightful in new Junji Ito Maniac Japanese Tales of the Macabre anime visual. So there is another Junji Ito anime now. This one is coming to Netflix, right? Is that what we discovered? So Junji Ito just cannot stop getting adapted into new things. And in brief news here, why the fuck are you doing this to me? I don't have glaucoma. Don't give me the glaucoma simulation, internet. So ousted Disney CEO Bob Chapek reportedly cooked the books to hide Disney Plus financial losses. In other news, Disney stock is down 44%. Massive drop. So during the company's Investor Day 2020 presentation, Chapek assured those in attendance that the company expected Disney Plus to achieve profitability in fiscal 2024. However, as per insiders who supposedly spoke to the Wall Street Journal, this is a near impossible goal to achieve due to the fact that the company has, in reality, lost more than $8.5 billion since Disney Plus launched and has posted bigger operating losses in each of the post 4 quarters. Further, in order to keep the warning signals from blaring, Chapek allegedly took to airing some Disney Plus originals, such as The Mysterious Benedict Society and Doogie Kamealoha, MD, on the company's other networks. So
they could have bought Bethesda for that much.
Right? Anyway, so it ain't looking good for Disney. There is a rumor going around that Apple might be interested in that they might be interested in being purchased by Apple. Which seems like, I mean, if you're Apple, you're probably one of the only companies who could afford that. And Apple has Apple TV with its own network of programming.
Shows.
So I think it's kind of possible. We'll see. Anyway, skipping right past that, let's talk about theater release news and get into a major topic for the evening. Only 3 hours in. So you guys remember we talked about the new Studio Ghibli Hayao Miyazaki film, How Do You Live?
Mm-hmm.
So Studio Ghibli producer thinks no marketing is the way for the new film. So Studio Ghibli co-founder and longtime producer Toshio Suzuki believes minimal to zero marketing is the way, as stated recently in an interview on the upcoming Ghibli film, How Do You Live? Where he cited the first Slam Dunk, meaning the Slam Dunk movie, as a success story for this type of marketing. You know, that movie that was beating out Avatar Way of Water. So the first Slam Dunk has been a major success in Japan, staying at the top spot in its fourth weekend and earning 1.295 billion yen in ticket sales in Japan worldwide. Okay. Suzuki cited the movie's success, even calling the marketing strategy the Slam Dunk method. Having no information increases the amount of anticipation for the movie. By knowing what'll happen, that takes away from the joy you feel. That's why this time we go through with this method. I thought, quote, wow, that is really smart. I really learned a lesson there. The sales keep going up, right? That's because nobody knew what to expect. In fact, pre-release chatter was more negative, but the sales kept rising as to defy that. E. Castro says, that's absolutely delusional. I do think Miyazaki's name carries a lot of weight, but why would they not want to market the film? Well, we will be looking at possible reasons shortly. So reactions were mixed on social media in Japan, with some agreeing it added value to the experience of watching movies in theaters live, but some worried whether Suzuki knew the controversy surrounding the first Slam Dunk, as the movie had replaced the Seiyu from the anime, went full 3D CG, and wasn't as faithful of an adaptation as some had hoped. Additionally, while Slam Dunk is a respected series with an already existing story to base off of, How Do You Live is an original film that only takes some loose themes from the book the title is inspired after, meaning it could create more confusion than anticipation. In reality, the first Slam Dunk wasn't the first recent movie to use such a strategy, which flies in the face of Western movies that have trailers spoiling entire stories. Some commenters brought up Shin Godzilla and Shin Ultraman, which did the same by only releasing trailers after the movie had released in theaters. Can you imagine? So any quick thoughts on this before I go into where I'm going with this?
No.
Okay.
Sometimes I mean, I do like the concept of going in blind and then it's more exciting, but I'd say maybe you need some marketing though. You can't do nothing because no one will know it exists. But anyway, go ahead.
I think the only time I would want to go and see something blind if it's like for something with a pre-established franchise. Like going to see the new Slime movie, I've not seen a trailer for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. So, as somebody who buys a lot of things as blind buys, I would just say 99% of the time they are misses. But the 1% of the time, it's even better because I went in blind. You know what I mean? So I would like to. I don't know. I'm almost certain that this isn't what's factoring into it, but I like to think that something that happened in the United States might be factoring into this a little bit. So a judge agreed that consumers can sue over misleading movie trailers. So there's this thing that a judge invented known as commercial speech that acts as an exemption to the right of free expression. And it's sort of rearing its ugly head here. So feature films are works of art. And so those who make them would argue are film trailers. Some famously effective ones, like an early teaser for the classic Jurassic Park, are entirely separate mini movies containing no actual footage from the film. Yet it is a general norm that a movie trailer consists of artfully edited scenes from a movie to give you a hint of what the movie has to deliver to its eventual consumer. Two ridiculous fans of actress Ana de Armas think violating that norm means someone owes a ton of cash. Peter Michael Raza and Connor Wolf got so excited by the sight of that actress having the protagonist sing something to her on a talk show in the trailer for the 2019 film Yesterday, which is that film, as you can see, he's like walking across Abbey Road. You might have seen a trailer for it. The guy literally gets hit by a car and isekai'd into a world where the Beatles don't exist. And he's the only one who knows their songs. So he ends up creating all of their songs from memory and becoming the biggest hit in the world, right?
Plagiarism in another world.
Yeah.
I got to see a free screening of that movie.
Oh, really? Is it good? I really wanted to see it.
It was okay. I mean, I liked it. It wasn't like the greatest movie of all time, but it was okay.
All right.
I wasn't
Real
sad
hard,
that I wasted my time watching it.
So, in the trailer,
and nowadays that's an achievement, at least.
You're not wrong.
so there's a deleted scene that's featured in the trailer where he's what is that guy's name again, Reese?
Something Corbin.
Yeah, Anthony Corbin.
James Corbin.
James Corbin. Where
There,
James Corbin is doing like he has like a late night show or something, and the lead character is a guest on the show, and the other guest on the couch is Ana de Armas, right? And they prompt him to write a song to her in the moment right away, and so he sings the Beatles something in the way she talks, something in the way, you know, and it is in the deleted scene. It is a contentious moment because his girlfriend in the movie is watching the segment and
From
feels inadequate over the fact that he is basically composed out of nowhere a love song to another woman, right? Because he was asked to on television, right? So they cut this film, they cut this scene from the movie entirely. And these fans who I guess like the actress that he was singing to in the trailer, who in the trailer you barely even see her. Like you see her, but you don't get shots that like, oh, that's Ana de Armas. You know what I mean? But anyway, they're suing over the fact that she was in the trailer but not in the actual movie, and a judge has decided to let it go through. So they're arguing. They got so excited by the sight of the actress that her being edited out of the final film as released was a huge blow to them. So huge a blow that they insist in a lawsuit they deserve compensation and damages for it from the film's owner and distributor Universal after renting and watching the film streaming from Amazon. I like the idea that the judge is just also a fan, and he's like, all right. You know, like yeah. So she was in about 15 seconds of the 3.5-minute trailer with no dialogue. The trailer did properly flag Lily James as the starring female lead. They are seeking, as Variety reports, get this, how much does it cost to rent the movie for streaming on Amazon?
Probably about $4 or $5.
They are seeking at least $5 million as representatives of an alleged class of harmed trailer watchers.
Wow.
This week, U.S. District Judge Stephen V. Wilson for the Central District of Columbia agreed that Wolf et al. V. Universal can move forward, at least in part, after considering what Judge Wilson characterizes as a, quote, blunderbuss of advertising, fraud, and misrepresentation claims. Universal tried to use California's anti-SLAPP laws, which, broadly speaking, provide certain legal relief against actions that would quash free expression, to throw out the suit, insisting its trailer, quote, furthers Universal's free speech rights regarding the movie, and the trailer itself is a protected expressive work. So if California's anti-SLAPP laws can't quash this, what does that mean for when Vic goes to the Supreme Court? So just a heads up though, California's constitution actually has even greater First Amendment protections than the U.S. Constitution. There's an extra clause in California's constitution that might make the anti-slap laws that California has less effective than the ones in Texas, for example.
So, if I were the lawyer, I would say, okay, provide your receipt that you actually, rented it on Prime or whatever it was.
For
And then
$5
when
million?
they can't, it would be
Yeah.
like, okay, you pirated it, so dismissed.
In his ruling, Judge Wilson agrees the trailer was an act of free speech, but alas, that wasn't the end of it, as it should have been. Universal tried to argue that De Armas being in the trailer was not a sufficient reason to believe they had made a misleading factual representation that she'd be in the movie. Yeah, literally, if the trailer said this summer, Jude Law and Anna de Armas, you know what I mean? Like, if it said that, maybe you'd have a reason. Look, I can get behind the sentiment of this because when Tony Jaa did Ong Bak, and that movie got super popular, there was an onslaught of movies that he was in some cases as an extra, that were getting released because they were cheap and easy to produce, where they put him front and center on the DVD box. So
it's
that
like Guyver all over again.
Yeah, so that you would buy it, and in the actual movie, you have to squint to even see that he's in it, right? Yeah. So I can understand the sentiment here, but a trailer versus posting the person on the freaking box art and putting their name above the title like they have this huge involvement when they have none is a completely different ballpark, right? So since the trailer did not explicitly state she'd be in it, there was no actionable misleading. Judge Wilson said no to that claim. I'm sorry, hold on. Universal tried to argue that her being in there was not sufficient reason to believe they had made a misleading factual representation that she'd be in the movie, since the trailer did not explicitly state she'd be in it. Judge Wilson said, no, bitch. By the reigning legal standards for misrepresentation, the trailer could be seen as something that would make a significant portion of reasonable consumers believe that the Armas and the segment would be in the movie. Judge Wilson poo-poos Universal's concern. Poo-poos is written with an H, like Winnie the Pooh?
What the fuck?
Judge Wilson poo-poos Universal's concern that future courts might absurdly litigate very niggling questions. Wow, that's a word.
What a word.
All right, Brad canceled.
Excuse me while I look up the etymology of niggling.
Very insignificant.
Causing slight but persistent annoyance, discomfort, or anxiety. I'm sorry.
So Randy Marsh might have been not too off on that Wheel of Fortune thing. Like, maybe that's the advanced version he was looking for.
I'm not following what you're saying.
In South Park,
no.
For Wheel of Fortune, he said, it's like categories, people that annoy you. And it was like N and then
naggers.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you now.
So what you're saying is it should be naggling.
They misspelled Trojan.
Oh. So it's from Scandinavian origin, and it means do in an ineffectual way, which seems kind of racist. Compare with the Norwegian nigla. Okay.
Wow, there's a lot of N's dropped in the last couple minutes.
Oh no.
Are you uncomfortable?
My 1% blackness is not the most comfortable.
The origin is uncertain, but likely borrowed from dialectal Norwegian nigla, to be stingy, to busy oneself with trifles. Dang. Ultimately from Old Norse, I can't even pronounce that.
Hold on, let me see what.
Oh no! No! I knew it was related.
Holy shit. Yes. I'm not talking to anything happening on the podcast right now. By the way, this is behind the scenes. Is me for me only. What the shit?
Not related to. Right.
All right, we're safe. We're safe.
Hold on. Where's the source on that sentence? I don't see a source on that sentence.
I don't want to click on it.
All right.
Oh my God,
I think
you guys.
I think
Y'all have hit the
trailer
mother
we're going
load
on
of
isn't a
bullshit
great
right
one.
now.
Is clicking on it, like the computer form of saying it? Where did StreamYard go? There it is. Okay. All right.
StreamYard is disowning you.
So I just would like to cancel Brian Doherty. All right. Now that I've lost, hold on. Let me just look up. What was it? Okay.
Dear Lord.
All right. So Judge Wilson poo-poos Universal's concern that future courts might absurdly litigate very niggling questions, like how long an actress appears in a film, what their significance in the film is, or whether they speak if this suit goes forward. I like how it's only if it's an actress. Like actors don't matter. Yes, you're gonna have to rewind.
Yeah, you got a lot to unpack here.
We're 3.5 hours in. We're talking about the niggling questions. Along with a surprisingly large number of legal complications that arise around this silly claim laid out in tedious detail in Judge Wilson's full ruling, including some claims the movie watchers had against the film studio for violating a long list of laws that were not allowed to proceed. Ultimately, Judge Wilson considers the plaintiffs deserve their day in court against Universal. He believes they, quote, have sufficiently alleged that the trailer is false commercial speech.
Yeah,
and
so
that
give
sort
them
of
a refund. How is that not a settlement?
So is this going to like open up that No Man's Sky guy to fully just get raped in the ass by all the gamers?
I guess so.
And that sort of speech, quote, enjoys a limited measure of protection commensurate with its subordinate position in the scale of First Amendment values. The notion of commercial speech that gets less legal protection and in some non-textual way has a subordinate position when it comes to the First Amendment was invented whole cloth by the Supreme Court in the 1942 case Ballantine v. Christensen. Even in its overreach, it is meant to apply to speech that is, quote, purely commercial advertising. Hardly true for a movie trailer, which has its own pleasures and uses has its own pleasures and uses independent of making people buy a ticket, and whose distribution and use are generally very distinct from most commonly understood advertisements. The whole commercial speech doctrine on which Judge Wilson let this case proceed gives far too much leeway for clearly illegitimate intrusions on the rights to free speech and expression. Leeway courts have far too often taken. Beyond complicated legal parsings of what were meant to be clearly expressed rights, the lawsuit is just nonsensical on so many practical and reasonable grounds that I hope no judge or jury of sane Americans will grant the plaintiffs their demands after the case is finally heard in full. Trailers are frequently made and released before the final locking of a finished feature, and it's unreasonable to insist they must, on risk of legal punishment via the courts, only contain things in the final cut. Given that tort claims are made in and enforced by government court systems, they can unjustly punish expression even when Congress has not specifically passed a law punishing the expression. So what if the judge is just so burned out over the fact that Last of Us 2 had Joel in the trailer and then replaced him in the fucking game, and he's just hoping that if he lets this go through, that somebody will sue Naughty Dog over that,
or he himself could start a suit.
Yeah. Anime movie trailers show scenes that are not in the movies to show you what the scripts looked like before they were finalized. Japan has been doing this as early as Doraemon Steel Troops in 1986. Apparently, I dropped the mic. No, gamers are masochists. There should be an L at the end of that. Lou. Okay. Oh, this was Lou, as it should be LOL. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I don't know that we need to keep reading this, but I because it seems like they're going into their editorializing, and I just want to say, fuck their editorializing. Let's editorialize our own. I don't think this is going to go through. Like, I don't think Universal's going to have to pay. This is absurd. There are far more egregious trailers out there. Right.
At most, I would just like offer a refund, be like, "Here's your $5 to $20 back, or whatever it is."
Yeah. So
give it to him in like quarters or something. Here, go wash your car.
Yeah. So
Have a good time.
I would say I don't think it's going to go through, but on the chance it did, and this opened up a huge can of worms. This would be so fucking terrible for the movie industry, because imagine, like, occasionally there are sequences where in the final cut of the movie, the entire arcs need to be removed because they became unnecessary for one reason or another.
Or like how they in the Avengers Endgame trailer, they had a sequence in there where the Hulk is walking with the team, but in the movie he's not for specific reasons, and they left him out, and they left him in there because they didn't want to spoil that he wasn't going to be there. Right.
Or sequences where they purposefully, exactly what you said.
Yeah, I can understand with that set in perspective of Hulk being there for the trailer and not like that actually makes sense. And if you're paying attention, it'll make you go, "Oh shit, okay." So this is
like that actually is part of the experience of seeing the movie sometimes. Like they lie to you in the trailer on purpose or make it deceptively edited to make you believe one thing so that when it's revealed while watching the movie, for example, Terminator 2, I think the trailer gives it away, but if you did it right, you could convince the audience that the T-1000 is the good guy for reasons I have harped on far too many times on this show. He is dressed as a police officer. In the first movie, Arnold Schwarzenegger, dressed as a biker, was the bad guy. You could cut that easily to make it seem like he was still coming after John Connor or Sarah Connor, right? And then when you actually watch the movie, it doesn't betray what that premise is.
It would be one hell of a mind-blowing experience.
Until the moment in the mall when he says "get down" and pulls the shotgun out of the box of roses. Yeah. Right? So in some cases, the trailer, and again, I think the trailer actually ruins that spoiler, right? But like it spoils that twist. But the point is that sometimes you can use the trailer to create an experience that carries into watching the movie. Or as we talked about before, the One Piece movie with Uta, we talked about how all of the promotional material for it led me as an outsider barely paying attention to believe that Uta was going to be a new hero added to the cast. And instead, it turned out that Uta was the villain of the story, right?
I think that comes off just because you're inexperienced with the One Piece. It's like they're not going to just add a new character to the cast. That's kind of a more special thing.
Maybe not to the cast, but it would be a character that becomes a supporting character for that movie. In the same way that Melissa,
the token heroine of the film.
Well, like Melissa in the first My Hero Academia movie, right? Like she's not a character that then gets added into the show in a meaningful way, but she exists for the movie and was on the hero side as a supporting character.
the guy in the third one who's in the promotional a lot.
Mm-hmm. Rudy, is that his name?
The third movie.
Is that the one with Rudy? or whatever his name was.
One where
Brody.
where Deku is the villain.
He had that little animal bird thing that showed.
Yeah,
him.
The one where
fuck that
Deku is
guy.
the villain.
That character sucked ass. Get him out of there.
Yeah, but still, the same thing applies. You know,
Yeah.
he's widely.
And he wasn't a villain.
I'm glad that's your takeaway from Rudy. I was like, yeah, he kind of sucked, and then you just
Oh.
followed that up with, yeah, he sucked ass, and I'm like,
terrible,
yes.
All right. So anyway, so it creates a uncomfortable situation where what I think here's the ways you would handle it. From now on, if this goes through, trailers are going to have the artwork not final watermark, right? They're going to say sequences do not reflect the final product or something like that. Do not necessarily reflect
No
the final
promises here.
product, right? Or they're
honestly, if they just add that and fine print on the green, like this trailer has been approved for all audiences, if that's all that it takes,
yeah, that's probably what'll happen. And then the other alternative is that they're going to release the movie with all the sequences that were in the trailer, and this would be the most brilliant way to do it. Then release the theatrical cut or some made up thing simultaneously to get some people to go pay and see it twice, right? Which would actually probably be the new gimmick, right? Now, in terms of movies with trailers that had a sequence that you really wanted to see that weren't in the movie, in the trailer for the Transporter, in the sequence when they shoot the rocket launcher at his house, they cut out the scene where he deflects it with a trash can lid. And I will never forgive them. I don't believe that the sequence is on the DVD in a deleted scene. Anyway.
What about just wow, there we go. What about just like misinterpreting the trailer? Like the argument right now is, oh, well, this scene wasn't in the movie, so I'm going to sue because I was expecting this scene to be in the movie. But what if like it's
you go to Watchmen thinking it's going to be another X-Men movie, and then you get pissed off at your kids.
I mean, you could start going into that realm too. But like, what if someone cuts a trailer for like a kids movie and makes it seem like a horror movie, or vice versa?
Oh, like
and
the
so
new
you're
Winnie
like,
the Pooh.
Yeah, so they cut the new horror Winnie the Pooh movie as like a normal movie, and then it's like, oh shit, it's a horror movie. Like, does that count? Can I sue over that now?
The freaking start of Barbie is like all looks like it's a 2001 knockoff. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be all philosophical. And shit.
It's a Mario
It's
movie,
like,
but it doesn't have the
wait to
voice
see
of
that
Mario.
fucking
I'm
movie.
suing.
I am actually one of the most anticipated movies I want to see this year is Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling's Barbie movie. So there's that. What about that movie Army of the Dead, where they replaced an entire actor for every single shot? You know. So anyway, it seems like I can't believe the judge let it go through. Right, especially having watched the trailer and thought, "Are you fucking for real?" You know, like seriously. Like
we were trying to figure out, well, okay, who is she? Where's she?
Yeah, we were watching it and we saw like, because I don't know this actress Ana de Armas at all. So as I'm watching it, I'm thinking it's the girl that shows up in the trailer, and I'm thinking like, wow, yeah, if they cut her out, you know, like that does meaningfully change the story. And then it gets to the shot where she's actually in there, and I'm like, wait, is that her? You know, like, what? That? I don't even want to see that scene. You know, like,
you're saying that the judge. I was kind of paying attention. You saying that the judge didn't like he let this go through?
He's allowing. So basically, he did the opposite of what Vic's judge did. Vic's judge dismissed the case on anti-slap grounds. This judge said, "I'll allow it." Right. So that's
so much for rules.
Yeah. So anyway, any other thoughts before we move on?
Nope.
People are out of touch.
I brought this up with you when we were talking about the very first Mushoku Tensei teaser. Has like almost 90% of the footage shown in that teaser doesn't show up in the first season whatsoever. It's all basically like promotional shots of the characters.
Well, a teaser is different from a trailer.
Well, I mean,
Teasers-
it was basically a 2-minute thing showing off the animation style of what you're going to get.
Right. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about anime news. So just as a follow-up, we covered
We
this
can do
years
that?
ago. Yes.
Okay.
We've covered this before. Why can I not click? Can somebody add it?
Some
Thank you.
point,
What the
Mitchell.
fuck? Oh, I opened up a bunch of tabs. It was going real slow for me. So we've talked about this in the past. Kunio Okawara does these Zodiac themed Gundam designs for whatever, like Year of the Rabbit, Year of the whatever. Can we make this full screen? Holy shit, there we go. Boy, apparently asking my computer to open this many tabs has just murdered it. Oh, I guess this is all we need to see anyway. So here's the Year of the Rabbit themed Gundam. Look at the fucking knee pads. Usagi Gundam. All right, that's the thing. Moving on. All right, so that time I got reincarnated as a slime and reincarnated as a sword. Anime come together for a collab poster.
Oh God.
Now, this makes very little sense because Rumiru, is that the name? Rimuru?
Rimuru.
Rimuru, yes,
is in the picture twice.
He can multiply himself.
Yeah, but that doesn't. It's still kind of stupid
I'm not going to fight you there.
because
Look.
the sword is not her. The sword is a separate character.
Yeah, look, all I'm saying is you multiply yourself for a girl to touch you.
Considering how much
Anyway.
action he gets from Shion, I don't think he's desperate.
He doesn't get any action.
He's
period.
just a man whore.
He wears them titties, dude.
Okay.
He's a
That's not
non-binary
technically
whore.
action.
There are so many spoilers happening. All right. Also, Handyman Saitou in Another World and Uncle from Another World also isekai into a crossover. So there you go. I guess we got 2 crossovers for this one.
Cross Wars?
I believe they call that cross-dressing.
All right. What was the
Oh,
soldier in his 30s? Yeah,
after being kicked out of the Demon
Lord's Army. Yeah. So I just showcasing the trailer. Nothing to see here except for the immaculate tatas.
One framing device for a future thumbnail.
Well, I just realized I made at the last minute. I'm like, oh yeah, we got to talk about Vic, and I made a thumbnail for it. So I guess we aren't gonna. But I was gonna put this in the corner of the thumbnail,
Yeah, we're gonna just crop out
like
the
she's
hand
looking down
and
at whatever
dress.
else was in the thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm sure
but-
that won't make it look like, oh, those are the tatas he grabbed. No.
You know what? Maybe we should put it in there.
Anyway, so look forward to being in your 30s and still getting laid.
I think this starts airing on Saturday.
January 7th. All right. Culinary adventure heats up in campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill, PV.
Another prime choice for a thumbnail thing, but nope.
What? The feet?
the
The tatas, of course.
one-handled motorcycle.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Reese was saying she doesn't have enough horns. I like more handles.
I like 2 handles on my
2
ride.
handles. Or my...
Oh God.
All right. Anyway, so I included this. Mukoda Tsuyoshi, an ordinary salaryman, is suddenly transported to another world one day. The unique skill he gains upon arrival in his world is the seemingly useless online grocery. Mukoda is discouraged at first, but the modern foods he's able to bring to his new world using this skill prove to have some unbelievable effects. I mean, if I could just get Amazon to deliver in another world, I mean,
That'd be one hell of a perk, yeah.
all right.
Yeah, just bleed one world dry.
I mean, If you'd have to pay for food for the rest of your life, would you take it?
How do you
If I had to pay for food for the rest of my
no,
life, would I take it? I'm kind of stuck with that now.
dude? No, I think you're saying if you like
Could
the
not.
perk is never having to pay for your Amazon balance. How do
Yeah.
you restock your credits? You know, like,
God.
anyway. All right, I saw this.
Hmm.
Zem lives it up in Ningen Fushin. Adventurers who don't believe in humanity will save the world TV anime.
These names.
Yes, and I'm going to read to you the synopsis. The city of Turin in the Holy Kingdom of Dinez, I don't know, is a melting pot of races and professions. Adventurers looking to get rich quick-witted merchants, singing and dancing bards, nobles, holy men, beast folk, and more. The town itself is so labyrinthine that it has been nicknamed the Labyrinth Town. Nick, a heartbroken light warrior who has been kicked out of the martial arts adventuring party and deceived by his lover, is a resident of this city. Fed up with everything, he visits a bar only to find bad food, adventurers living it up, and uninteresting table mates. As he drowns his sorrows in lukewarm beer, all of his irritation and discontent burst forth in one declaration. Quote, "Humans can't be trusted!" He thought he was only voicing his own frustration, but in reality, the statement came from 4 voices. Thus begins the adventure of 4 people who each carry their own scars. Does this image convey that even a little bit?
Dude, come on, man. You
No,
got to understand.
Nothing with it reminds me of a Sentai title, man, where it's like they pick the clickbaitiest, like fan servicey.
Yeah. Like, where's the 4th individual? Like,
He's under the table.
Exactly.
humans can't be trusted, he said with one hand under the table.
The person, the humans can't be trusted, not demons.
All right,
You
I
said
would just
human, right?
I would just like to showcase something because anatomy is a pet peeve of mine.
Is it?
Random 11, do you see this?
The Toe Jammer?
Tenchi Muyo
What is
GXP
that
project
ear?
gets new Paradise Shido Hen anime. To which I ask, why is there an entire godforsaken galaxy occurring between this woman's ear and her eye?
That is pretty bad.
Like, this one's pretty bad too, but Jesus Christ.
She has the ability to like really flex that ear.
It looks like the big clump of where her hair is coming from is like completely off her head on the lob
Yeah,
side.
it's like it feels to me like they photo stitched and they were trying to get rid of a watermark and it added an extra like clump or 2 of hair before the ear started. It just doesn't make any sense.
Now, promotional
It's
art
almost
aside,
ideal porn.
You know what that
promotional
might
art
be?
aside, I am hype for this because GXP was great.
I was gonna say it might be like the official art was side profile, and they decided to try and make an edit to make it 3/4 profile.
No, because the ear should not be way over here for side profile.
I mean, you cut out
The
the
ear
rest of
shouldn't
the
look
face,
like you could
right?
put a yardstick in between the eye and the ear. Is
I'm
what he's
putting
trying
my
to
thumb up and covering the ear all the way to the point where my thumb is basically like a half eye's width away from her eye. It looks fine. But if I put my finger over the face, there's still something very strange happening with this ear.
Yeah, you're right. It's
By
Anyway.
the way, the main character is voiced by Tony Oliver, so
Oh.
I hope they dub it and get it.
Is
as
that
well as
Steve
Tenchi
Jobs?
OVAs.
Who? Oh no, that's like who is that? Scorsese or someone? Oh. Anyway, moving on from here. Maho Shoujo Magical Destroyers anime to take back Akiba and otaku culture. So I just wanted to showcase it again because I'm looking forward to Magical Girl Destroyers, featuring a magical girl who goes by the name of Anarchy.
No.
and their effort to save otakudom with anarchy. These are all things that I am pro. Lollies in gas
Why do I
masks.
get the feeling like the fucking I can never pronounce her fucking name. The chick from Philly Cooley is gonna pop out.
Oh, Haruko?
Yeah, Haru. Oh, I was trying
got-
to say her full name. I can't.
Haruko
fucking say her
Harahara?
name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've got a otaku banner, right? I mean, it's got everything you could want, including shibari rope bondage. So it's an
Apparently
A plus
so.
from me. The only
He's
downside
enjoying it.
is the lolly character is apparently forcing the vax on people. So it's an effective killing move. It's an effective finishing move.
It's a 3-bar finisher.
All right, that's
Prepare
a
to
third
die.
demonetization.
I'm actually excited to see how they managed to make a logo that matches a Japanese one, an English logo.
For this one.
Yeah.
The challenge has been put forth. All right. Also, Stranger Things anime spinoff in development. It's a good thing that I highlighted this when it wasn't in night mode because I can't fucking read anything. So Netflix is reportedly developing a Stranger Things anime series.
Huh?
I sure do love being able to read this. What's so funny?
Is that you couldn't see it?
Yeah. So it's titled Stranger Things Tokyo. The series will reportedly follow video game loving twin brothers living on the outskirts of 1980s Tokyo that are sucked into a grand adventure after an encounter with the Upside Down. Tokyo is planned to be around 6 hours long. So that's.
I remember the last time
That's
I
the
was
news.
sucked
I
into
think
a
they've realized
grand
that.
adventure.
I think they've realized that live action movies suck or shows suck. So they're like, all right, we're gonna go anime because that'll actually do something.
That's
No,
like
I
their
don't
only
think that's why they're
successful
doing it.
series.
Yeah, this is like honestly.
They're just trying
Stranger
to get a cash
Things is
grab on the nerd
awesome.
culture.
I think that they're just. So I can actually tell you what they're doing. It says here how Deadpool 3 is impacting the Stranger Things universe for some reason. Stranger Things director and executive producer Sean Levy has shared how working with Marvel Studios on Deadpool 3 has positively impacted the Stranger Things cinematic universe. Yes, we are building out the Stranger Things cinematic universe. And now that I'm spending time with Kevin Feige, I'm learning a lot about how to manage a universe. So that's what's going on here, is that they're realizing that their most popular thing could get milked by doing a bunch of spin-off series and stuff, which they're also doing.
I mean, they've already done like a 5 million comic series already.
I'll just say this. The show itself wonderfully captures the 1980s aesthetic. And if they can do 1980s
anime.
cell animation, magnificent. Yeah.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. I don't think they will, but chef's kiss if they do. All right. So a Japanese politician condemns Saki National Edition X Mahjong Soul public ad campaign for being too sexual. So continuing the trend started with the Japanese Communist Party's attacking of the Dragon Quest series. God damn it. We're covering that later tonight. For its longtime inclusion of the outfit, a politician with the country's Constitutional Democratic Party has taken issue with the use of bunny suits in a popular mobile game's new public ad campaign. Again, this is an ad campaign with the manga/anime series Saki, okay, which is about girls who play mahjong. So on November 26th, Japanese legislator and party member Kaneko Otsuji, perhaps best known as the country's first LGBT politician to publicly come out of the closet, took to social media to voice her personal disgust at a set of sexual ads displayed in the National Rail System's Osaka station. Isn't it crazy that the first LGBT politician and the Mormons in Utah have the same goals? Mito exit of Japan Railway Osaka Station. An ad like this, the legislator complained, in Japan in 2022? Will sexual illustrations of women be proudly advertised at station exits? So only a lesbian could look at these and go, "Oh, they're so sexual."
What was the Pornhub thing again? Scissoring?
Produced in honor of the upcoming Bunny Ears Party collaboration between Chinese developer Cat Food Studios' competitive mobile game Mahjong Soul and the Mahjong-centric manga Saki National Edition, the ads in question feature characters from each series dressed in a number of appealing outfits, ranging from casual beachwear to full-on bunny suits, with some almost rope bondage to really whet your appetite. Met with backlash from fans who felt she was reaching to be offended, Otsuji returned to Twitter the next day to offer up a political word salad in defense of her controversial take. Quote, "The ticket way of Mitosuji Gate in Osaka Station is one of the entrances to Osaka and is a public space a lot of people pass through." So that's a slam dunk argument there. Quote, "I think this indicates that the ad for the public space is ignorant of the commercialization of women's sexuality," Otsuji continued. "For example, this time the characters are wearing a bunny suit and the clothes are about to be taken off. And also explicit exposure of breasts, thighs, and crotches. This would be typical environmental harassment. I'm so sorry that a lesbian can't appreciate what is being given." I mean, I assume LGBT is that she's a lesbian. Maybe she's just trans. Maybe that's what it is.
See, that's the way to maximize your points if you're one of the lesser, the lower point things in the LGBT, you know? Because you could be any of them.
The one that's
you could be the higher scoring ones. The what?
The one that's featured last.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. I guess the later it comes, the higher the points, right?
E. Castro says it's so funny how Puritan LGBT people / groups can be at times, given the nature of their policies. I'm going to say that those designs are great, though, and I approve. Well, this is going to quickly become a ad for the Saki manga as I continue reading here. Just in time. So, can we full screen this again? That was super delayed for me. All right. I was also surprised that they passed the guidelines for ad placement, she further decried. The ad placement and the company that placed the ad are being called to account for social responsibility for gender equality. FYI, the characters in the manga Saki are high school students, and there is a panel of them not wearing any underwear. All right, lady, let me stop you right there, because the Saki figures opt for Band-Aids over underwear. Now, you might ask yourself,
how do you know?
Scroll, stop right there. Why would that be? Well, as it turns out, on the Saki wiki, I learned that in the Saki-verse, men exist in seemingly normal numbers, but most of the women in the story are much more interested in mahjong or each other. Oddly, high school girls rarely, if ever, wear underwear. They do not wear bras, and the only time they wear panties may be during cosplay or as a punishment. A punishment for losing a game of mahjong. So, yeah.
When's this anime coming out?
I can't show you the panels from the manga, but there is not a panel of them not wearing any underwear.
That's every
It's
panel.
all
Literally
panel.
every single time the characters are depicted in what would normally be an upskirt exposing the panties, they are commando. Every single frame, they are commando. So
To answer your question, Reese, I could have sworn I scrolled past this on Crunchyroll like ages ago, but I could be wrong.
And
I
this
would
is
just
a game.
no, it's a manga. It's a
Oh.
manga.
got
This
this
is
style?
this is an ad campaign that is a collaboration with a mahjong mobile game because the anime / manga is mahjong centric. The girls play mahjong in it.
I see.
Okay.
Something I'll add to my reading.
Brandon
list.
Levin,
Yeah, I was just
please,
gonna
a
say
word
I
play
I
that.
love how this quickly became the most hype that the manga has ever gotten in the West. So disingenuously attempting to claim an objective outlook on the matter, the politician then asserted, quote, whether to read the manga or not, to watch anime or not are personal choices. Playing the collaborative game is also a personal choice. I have
My
no objection.
anime, my choice.
I have no objection to the existence of those titles or people loving or enjoying them. I expressed that I was surprised by those ads because their commercialization of women's conspicuous. Okay. I think that means sexiness, women's sexiness. But I've never said anything about censorship. I think that censorship of ads by laws and ordinances is repressive and must be deliberate. Sounds like you're backpedaling a little to me.
So I learned that there's 3 seasons of anime for this.
And who licensed it in the West? Not
Well,
Funimation,
it doesn't
not
even
Funimation,
say
not-
streaming on Crunchyroll. So
Media
I
Blasters,
could've-
Media Blasters, Media.
There's an anime. Oh my god!
Watch Club when? Look, all
I'm not seeing any licensors on this.
Oh, I would also like to remind you that the mangaka is a woman. Just throwing that out there, okay?
Oh, so she has the woman
she
etchy
has
pass.
she can use the woman card.
She
It's not
So it's
sexual.
not
It was
so
drawn
it's
by a
not
woman.
misogynist.
Yeah. Yes, this is on Crunchyroll.
was.
Wow. No, it is.
It
Want
is?
a link? Want a link?
Sorry, no
What's it
premium
called?
member. Only premium members may watch this. Go on.
There's the link.
So
Do
Sony
with
is
it as you will.
all right.
Long-
How much is
So-
on there?
Is it dubbed?
No. Why are
Yeah, I
you
figured as much.
I
This is
encourage
this is
you-
OG Crunchyroll. Like I saw this years ago when scrolling through the alphabetical.
The question is, does the anime also showcase the commandoisms?
It
because
doesn't
it's
look
easier-
like it.
It's easier to get away with it in manga because you just don't draw the detail, right? In the special places.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
and I am-
sun rays
I am
and-
encouraging everyone to do a quick Google search for Saki manga no underwear and
Oh God.
just see the results that come up so you can get a feeling for just how many panels of the manga there are
Could you
compared to this
imagine-
person's
Could you imagine how incredible it would be instead of dark shadows or sunbeams? They just do like a heavy fog coming right out of it.
Oh God.
no.
By the way, it says season 1 and season 3. Apparently, they don't have season 2. Rip.
Oof.
R.I.P.
So that sucks.
Rip in panties. Rest in panties.
If only there was some other way to access copious amounts of anime on the internet. All right.
Oh, away we go.
So she says, I thought this
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of
with the
ad
streaming
expression.
service.
Okay. I thought this kind of ad expression is one
SCOTX.
of the scenes that shows great job. Japanese gender equality has not been achieved. How dare they only have half naked girls when I am a lesbian?
I want full naked girl.
I want to be offended by the near naked men. The expression of that surprise was the reason for Saturday's tweet. I thought the tweet would create the opportunity for a discussion about ads in public spaces, such as the asymmetry of men and women, women's human rights, such as the commercialization of women's sexuality, and the responses to me coincidentally showed the Japanese current situation, lamented the politician. You know, this isn't when I was planning to cover it, but it feels like a really important time to bring up the marginal service. Do you guys remember the marginal service? There's a new key visual, and I'd like to showcase. Do you remember the old key visual? Let me remind you. Do you think that this shows an asymmetry? I feel like a good, like 20% of this is the woman, assuming that is a female fox spirit or whatever the fuck it is. So I'm just saying, look, also the fact that I no longer think the show is about porn stars makes me not want to watch it.
I mean, it could still be about porn stars. I mean,
right.
Anyway. So
again, we still don't even know what the fuck the show's about.
Then she goes on to say, additionally, I will take legal action against those sending intimidation or death threats beyond argument.
Wow.
This woman is a lawyer, by the way. Like, by the way, I've sent it to my attorney and law enforcement.
Myself.
I am pro bono representing. What is it called? What is it called when you represent yourself? It's not pro bono. It's
self-representation.
No, there's a fucking Latin word for it. Anyway,
sovereign citizen.
In the first, as for the translation, person president, senator, kill the crazy feminist politician. LGBT is indeed shit. The second message states, if you are going to complain about people living normally, please have modesty and die because you are gross. Wow. Shut up, you Geronto troublemaking shit old hag. Hang yourself and die. People sure are tolerant.
Pro se litigant?
Pro se, that's what it is. Notably, among the many who pushed back against Otsuji's outrage was Oda Ward Assembly member Minoru Ogino, who some may recognize as the pro-artistic expression politician who appeared in the Vice News recent hit piece against lolly manga. I haven't covered that. Why would you bring it up? Expressing his disagreement with Otsuji, Ogino questioned, quote, is it particularly sexual compared to the expression used in live action or for women or for sexual minorities who have previously had their expressions modified? Whatever that means. Also, here's an image of me looking out the window. The city, Anyway,
are they going to add foot fetish people to the LGBT flag? Because they said sexual minorities.
Definitely a big footprint on it.
Oh no!
It is now a sign of support for adding the foot fetish people to post pictures of yourself trampling all over with muddy boots the LGBTQ flag.
Well, they're hold on. They have to add a black Spider-Man suit to their logo.
I disavow.
Anyway, I'm going to skip
their logo
over this.
Already looks like a butt.
Yeah, I'm going to skip over this because the point is made that everybody should read Saki, and let's instead skip over. The marketing company shuts down the feminist politician's claims. So the authorized agent responsible for putting the Saki, this is probably, what's his name? The guy we were just talking about. Well, let's keep reading it. Doesn't look so. Okay. Where the Saki and John Tama Mahjong Soul collab ads at Tokyo Station shut down claims of politician that said the ads were environmental harassment towards women. Japan Railway West Japan Marketing Communications responded to former politician, get fucked, Otsuji Kanako's claims that the ads were too sexual to be placed in public viewing. Seriously, this is so fucking tame. I think she just got a little frothy in the loins and thought, this must be banned.
That's a lot of times what happens. Hot dog, no, I can't admit this. Attack.
So they responded to the claims that the ads were too sexual to be placed in public viewing, saying that the ads were already created after revisions with consideration towards women. Furthermore, please somebody leak the ones before the women got involved. Furthermore, as the contract for the ad ended on November 27th and the ads were taken down anyway, they had no intentions of taking any action towards the claims. We were taking them down anyway, my man. We're taking them down, but not because you complained, bitch. They also mentioned that Japan Railway has its own guidelines for inspection of ads with sexual or violent depictions, which aren't made public, but have been shared with Japan Railway West Japan Marketing Communications. The posters in questions had followed the guidelines and gone through inspections by multiple people and constant revisions with the client. This is a travesty. I want to see the commando ones. Lastly, they said that inspections were done by both men and women for different perspectives. Depending on the situation, experts or consultants are even hired to consult on those sorts of ads. Well, I just got to say, the Anita Sarkeesians in Japan are doing a much better job than the one with the hired for those roles in the West. The conflict resolved without much further issue, but considering that over 8,600 quote tweets, 1,100 likes, and 11,000 likes and 5,700 comments were amassed by politicians about 4 days, the debates are likely far from over. Anyway, it continues. Japanese female lawyer, also former politician. Exporting manga and anime means Japan is on the decline. A female lawyer has decided to weigh in on the Saki train ad debacle as she decided to attack manga and anime by saying that having that subculture as a cultural export shows that Japan is a country in decline. Oh, I'm sorry, this isn't the same woman. This is a lawyer now. The Kyoto lawyer Hiroko Jotaki has previously spoken about hate speech, and her take was a response to another lawyer who had said that the ads had no problems from a law standpoint. And she said that Otsuji Kanako's original complaint about the ad was nothing but a statement of her feelings, which is free speech and protected by the law. I love this. It's like nobody gives a shit, right? Oh, yeah. Like nobody is telling her she can't say it, but it doesn't mean she can't get dunked on for a stupid take. However, what stirred up controversy was her sweeping statement about Japan. So the lawyer had this to say, quote, when my friend from Europe saw sexually designed ads in Japan, they said, quote, it's just like my grandma's era. Damn, grandma grew up in a good time. Jeez. The fucking 20s where the hentai was flowing. And that it's as if Japan isn't a developed country. Damn. That third world brothel country. True, when Japan reached the point where games and anime, etc. became main products, it's already become a country on decline. The statement drew ire from other Japanese who felt it was insulting that Western moral norms were being seen as inherently above those of Japan. We all know that Utah is trying to...
So are you saying it's racist what they're trying to do?
Yeah, I guess that politician just didn't understand that it was actually less sexual than the canon, right? Yeah, they are canon commando. The quid pro quo is not for sexual favors. Quid pro quo.
It's one thing for another. I call that a favor.
It's Latin for this, for that.
Yes. You suck my dick, I'll rub your back.
That is not an equivalent exchange.
Put it on a shirt, Reese.
So, the only country that can match the amount of content put out by Japan is pretty much only the USA, right? Also, what is the source for your claims that games and anime have become main products? My recognition is that automobiles and precise machinery like sensors were the overwhelming majority. I don't get your logic at all, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, editorializing. Having cultural exports like games and anime be a main driving product is in fact something that is only possible in developed countries. Do you have any counterexamples? I see. So the trend in Europe right now is to look down and mock on other countries' culture. Huh. Wow. That's quite a developed civilization they have there. If that's what defines a developed country, I'm fine with continuing to live in a declining country. Let's decline a bit further, shall we? For you to hear.
So hold on. So it's okay in developed countries to dug on uncivilized countries. So is it okay to say the N-word in Europe?
Ouch. The real question is, to what level do they need to decline to get the Canon Commando ads up? These are the important questions. For you to hear what Europeans say, and I want to crowdfund a billboard. Times Square, Canon Commando. All right, for you to hear what Europeans say and think, they must be correct. Wait, so for you to hear what Europeans say and think, for you to hear what Europeans say and think they must be correct is an attitude that's even older than my grandma's era, reaching back to when Asians were slaves in Western colonies. We built the railroads. So strange for you to not even mention your friend's country of origin. This is sounding more and more like a made-up example.
Was your friend named Ben Winksy too?
The incident is another example of how Western cultural imperialism continues to attack Japan's values.
There's a friend in the room right now.
Show me on Ben Wixie where he touched you. All right, moving on here. In another tragedy, Atelier Ryza's thighs are being deemed too sinful for public viewing in Japan.
No,
Get
that
your
game
eye
hasn't,
full.
that game hasn't gone deep enough on discount on Steam yet for me to buy it. No.
Following the commotion about Saki train ads and the subsequent denial by the marketing company behind the ads, an individual spotted another victim of convenient censorship. An ad in a train station for the upcoming Atelier Ryza 3, Alchemist of the End and the Secret Key. So yeah, basically, here's the picture. It's a tragedy. The thighs cannot save lives if they can't be seen. I love this quote. You can really feel the consideration in this Ryza ad. While such a thing could be conceived as a marketing tactic, the Saki controversy may have some assuming this to be another instance of censorship. Remarks from Japanese Twitter users. Quote, they didn't need to guard Ryza's thighs so tightly, did they? That just means the creators themselves acknowledge how lewd her thighs are. Somebody had to find a way to jujitsu it into a sexual, like an even greater sexual manner.
Is this another situation to where someone is so damn jealous of a fictional character that they're like, oh no, you can't date my fictional character? Call back to the previous podcast. One of the previous podcasts where we covered the whole dude dating his, designed character.
The Rent-A-Girlfriend.
Yeah, the Rent-A-Cuck. So I'm just like, man, okay, so now you can't see this anymore.
Castro says censored thighs and lives.
So how else would they mosaic the thighs so it looks like she's walking on two dicks?
Wow.
Are you meaning the black bars?
No. It has to be mosaic. You can see that they're skin colored, but you can't see what they are because it makes the different shadings in the mosaic, so you can't tell.
How canceled do we want to get? Just asking, because I can see merch. Excuse
Your merch-
me.
Your merch vision goggles are on.
My merch vision
Merch.
goggles. Dear Lord, this is taking forever. One moment. All right. Let me just. God damn it! Open! I think you can agree.
AC's trying to open up
a
to
new
us, guys.
tab.
Give him your energy.
So I need a poll. Yay or nay? God, that's
What?
a small image. Thick thighs matter.
That was a tiny image.
Yes, it is.
That's genius.
It rhymes.
Yeah,
Thick
thick
thighs
thighs
matter, right?
Thick thighs. THI.
I mean, at this point, we could go for anything, I guess.
And they're both 5 words too.
5 words? You mean letters?
There are 5 words in that letter. Wait.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
thick is
thighs
5
is-
letters.
thighs
Thighs is 5 letters.
No, it's not.
THIGH. 6 letters. God damn it.
Well, the singular thigh.
Close enough. Thick thigh matters.
All right, I'm gonna need to hear from the panel of audience. Will you support Thick Thighs merch, Thick Thighs Matter merch, or will we simply be canceled outright?
I mean, considering what you've already released, how would this be going further?
I mean, I don't know.
It's
no,
all
I'm
consensual.
I'm pretty sure it is going further, but
Catcher says I would probably get that shirt, to be honest.
All right, well then, the Vox Populi, Vox Day.
I'll take one too if you want to make it.
I was gonna say all 1 votes counted.
Right, yeah, 1 vote. The people have spoken. Literally, the people spoke. Said, yeah, I'd probably pick it up, I guess. Like,
Dude, I would recommend just making it because that would just be legendary, and it's it's here now.
Along with what is an Angie-woman?
yeah,
Ooh.
no, that what is an answer woman? That I don't know what that's going to be just yet, but it needs to be a merch. It has to be.
Will that be on your double-sided dildo box? The Brad vibrator.
What?
I don't know. It was a joke I made a while back that I never said on podcast because I was trying to think
Well,
of
then
another.
nobody heard it.
I was trying to think of something to go along with Brad Bean.
The jokes are so
Inside.
inside, they're inside its own head. Oh,
I was like, I don't. Where do we go there, Brad Vader?
Look,
I was like, too close to
You
Darth
know what,
Vader.
Lance? You're getting us ready
Just
for
stick with the-
later on.
just stick with the classics. Also, this image because it's still funny.
What was it on? I didn't get the fucking piece.
Today has been very fruitful for merch ideas. I agree.
Let's look at those fruits.
All right.
Charity stream win.
All right. So
Jiggle physics must constantly play.
I am trying to turn off this. Okay. Fans thoughtlessly talking about how amazing they are is why they've been hidden like they're something bad, referring to the thighs. It's simple cowardice that people aren't standing up for what are simply just legs. It's cowardice that you just aren't standing up for legs. They're just legs. Stop masturbating.
I can't stop.
Another person pointed out that this wasn't the only Ryza-related ad to have considered people's feelings. True, this Azure Lane collab ad was also quite considerate. Anyway, so there you go. That's the state of Japan. The government is overreaching. The people have spoken. They have the world of Shimonetta is upon us. Also, believe it or not, original pole dancing anime project Pole Princess has revealed its first trailer. Now, I
like
Why
the
is it
Kaku
CG?
context.
God damn it!
what?
Random
Why is it
11 was
CG?
really looking forward to that, but CG ruined it.
It's gonna be that like I forget the name of the stupid anime, but there was the anime where they do like
Lap
I
dances?
forget what it was, some type of dancing or
Belly dancing?
was it figure skating? I don't know. Whatever it was.
Oh, figure skating? That's Yuri on Ice.
No, it wasn't Yuri on Ice. Whatever it was some type of dancing. And as soon as they go into the fucking dancing, it's all CG. Like,
Are you
Well,
talking
can you
about
ballroom?
literally every idol anime that there is? AKB 0048, Love Live, all of them do that.
okay.
wait,
Well, I don't
is
watch
it-
those.
Is it
River
Welcome to
Sake.
the Ballroom?
Maybe.
That's what I just asked.
Or-
Anyway,
that
so look, I
Sounds
just want to
familiar.
remind
It was a
you.
relatively recent one. Like
I just
last
want to
2
remind
years.
you that, believe it or not, we have covered a pole dancing manga before, and it's not this one. If you can believe it, it's not this one. This one, what was this one titled?
Reincarnated as a stripper pole?
Silver Pole Flowers.
What the?
Is what this one was called. This is the one where we joked about that time I got reincarnated as a stripper pole, and we did the "you can do it, Miyuki, grind your crotch against my face" kind of joke. So that was that. Now look, I do have the Sankaku comic. Pole Princess seems to
Pole
not
position.
be very interesting. Like,
Not hot.
it's basically VTubers. They got the shitty hair that looks awful when it's moving, and
It's not sexy.
it doesn't have a canon commando.
It doesn't have $2 bills and thongs or anything.
Yeah, it's like the pole dancing that's for fitness instead of
Enjoyment.
and yeah, instead of titillation.
It's pole dancing for work, not for pleasure.
Not for fun. Yeah, and also as I said, there's no canon commando.
I mean, to be fair, if you want an upper body workout, climb a fireman's pole.
Lance, tell us about your pole dancing escapades.
Okay.
Oh no!
Please don't. Actually, that was a joke.
Love Lives and IMAs both have heavy CG.
IMAS.
In my ass section.
That's fair enough.
All votes for one. All votes for that wasn't what I was promised. Time to launch a lawsuit, boys.
Idolmaster.
Idolmaster. Okay. Maybe my message was too long. Hold on. Did I miss it? The last message I have from you is this one. Okay. Yeah, I did miss it. Says, can someone help me out? What was the name of the anime? Not a hentai, I swear. Where the first grader was obsessed with her teacher. It is Kodomo no Jikan. Because holy hell, that anime was uncomfortable, and my ex-best friend made me watch it. It made me hate lollies even more. I can't watch any anime with lollies after watching that. I don't understand how that could make you hate lollies even more. Also, Nunchucks Ninja sends open square. Can't wait to see what that
That's
looks
an
like.
emoji we can't see.
Yeah.
I like the big N.
All right. Oh, Necrovault says, when did you get a job as a stripper?
I forgot about that.
All right. Anyway, let's move on to manga news real quick.
Oh, we're getting closer.
Oh, if anybody needed to apply some lube, now would be a good time. 13 King Style says pole position is a strip club in GTA Vice City. Yes, believe it or not, that is why I misspoke. I am familiar with this strip club where occasionally it accidentally codes all the outside people into the strip club as like the strippers. There's like a glitch where if there's a significant amount of NPCs outside of a certain type, it'll actually make them the strippers inside as well.
Oh no,
really,
Grandma, don't!
Which is really funny when you have the police coming after you and you run into the strip club and all the
all of a
strippers
sudden
are the
they're all
police.
working the pole.
You're under arrest.
So Bakano novels get a manga set in the 1700s.
Yes, I'm excited. I hope Young Press gets this.
I believe they're saying in price.
What?
Because the Aniplex for the anime. Super expensive. Anyway. Also, Japanese South...
Sorry,
What?
just quickly.
Yep.
Did you skip the marginal service?
I covered it in the middle of that that long one as a reference of the percentage of sexualization for women versus men. This was my rebuttal.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Okay.
So don't worry about it. Marginal service anime gets to work in new trailer. There you go. That's gonna fuck up the timestamps. All right. So anyway, so a Japanese South Korean vertical remake of Osamu Tezuka's Dororo manga has launched. So it's going as a web comic, and the comic moves the setting from feudal Japan to modern day. So it's kind of interesting because it's not so much a remake as it is like, you know,
retelling?
What if? No, it's not even a retelling. It's like a what if continuation. So it says here the comic moves the setting from feudal Japan to the modern day.
I wouldn't call it continuation.
Well, it says where yokai and criminals conspire with each other in the shadows to control a new form of magic called science. Is that how fucking Fauci worked? The immortal Haki, the main character, is Hyakkimaru from the original manga, still seeking lost parts of his body hundreds of years later.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying? So he has an encounter with Roro, a boy who bears an uncanny resemblance to his old traveling companion Dororo.
0 of 10.
Yeah.
It exists. Moving on. Okay. So Hunter x Hunter manga moves on from weekly serialization due to Togashi's health. So
news that shouldn't shock anyone. It's
yeah,
I thought it wasn't
I like how
serialized weekly.
Like the last time it went off.
I mean, it's been serialized once every like 5 years up to this point.
Actually, the last time it came off of hiatus, he did enough to fill a volume, and that's exactly what he did this time. Enough to fill another volume.
So, yeah. Anyway, it's just not going to be serialized in a weekly form anymore. It'll be released in another way.
Format TBA.
Yeah, to be announced. We'll figure it out later. All right. I saw this from Mirage Leonardo, I believe. Batman has drafted Scooby-Doo's Daphne to be a new Batgirl.
Well, that's
you heard
stupid.
it.
I just don't see it.
My highlights are gone and my day is ruined. So, this is from the newly released second issue of the second volume of the Batman and Scooby-Doo Mysteries. Basically, Barbara Gordon gets some kind of poison ivy and can't be Batgirl. But oh no, we can't let them notice that Batgirl and Barbara Gordon are both not out and about at the same time. Let's get Daphne to do it. Da, 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 da.
Our token redhead.
Wow. That is something. Anyway, so this was the only reason I'm sharing this. Interestingly, this is actually not the first time Daphne has worn the Batgirl suit. Previously, in the mystery, the 2018 animated film Scooby-Doo and Batman the Brave and the Bold, Daphne rocked Batgirl's retired costume, and Fred, Shaggy, and Velma and Scooby wore the retired outfits of Batman, Nightwing, Robin, and Ace the Bat-Hound, respectively. So Velma was Robin. So Velma is trans confirmed. Anyway, there's the news about that. Now into games news. I hope the lubing has been done.
I'm ready.
So, Lance.
Are you ready?
Previously, your sphincter was railroaded mercilessly about the Tales series.
Mm-hmm.
Because you said something to the effect of, it's gone downhill since Berseria, and you tried to argue that they kept deviating from the established conventions of the game. Well, I have some news for you. Tales of Arise staff explains why the game is so different from other Tales of games. Game was originally conceived as an original IP. So it turns out that Tales of Arise was initially conceived as original IP rather than as a Tales of franchise game. Even after the concept turned into a Tales of game, the team's design philosophy was to reevaluate every single hallmark of the franchise and decide whether they could fit into a more streamlined player experience. So basically, it's effectively like saying, man, that new Kirby game where he's a car just isn't the Kirby I know. You know, like,
Didn't you say that one of the JoJo parts was like retroactively turned into
Steel
JoJo?
Ball Run? Steel Ball Run was his other manga, and then he just retroactively decided, nah, it's part of JoJo. So anyway, in an interview with Japanese games news site Den Faminiko Gamer on December 21st, Tales of Arise producer Yusuke Tomizawa and director Hirokazu Kagawa shared the specifics of what got changed and why. For example, they cut the post-battle dialogue scenes because the game has dungeons with lots of consecutive battles, which would slow down the pace while the player is exploring. Instead, they decided to have the dialogue play while the gameplay resumed. Tomikawa said this change was challenging because the fans praised that element in every installment. Really? Lance, is that one of the things you missed most?
Was it dialogue after you?
Dialogue after the battle.
There, in some of the Tales games, and well, I'm not gonna say some, but there's this thing in the Tales series where you would do a battle or you would do anything or something and would proc a little cutscene. Sometimes you'd have a little character art where they would talk, or you would have a little like a square image or something with the character's face, and they would conversate between each other. Basically, it was like completion procs as a general rule. And I'm wondering if that's what they mean. The conversation.
I mean, it sounds to me like those games where it's like piece of cake, and then it's like your loot or something.
Well, it sounds to me like what Lance is saying is that there was anime style character art in the way RPGs used to do, where they had the sprite graphics, but then when the characters were talking, they had a picture of their face that was like pixel art of, like the anime style drawing,
like a Persona.
And it would happen at any time.
Exactly,
really.
Precisely like how they do it in Persona. And so I guess now, instead of having these little sort of almost cut scenes, they're just having the dialogue get said on top of the menu.
They might be talking about trying. I'm not super familiar with.
It said like during battle, didn't it?
Exactly.
No, it said after the battle.
Yeah, you know how when you win a fight in a lot of games, you'll get a little cutscene of them like spinning their sword, and you'll get like your stats and everything. They might be skipping over that.
They're like piece of cake.
Yeah, that might be what they're talking about.
The sort of taunt that they do. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but they're saying here that now the dialogue plays while the gameplay resumes, so that basically you get to hear it, but you don't have to stop what you're doing and click XXXXX to get it to get the dialogue bubbles to go away.
I've seen games do it that style, like it resumes like you're in the overworld or whatever, and it's like not a problem. But I don't know. Like I mean, something like the Persona, like they have that exact thing like they say it right as you win, and then it does the animation and you loot. But it's like when you're playing a JRPG and you're grinding, you've heard them all after like I don't know an hour or something,
Mhm.
and it's like okay, like I can see why they do that for efficiency.
Yeah, agreed. So Mars Leonardo says Tales of Arise feels like Xenoblade 4. Now, Tomikawa said that this change was challenging because the fans praised that element in every installment. Even the gel healing items, a series mainstay, didn't get a free pass. As the staff seriously discussed the question, is it actually a draw to newcomers? What is gel healing items?
I assume that's kind of like how there's a signature item in like a Persona or whatever.
It's just their name. Think money. Different names for money.
Yeah, like Zenny or
But
or
instead
whatever.
of like it's a
Gold
healing item.
The SP items in Persona are called like soul, so it's like chewing soul and stuff like that.
This seems
Snuff
weird though.
soul.
They're saying even the gel healing items, a series mainstay, didn't get a free pass. As the staff seriously discussed the question, is this actually a draw to newcomers? Who fucking cares? Oh my god! Do the newcomers think? Do the newcomers need to get their dicks hard over the concept of using gel as a healing item, or could they just show up and use it because that's what it's called and nobody gives a damn?
Yeah, it's really a dumb thing to even be bothered by.
What if you add a mod that changes the name of the item?
Says notably, the skit scenes replace the traditional 2D style presentation with 3D models. So that's another thing that's probably missing that you would notice and be like, oh, this sucks. Tomizawa said that he felt this change was necessary because he felt that the old format needed to suit the current era. He argued that the primary appeal of the skits is in the dialogue itself. So the team worked hard to preserve that essence even with a different delivery. No, it sounds like you just wanted to save money by not doing it 2D.
Well, I think by that they mean you know, you have the 2D sprite whatever in the dialogue. I feel like for them that's less quote unquote cinematic, if you will, and immersive. So for example, this is the only Tales game I ever saw that had like a gigantic bump in quality compared to what I knew Tales games as. So it's like all the shading is it's completely different. It looks like way more I guess you could say realistic and everything. So I can see that that's like we're going for the cinema mode. You know, we want to just have the 3D models and then you hear the dialogue and maybe camera moves.
Well, I have a comment on that actually. To me, it's more pulling the whole. We're trying to make it easier to make a game, and by keeping CG model constant throughout the game instead of diverging to an art style, a minor cutscene, something like that, they're able to do something similar. I haven't fully experienced the Rise because I don't own it yet. But the thing is that by having the CG models more prevalent, they're able to not have to have multiple states of the game. They're able to more like, okay, think Genshin. Everything just kind of loads the models. But they're already pre-set up. They don't have to have this image for this or this for that. They can just go, hey, here's a CG model. In itself, that's not the worst thing in the world, but then again, to me, it does take away from it.
It actually conceptually sounds like it might be more difficult to do the 3D model because you have like say for example 5 or 8 or so sprites of each character and you cycle through them as the dialogue goes in, and that's kind of it. But the 3D models, it's like you'd have to animate them like crossing their arms and like bowing their head, shaking their head, whatever. It might actually be a bit more work.
Probably not, considering how easily CG is to get to move. But that debate aside, the thing else that does concern me is a lot of times the Tales series will have this. They'll have their standard, talking characters moving around, whatever talk scenes and stuff. But then all of a sudden you get like this massive anime quality imagery.
Yeah, the ufotable cutscenes.
And it's just fucking drop the mic, awe-inspiring moments. And I'm like, well, I don't know if that's a bad sign for them as well, them moving harder and harder to, the CG that we have today, because if it's easier or more, or even if it's harder, like you said, to do it, it would encourage them to think that that might be better. Would be a fear in my mind. But again,
Ufotable's credited with doing Tales of Rise cutscenes, so they might still have those.
I haven't seen them all because I want to experience it fully when I play it. But when I pick it up, I have a better opinion. I just need to go on and buy that game, actually. Trying to see how much.
Oh, I guess Brad abandoned us, so that's.
Oh, he's gone. Holy fuck. AC yeet count win. So, Funham, do you think he caught our internet aids, or?
He's had them for a while. He might have caught my cat's aids.
Oh, he says he'll be right back.
So any watching anything good?
I finished finally. Took me so long. Like I started in 2016, but I finished the original Gundam.
Wow.
Good job. I'm so proud of you. Actually, no, I'm not good about Gundam.
I know, but it's 43 episodes, and it's made in 1979, and it's like the production quality and the pacing is kind of all over the place. I think it has some valuable things in the story, and some pretty decently done things, but also has this whole like back-to-back battle after battle after battle thing. Everyone says to just watch the compilation movies, but as we know, that they cut out things like in Dragon Ball Z, the filler, Dragon Ball Z Kai, but it's like, but the filler's the thing that made me care about the fights or whatever.
Did you watch the episode that wasn't included on the Blu-rays?
Yes, I did. Doan's Island or whatever, Kukuru Doan's Island. I actually like that episode. It's not like groundbreaking by any means, because it's just a simple like, oh, he's the defected troop from the enemy, so he's actually like non-enemy of the good guys, and he's turned a new leaf because I'm regrettable that I killed these children's family, so now I'm taking responsibility and raising them myself. Yeah, I mean, sure, that's not like groundbreaking, but I just thought, this episode has heart and like something to it, where a lot of the other episodes was just like, enemies are attacking.
Yeah. Why was that not included in the Blu-ray set, or is it because of this?
I think the Japanese Blu-ray might have gotten it, but it was just like, maybe it was strictly they didn't want North America to get it, but it's because Tomino said like, our production quality was really, really jank for that episode and stuff like that, and they weren't particularly proud of it for some reason. And then they made a movie about it. So I watched all 43 episodes. And the ending, I actually thought they did a considerably good job wrapping up, considering it was canceled. I just think it was kind of a dumb ending in a way, because it's like, the new type thing is they're basically like, I don't know, semi-psychic. So it's just like, oh, I know the exact thing I have to do at each of these things. Like, that was kind of weird, but I do like the end result. It just suddenly ended though, so that's dumb. But
okay, that's wonderful. I came back to stop you from changing the subject for this stupid fucking timestamps here. So here I am asking now if the raping / therapy session with Lance is over, or if we're supposed to continue this, because I don't know. I actually think this is supporting his argument a great deal, and I wonder if we should continue to learn about why things are changing. Let's return to this real quick. You can tell me more about how you raped yourself into watching Gundam another time. So for the audience, StreamYard does this thing where it does a local recording. And in the past, I've had issues where my recording is telling me that I am out of disk space. Damn it.
You're out of
disk space.
You're out of dicks?
I'm out of disk space. So StreamYard has a URL that you can go to that'll allow you to upload your cache.
It says load the space.
Yes. So it has a place where you can upload your cache. And so I was trying to leave the stream and continue listening through YouTube so that I could let it upload my full cache and then clear my cache before coming back in and having it start recording again. Because the way StreamYard works is it actually it uses your internet cache to send itself the recording of your audio and video and all that. So
for some reason, it says Lance's is paused.
Yeah, Lance's when he came in, it said that it said Lance and Yeet has an incompatible device and will not be able to record. Now mine is saying your device is out of storage and your recordings have stopped. And now it's saying it's running out. So this is why I left and tried to keep you guys going on this topic. But I'm gonna just kind of close this out because I saw some interesting things in here that I thought we should cover about Berseria. I saw Berseria show up here, and I don't remember where it went. Okay. It says the idea for Tales of Arise began in 2016, soon after Tales of Berseria was released. So you'll notice it doesn't say after the mobile game was released. I will point that out. This was around the transition from PS3 to PS4 console generation because the team wanted to use a new engine and create a high-end game. They added new producers and team members. It was such a revolutionary experiment that the next title might not even have warranted the Tales of name. At first, we were calling this title Arise instead of Tales of Arise. Arise in this context meant to be born or to come to life. Eventually, it fell in line with the Tales of name, but at the very beginning of development, we were approaching things with the mindset of creating a new IP with this term, with this team. So it sounds to me like the same thing that happened here that we were talking about last podcast about Japanese companies not wanting to let them create new IPs because the built-in audience for established IPs is just too tempting, right? Why take a risk on something new when something old will sell more even if people hate it, right? They buy it and it sucks, right? But at least we got you to spend, such and such amount of dollars, right? So anyway, this is a pretty long article. I don't think we need to cover the whole thing. It was more just like, can you even fucking believe that the timing of this coming out right after our last podcast? Which, by the way, for the audience, defending Lance here, there was a tremendous delay occurring that we didn't realize until after we had left the topic, where Lance was jumping into on top of our conversation, and it was a whole shit show. That was one of the funniest things we've ever done, but also a big misunderstanding. So, moving on from here, I want to get to write stuff for you to do that single thing that's in there.
Actually, you could just do it yourself.
Motherfucker. I was going to say that's when I will leave and let it finish uploading.
That's your problem. You can just do it yourself.
Apparently it is.
It's just one thing.
It says Greenline has low storage space too now. We need to do like our new thing needs to be make sure you reset your cache. All right. So anyway, 10 random gamers are suing Microsoft over the Activision Blizzard deal. And my highlights are gone. So anyway,
we're gonna move right along.
I want to get in on this. I am Random 11. I want to be the 11th random gamer.
The 11th gamer. Yeah. Yeah. So basically 10 plaintiffs are, they're suing on the grounds of a class action lawsuit, saying that if this goes through, it will be a negative for the consumer. Microsoft fired back with nuh-uh.
Pretty legit.
Boy, I sure do love it when my highlights don't load.
Otherwise.
Yeah, so my highlights aren't here, which means this article is
what
not.
What do you mean it's going to be worse for the consumer? With it all being added to Game Pass, like it's way cheaper to just pay once and be able to play all of their library.
All right. So fortunately, I don't want to read any of these articles either. So I'll just read the headline and move on. Ubisoft and Riot Games announced a joint project to preemptively stop disruptive behavior with trained AI. Huh, interesting. Boom! Activision Blizzard is seeking to implement AI moderation and stricter rules to combat bad behavior following criticism from the Anti-Defamation League. So, welcome to the dystopian nightmare that is being forced to play nice, where humanity will grow ever weaker because gamers never got taunted in any way. They never learned any adversity in gaming and sportsmanship that would result in them growing into adults who can handle it when it occurs in the real world, where you are not protected by AI. And the Callisto Protocol threatens penalties against players who exploit errors and bugs or engage in gameplay that goes against the intentions of how it is meant to be played.
Oh, bullshit.
Now, I just tell you right
It's
now,
a single-player game.
You have lost me. Yeah, so this is the bullshit, okay? Yes, it's a single-player game, but there's achievements and leaderboards. Therefore, if you find a glitch that lets you defeat the boss easier than somebody else and get a high score, well, we can't have that.
What, are they going to punish speedrunners?
Yeah, basically. So, do not play the game abnormally. They said if any abnormal gameplay patterns are detected, i.e. gameplay that goes against the intentions of how our game is meant to be played, measures could be taken against the account that performs such actions in order to create a fair gameplay environment.
Should I feel attacked by how I feel like they would judge me for how many times I died when I played Genshin because I couldn't see my fucking stamina meter?
Well, I would just like to point out that
drowning.
If I ever did create that Twitch, thing where I play old video games and stuff, something I've always wanted to do, because this is how I play games. I abuse the fuck out of the system. In Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo.
Oh God.
The game has a timer, right? A day cycle and a night cycle, right? But once it gets to nighttime, it never cycles back to day until you go to bed. Mm-hmm. And if you use an emulator, you can save the state instead of saving in the game by going to sleep. So what you can actually do is on the very first day that you play in the game, you can clear out everything from your field. You can get your wife character in the game. If you pick Eve, you have to pick Eve because she's the one who's up at night. You can get her to like you the full amount of hearts necessary to marry her. So you can literally, in one day, romance this girl off of her feet and get married to her by the weekend. Okay? And I just want to play the game because that's something that's not supposed to... It's supposed to take you months in-game to get to that point. And I just think it would be really funny to play the game and just abuse that system. And then this is the thing I really want to do. If you use the Game Genie and use the walk through walls cheat, you can actually stand on top of items. And when you use the button you would normally use when you're standing next to them to pick up, it'll pick up the item, but not remove it. So you can infinitely pick up the item. So in the game, the way that it works is there's like a...
You
almost
can't
like a
game
mailbox,
Genie in
like
infinite items instead?
No, you miss...
He's having fun.
You are thinking too small, Mike.
He's not thinking no try at Dark Souls.
Listen to me here. So in the game, there's an outgoing mailbox, so to speak, that basically you throw produce and things into this mailbox. And then at a certain point in the day, a delivery guy shows up and takes them for you and you get paid. Like he buys them from you so he can sell them in town or something, right? And so what you're supposed to do is, harvest crops and throw them into the bin as fast as you can run up into the mountains, grab a berry or some shit, run it back to your house, throw it in the bin so that you can get gold. But what you can do is plant your fucking thing right next to it, stand on that thing, and just for all day, chuck, throw it in there, right, and become filthy rich, right? Now, you're thinking, why don't you just use infinite money? Okay, look, you've missed the point. The way that you get married in this game is you have to purchase the blue feather. So what you do is you get all the bitches in town to like you. And then you use the Game Genie code and you stand on the blue feather and you get an infinite quantity of proposal feathers. So you can try to get married to every girl in game at once. On the same day.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm just saying that if you're using cheats at all, why not just cut to the chase and just
get the harem?
I had to explain the mechanic before I explained how you would use it to 2-time 2D women.
I'm just saying you could have probably had a code to get you infinite blue feathers, like cut to the chase, like that.
Fuck yeah!
That's a merch. That's a merch idea. Hold on, a book on like a how-to for like a
how to 2-time 2D women.
How for dummies. How to 2-time 2D.
It's just a picture of a Game Genie.
It's got a save state logo in the background.
How to 2-time 2D women for dummies.
Just let me quick save. Hold on, Donald.
Anyway, so the bottom line is, I would be one of the individuals banned from playing the Callisto Protocol because that is all I do in game. I've told you guys before that there's a sequence in. First of all, fucking love how bad the game design was on the original Splinter Cell. That the game takes place in Tbilisi, Georgia, and all the guards have this "what was that noise just now" sort of accent. And then halfway through the game, you go to China, but all the guards are still talking with that Georgian accent. But there's this one part in the game where, and I've told the story before, but literally the game starts and you're in this alleyway. And you're supposed to go out of the alleyway, sneaking like a spy, Splinter Cell style. And literally, I turned around, and I accidentally hit a button, and it caused my character to jump. And he caught on to an invisible ledge and pulled himself up. And I'm standing on nothing. There's a collision box up there for some reason. And I'm like, okay, that's weird, right? Let's see what happens if I walk into this hallway, walk to the end of the alleyway, 10 feet off the ground. And it goes, mission complete. Right? It's the fucking weirdest thing in that game. Anyway, that's how I play games. All right. I want to break the shit out of it. I want to do things out of order. I want to use Game Genie so that I can go and get the item you're not supposed to have until the end of the game, but I want to do it at the beginning of the game. Right?
You want the legendary store to start beating the shit out of pixies.
But I want to do it. But it's like, it's not about just giving, like, oh, use the thing to give yourself the thing. No, I want to earn it by breaking the game with walkthrough walls. Okay.
I want to earn it with Game Genie.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's fun. Like and you kind of get an idea of how games are designed, once you get to do that stuff. Like, for example, in Link to the Past, I once used Game Genie's like walk through walls to get past, like, the game starts with it's raining and the guards are blocking your pathway, so you have to go to that like side entrance to the castle, where you land in the well or whatever. And you can use the Game Genie to get past the guards. And like, I was trying to get power-ups and like equipment before you get the sword. Right, because you get the sword because your uncle went to save the princess and dies in the well, and so you pick it up on your way there. So it's like, all right, well, let's get the actual master sword first, right? I always set myself up to try to do this kind of shit in games because I don't know, I'm a masochist and it's fun. So anyway, Callisto Protocol would ban me for this.
I want to make a comment on something. It's like I do a similar thing. For the Dark Souls series. It's kind of funny. Most people don't understand like the programming of games determines your experience in a way, because if you understand where everything's laid out in the code, you can fuck with the system. Well,
Yeah.
in the Dark Souls 1 game, a lot of the glitches are from the trap at the beginning of the game where it says set your brightness.
Oh,
Like
okay.
that menu is connected to a bunch of stuff in the game, and if you fuck with it, you can actually do one of the simplest glitches in the game, which is basically gives you infinite level up items. And in DS3, which fuck DS2, in DS3 though, most of the glitches that you can do in the game are connected to the fucking bow. So I'll be running around with a curved sword, something you swipe really fast.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd actually be an ultra great sword, which is like Guts' sword. I'll be swinging it like a madman.
Okay.
Because
so eCastro referring to the AI moderation says that the AI is going to make sure you can't say the N-word. Well, those poor Japanese individuals will be sabotaged and marginalized because they can't say "run" in Japanese.
Oh, speaking
Stupid
of not
racist
being able
AI.
to say shit,
and being cut off.
I was playing Overwatch 2 because
you're not allowed to finish.
They're doing the winter event right now, and there's a special winter playlist, whatever that I like playing. It's not the main game; it's like a side game in the game. Anyway, like this is the first time I've ever played Overwatch 2. I didn't give a shit about Overwatch 2 when it came out,
right?
And so I joined the game, and now every time you fucking load in the game and join the team chat, a little message pops up and says, "We are recording all audio just in case you fuck off, like just in case you say something bad, basically." Like, what the fuck? I don't want to talk. Like,
yeah.
I'm not,
if you go against our woke protocols, you will be annihilated.
And it's in big red text too. It's like, "Warning, we are recording." Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
they're doing that with a lot of things.
California is a two-party consent state. They have to let you know.
I'm amazed you playing Overwatch 2, but continue.
Well, it's May's Snowball offensive. It's the game mode that I like playing. It's not actually like the Overwatch game. It's like an arcade game, they call it. You basically play as the character May, the person that the fat one that controls ice. It used to be 6v6, but since Overwatch 2 is 5v5 now it's 5v5. But it's 5v5, no respawns, one-shot death, and you only have one bullet, which is a snowball, and then you have to go like reload at random reload spots throughout the maps. It's pretty fun, but it's only around during the winter. It's a limited time bonus thing they do every year.
So one of the things that Activision Blizzard is trying to use the AI for is matching players in Overwatch and stuff, because the characters, the people you're paired with is not something that you choose. It's like the machine chooses it for you, right?
Sorry?
That's correct. So when you play actual Overwatch, you get thrown into a team based on the computer choosing who you're going to play with. Like who's going to be on your team and who you're against.
Yeah, I mean, that's random. You can team up with people, but like generally matchmaking.
But what I'm saying is that the random aspect of it, the AI is trying to learn what people are good teams together, like play styles or something, so that it can try to produce a more fun gameplay for you by teaming you with the right people.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, that's always good, but when you start getting these AI black boxes, and then like YouTube used an AI black box for content moderation, and then they find out, all of the people anyone that mentions anything gay gets demonetized, you know?
Well, they had
why is this happening?
They had a YouTube channel that covered famous chess matches that got completely blacklisted because it constantly referred to white on black violence. as YouTube saw it. White crushes black, that kind of stuff. And then YouTube's like, well, we can't have that, like that's racist.
I mean, in theory, it's a good idea, maybe, I guess, but in practice, I'd rather just the random people, and if I want good people, I'll find them myself and I'll team up.
And it seems like the companies, and this is sort of why I included the Callisto Protocol thing, they know better than you how you should enjoy their game, is what they're basically telling you. And, the good games, Minecraft, for example, has been played in ways that the developers never expected. They never expected people to actually build computers in the game using redstone, right? And so they've actually embraced that aspect of, the consumer knows better than we do, and we watch what they do and try to provide, enhancements to how they're playing instead of telling them how to play.
They made mods
smart and want your player base to enjoy.
Yeah, no, fucking Dinnerbone was a modder for the Bucket plugins, and he got brought on as a main developer for the game. So absolutely. Anyway.
In regards to the Callisto Protocol, or what? Well, first of all, did you guys have to give your phone numbers to play Overwatch?
I didn't, because I was grandfathered in because I had an account that was old enough that I didn't have to do that.
Okay, I was going to say,
if you guys
I
remember,
feel like you would have done that.
If you remember, we had talked about this previously, that if you paid for the physical version of the game, but didn't have a phone number, or whatever, that you bought the disc and have it physically, they would prevent you from being able to play. So they had to grandfather people in.
It's even worse than that, though, because it's not like they still fucked it up. If you bought the game on Xbox, if you bought the game on PC, you're fine, whatever. But if you bought the game on Xbox or PlayStation or Switch, I assume, and then didn't play it for a long time, at one point they made it so you had to merge your Blizzard account or something, and it was like in 2021. The game came out in like 2018, I think. So if you stopped playing in 2019 and you didn't play when this switch happened in 2021, if you didn't play since then, you still have to register your phone number, even though you paid for the game. They don't grandfather those people in. It's only people that had the Blizzard account set up, and console players before that didn't play after 2021 or whatever won't have that. So they still need to do the phone number thing. It's dumb.
So I was just curious about that, but so in regards to the Callisto Protocol, what is it? I like to think of it kind of like a super broken game, like Pokemon. Was it Scarlet and Violet? And they just use that as like a shield for criticism. It's like, well, if you complain about or whatever our game being inadequately developed because we suck ass, well, we're banning you or something like that.
Yeah, I like the idea that the real reason they want your phone number is they got to know if you might have a Twitter account that's gonna talk about how much their game sucks.
Oh, so they can hunt you down.
Imagine a stealth game and all of a sudden you start windmilling across the map.
Oh, did you guys see my tweet when I went to Six Flags with oh god, with the T-pose characters in the DC like VR experience? Oh, that was so bad. Oh, that first of all, that game is my kid. Like that was okay. Time out. Let me tell you about my trip to Six Flags. So my brother-in-law has he has a pass to Six Flags that they don't even let you get anymore. Like you cannot purchase it, but he's grandfathered in because he had it during COVID when you couldn't even use it, right? And so they bumped him up to a higher level. His thing gets like up to 50% off for the shops in Six Flags and stuff. And he gets, you can bring guests, right? So he brought us, my son and I. And the first thing that he did was like we got there before they opened at like 10:30, right? And we're waiting, and we're like right at the front of the line. And the second they moved the barricades, we're running to the Wonder Woman ride, because that ride consistently is a 4-hour wait normally. So we get there, and we're probably the third car to go down the track, right? And his thought process was, it's the most intense ride in the park, but we should do it first because otherwise we aren't going to do it at all. Now, my son is 9, and I think has been on one kiddie roller coaster, and that's it. Okay?
Oh, fuck.
The last time I've been on a roller coaster was 20 some odd years ago at Knott's Berry Farm, where the rides are way tamer, right?
Oh, no.
And I had, when I was a kid and I had a pass at Knott's Berry Farm, there was a time when X2 came out in Six Flags, and I remember just thinking, yeah, no thanks. Like, I'm not doing that. Where the way that this roller coaster is designed, the track connects to the thing that, goes, right? But the seats aren't on the thing that goes. They're on a bar that comes out from the thing that is on the track. And
I think I've ridden this one.
Spin while you're going through.
Fuck you.
So
yeah. Oh, I hate it. I loved and hated that one.
The seats are spinning, right? And I'm just thinking, no thanks. I don't need to do that. And I'll be honest, I had forgotten that apparently Six Flags is like, let me put it this way. It's kind of like Nintendo versus Sega Genesis, in the sense that Nintendo is good, clean, family-friendly fun, and Sega Genesis has like, throw that kiddie shit in the garbage. It's time to smoke and drink and fuck hookers, right? Like, like it's the real shit, And so we get on this ride, and I gotta tell you, like, the first thing that happens on this ride is a drop that is 90 degrees straight down. And in movies, when the aircraft re-enters Earth's atmosphere, and you just hear that, and the camera's just like fucking shaking like crazy, you experience that on the way down.
Oh yeah.
And
imagine riding in the front, the very front. Oh my god.
Oh my god! Like, as soon as it started, so my son wanted to sit with his uncle on every ride, right? And so I'm by myself, and I'm just thinking, "Fuck! I hope my kid's okay."
You're just like, I need my son for comfort.
No, because I can't look over and make sure that he's not freaking out, right? Because I'm in front of it, because they're just fucking on. I refuse to be behind them in case he threw up, right? So anyway, the Wonder Woman ride was fucking intense. And then immediately after that, my brother-in-law runs us to Twisted Colossus, which is a ride where the track is two different colors. It starts like blue, and then midway through the track, it turns green, so that it looks at the beginning like there's two different tracks, one blue and one green, because you end up going back up the original climb before going down another 90-degree drop, by the way. And so, first of all, I didn't even see my son's face, but apparently his soul left his body on Wonder Woman. And my brother-in-law tells him, don't worry, everything else is less intense than that.
Psych.
By a small margin, Twisted Colossus is less intense. And so we so that ride, literally, if you get on it fast enough, you actually race the other one that went ahead of you, because you go through the track and then it goes back up the same climb, so you end up being side by side, and then you go down, and the one that's already gone up at the first time, they go up. So you end up like, it does like loops and is upside down. They have like a net so that shit doesn't fall out of people's pockets and land on you at high speeds. And I'm just saying, Ghost Rider and like what fucking Montezuma's Revenge and all that shit at Knott's Berry Farm is kiddie shit. In fact, I had to stop going to Knott's Berry Farm because Jaguar is too fucking small to fit in. Like, I got to an age when I was like 14 where I couldn't even split my legs on either side of the bar. I had to like to stick onto the side and just kind of push it down on my hip and be like, hold me down, you know. And also, and this is the worst part. Oh fuck. So, oh Jesus. So Twisted Colossus was fucking intense, and then it gets to the part where you're going back up, and I turn around and I'm like, don't get comfortable. The ride is not over, you know, because it feels like it slows down and you're just going back to the station, but you're actually going up the drop that second time. Oh my God. It was so fucking intense. And I'll be honest, I did not enjoy it at all, either of the rides when it first happened. But by the end of the day, I felt like I could go on them again, which is what my brother-in-law had planned, right? Trial by fire, right? My son, no, outright. I hate this. Roller coasters are the worst, right? Like,
that's funny.
And so we tried to find the tamest ride that was there, right? And I guess it's like the gold rushing ride, some golden rushing or something about some gold rush themed ride. Anyway, now as we're waiting in line, because my son has not learned yet not to trust us for some reason, I point over at the train, you know, as it's coming into the station, and I say, I want you to notice how the lap bar is designed on this one. And he's looking at it. I'm like, notice how it doesn't have like the extra seat belt and the thing that comes down over the top of you and all that, right?
That
and
means
I'm
you're
like,
gonna be safe.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, it's going to be less intense. It's not going to go upside down, you know, because my son is still traumatized, right? I was telling Reese and Footnam that, like, the rides are so intense. I think my son's balls would drop on centripetal force alone. So anyway, we get on this fucking ride, and here's the fatal flaw in everything I've just told my son. Each car is 3 rows of 2 seats. So my son and his uncle get in the back row. I go in the middle row, and some rando I don't know is in the front row. Now, here's the problem. As the bar comes down, they're all connected. So when the bar is moving, they all move together, which means that we are at the mercy of the fattest person on the ride. And my young 9-year-old slim son, the bar is not even touching him when it comes down, because the guy in front of me is so massive, right?
Oh, no.
And then the ride starts, and my brother-in-law is just like, don't let go. You're like, so yeah, it was before we got on that ride, there's another ride there. The actual tamest ride is a stupid VR experience like laser tag, where you watch on screens and you shoot at crap with this stupid gun. It's basically like a rail shooter in an arcade, but you're in a vehicle that is moving in a manner, I would call it a combination of the Indiana Jones ride from Disneyland and the dinosaur ride from Knott's Berry Farm. And it's fucking stupid, right? And my son is dying to do it because he's thinking, oh, it's going to be so cool shooting stuff, right? We go there, we get in line, and we get like all the way through the line to the end, and they tell us, oh, the ride just broke down. So you can't go on it.
Wow.
So then we leave, and like we're looking at the thing, and it's telling you how many minutes everything's, you know, like the wait is. So I'm like, okay, well, the Gold Rush ride, the one with the, you know, the lap bars, I'm like, let's go do that, and then maybe by the time it's over, this will be ready, right? So anyway, we do that, and my son is just like, roller coasters, never again. I hate you all. And then by the time we get out of it, the Justice League ride with the laser tag stuff is working. So we go back there. 5-minute wait is 90 fucking minutes long, and holy shit, this was the biggest trash fire of a ride I've ever been. First of all, the animatronic cyborg character did not move at all, right? And And we get through the thing, and the pictures I posted on Twitter, I'll pull them up real quick.
I love that I was just trying to make a comment about something I did in DS3, and I get punished with 5 hours of this.
Yeah, I'm almost.
Oh yeah,
done.
this
Shut
is
up.
great. And afterwards,
Stay quiet.
I share my experience at Six
Don't make
Flags.
me rape you again. Hold
Oh,
on.
we're not sure that one.
Let me.
All I can say, I have had a bad experience with roller coasters, and not for me. The last one we went on. The last one. This is a serious story. The last one I went on. We went to Adventureland in Des Moines, and it was a roller coaster called the Tornado, and it was a rickety piece of shit roller coaster. My dad was on the very last car, and when it hit down at the bottom, it hit and it crushed like a disc in his spine.
Yikes.
Damn.
He had to go to the emergency room and everything. So after that, I'm just like, not for my sake, but
That sounds like a lawsuit that pays for the rest of your life.
well, I mean, it was something like he had a back injury before, and so that was like
and it says on the ride, if you have back problems, don't.
No,
get
it doesn't didn't say anything about it
because it
whatsoever.
said that at Six Flags.
Well,
Oh, it did?
Yeah,
but this was like
gotta
20.
have this
if you're
this is
pregnant,
like-
blah blah blah, you know all these things.
Oh yeah, of course, pregnant. If you're pregnant, you're gonna have a birth on this ride.
Yeah.
You want it or not.
So yeah, when I went to Six Flags, it had to have
But
been.
yeah, this was
funny
20 years
enough,
ago.
Like 7 months ago is when I went.
That's right.
And I thought, oh yeah, I'll be able to hang because I had gone to Disneyland and thought, the rides were fun there. And I was like, by the end of it, I had fun, but by the end of it, I felt like an old man. I was mentally and physically exhausted after like 5 rides. I was like,
Yeah.
dear God, let's just go home. Fuck this. I was so
Look,
fucking exhausted.
I was your son, Brad, without going on the rides. I was just like, screw that.
Yeah, so real quick, so we're in line for the Justice League thing, and they have these like pictures of like your targets, and I look over at this one, and fucking Lex Luthor and the Joker are posed, and I'm like, what? All of the henchmen are in their fucking T pose, and I was just praying. I was praying that it was using Unreal or something, and it was going to be so fucking broken that the henchmen were going to just come out into the middle of the game, and they were all going to be in their T-pose with no animations, and
Like
yeah,
they're
here's
just moving along on sticks.
yeah, just like floating into the scene with the audio playing and everything. Anyway, so the way this game works is that you're supposed to take out your stupid laser gun and shoot this crap. And my son, first of all, this game is complete fucking made up garbage. It has like lasers that are drawn, like rendered into the thing you're doing. I shit you not, they are pre-rendered in the game. So as you're doing it, you could not be touching anything. The game could be running with nobody touching it. Those lasers are pre-rendered in there. And I know this because I got the top score on the game. I was over 100,000 points. I was like the top score. And all I did was shoot the superheroes instead of the targets I was supposed to be shooting. So I was literally doing that thing where you're like, like where you rapid fire. And I was like, there's Supergirl. Like this was the biggest piece of dog shit I think I have ever seen. And my son loved it.
Father and son.
And then I also saw this Mario. I saw this Mario hanging in one of the arcades, and I'm like, this is Mario after seeing Princess Peach's penis. Like,
I don't even want to look at this image.
oh god. Anyway, all right. So about the Callisto Protocol.
I'm freaking here. Oh, here's Supergirl. That was just funny.
Well, at least they don't have T-pose models coming at you.
Oh. All right. So anyway, so they're saying that regarding the Callisto Protocol, to wrap it up, they essentially means that players could risk getting banned for using bugs or glitches, a common practice during speedruns, or even for simply finding creative ways to solve puzzles or beat bosses in ways that developers did not envision. Anyway, that's some bullshit. Power to the player, my ass. Anyway, official Samurai Maiden patch removes the Gen Z localization. So remember previously we talked about how like I'm Gen Z and yada yada yada, right? All that shit. So so this is the previous dialogue for the official release. Anyway, Samugi, tell us about your world. We've all talked about ours, but I'm super interested in the future. About my world, now that I think about it, I don't really know how to describe it. You said something about being a Gen Z. What does that involve? It means someone my age, Generation Z, right? Which previously they just talked about being in high school. So they said, don't ask me, I've never heard of it before. It's just the way we think about different age groups in the future. In my world, you've got Gen Z, Gen Y or millennials, Gen X, and boomers. Boomers and Gen X are pretty old, like my parents. Millennials are kind of in the middle, and then Gen Z is mostly still studying, like me. So yeah, this
Good
epic
God, how did
cringe-
they get that from the translation?
Right? No, they didn't, obviously. But now there's an update that removes. This is an official released update that removes all of that shit.
We removed the cringe.
So before the patch, this scene said, I'm Samugi's Tamori. What else? I guess I'm studying. I'm in Gen Z. And you are? So now it's, I'm just a regular high school girl, I guess. And you are? So yeah, all that shit that was like, oh, wow. The canon commando. No. Anyway, so basically the bottom line is that an official patch has corrected it. Score 1 for you Gen Z millennial. What was that line?
No, that was you. Hold up.
Score 1 for SJW. Score 1 for you SJW millennial. No. Yeah, so score 1 for us for once. Now, I want to quickly go over this too. And I just want to ask real quick, who thinks that this was inevitable to begin with? Rumor. Nintendo to slowly adopt elements from the Super Mario Brothers movie into the video game series.
I mean, considering The Witcher's latest patch, next gen patch, added some of the TV series things as a DLC. Well, I don't know if it's DLC, but just into the game. I guess it doesn't surprise me as much as it would before.
Well, it depends on like what they're going to be implementing, right? Like, is it like women power? I've not seen the movie, but like, you know, is there women power in the movie and that's what they're going to adopt? Or is it the fact that Mario's, you know, flat ass, or that his hair is a little bit more detailed and less cartoony?
That he runs faster than Sonic? I mean,
you know, it's very vague. I don't know if it explains in the article, but
look, all I'm saying,
and Princess Peach, okay? But look at the fucking detail on their lips! Why is this necessary for a children's game? Why?
Just saying.
is he gonna be okay?
You are going to end my involvement with the Mario games if you take away my $5 whore. Okay? Just saying. I will never play them again. Even if you pixelated it. No.
No,
Okay.
I think at most they're just going to add it as a costume in Mario Odyssey or whatever. Just the same way they add the ball sack armor from the Witcher TV series.
Okay, so here's, I don't want to bother to read all this. It's a rumor, right? But it's a rumor from somebody who has previously leaked things that turned out to be true. Okay, now I just want to point this out. It says here, as seen in an unboxing video on YouTube, another Mario toy from the theme park. This is the Super Nintendo World theme park. Features the hold on, I should have started up here. Okay, so once again, maintaining the game will release in Nintendo's 2023 to 2024 fiscal year. Zippo, the name of the leaker, elaborates on his earlier comment about the art style. This is less a statement on the game, but more on the future of the franchise itself. Zippo prefaces, adding Mario and company will gradually take things and design elements from the movie moving forward, such as the brothers' updated outfits. This could suggest more realistic textures in this new Mario game and the franchise as a whole.
They
Zippo-
already had more realistic textures with each new game.
Yeah, but hear this. Zippo affirms, quote, "You're actually starting to see this already, as the Toko Mario toy from the Super Nintendo world features new shoelaces from the movie. As seen in an unboxing video on YouTube, another Mario toy from the theme park also featured the laces molded onto the shoes. Though both toys are slightly different in height, they arguably use the same part for the foot." Anyway, so it seems like it's going the direction of this could be Nintendo, going the direction of globalizing the brand, so to speak,
Well, I mean,
I think it's just coming with the console generations that they're
It
just
could
getting
be.
more realistic.
It could be, but the problem is that Nintendo previously benefited from the fact that they maintained a cartoony style as the generation of consoles kept getting better.
Well, I mean, this is still a cartoony style.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the fidelity doesn't need to become photoreal.
Did you see
know
that
what I mean?
photoreal T-Rex in Mario Odyssey, Brad?
No.
Well, all I say is I do kind of want. I think the movie looks good. I think I said it before, but I do want
That's some good cope.
a version. I mean, visually looks good.
But the dick sucking lips.
I do want something that is at least one game that is visually similar to the movie.
the movie tie-in game that's in the bargain bin, in 6 months.
I'll take it. Nintendo games don't generally go in the bargain bin, but if it does, I'll take it.
Because this is going to be the PS4 game.
Put out by Ubisoft.
Ubisoft, yeah.
Get a Switch game.
EA Games releases Super Mario Bros. The movie, the game.
Now, if Ubisoft makes a Super Mario Bros. The movie game, it will be in the bargain bin in 2 weeks. Like that's guaranteed.
Yeah, it'll go on sale in the bargain bin. Like that, now available at your local Walmart bargain bin. Right.
No, it'll be a Dollar General.
So Mirage Leonardo says, did they ever announce if the Lupin Zero film will have an English dub or is it sub only? So it's not a film. It's a six
episode
miniseries.
OVA episode series.
Mm-hmm.
It's currently on High Dive up to episode 4. And so I assume Sentai will dub it eventually.
I think it's safe to say all the new Lupin stuff's getting dubbed.
Yeah.
Especially getting put out on licensed by Sentai for High Dive.
We live in a world where
so
Lupin will be fully dubbed at some point.
We can only hope.
Necovolts says that I am jealous that Lance actually gets to play Dark Souls 3. So jelly.
Huh?
By the way, random, I am playing that too. Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to skip over all these conversations because you guys.
I was just bragging on how good I am at the game.
Wow.
13 King Style says
Classic, huh?
this story about the roller coaster is not going to end well.
Well, he was
Castro
right.
says, Jesus, that's insane. Luigi Musty says, Capcom have been shutting down Resident Evil fan remakes. I skipped that article. Capcom is just as bad as Activision. You might as well have the Sakura Kasugano skirt lift fan art shown at independent fan conventions then. Okay, if that is what is necessary, give me the skirt lift fan art at conventions, please. Capcom went to shit since they censored the red sun flag from E-Honda stage. Yeah, I mean, there was probably a couple things before that, but that was a sticking point for me. Samurai Maiden still has the panty censored in the photo mode. No! Even the Pokemon games are fine with 2D anime graphics. That should be enough. All right. Okay, so let's move on from here and talk about Steins Gate's developer Magus entering insolvency after losing, $4.6 million. So they can't pay their debts.
They need
at
that,
least-
That never-
microwave with the banana in it.
yeah,
That never stopped Ufotable before.
I mean, I don't know how it sure shows that Okabe, the way he ran his lab, seemingly not making any money and somehow squatting in that place, that they thought they could do the same.
You know what? Maybe if Steins Gate Zero was any good, they'd have some money.
Oof.
Oh, shots fired.
So Final Fantasy producer Yoshinori Kitase promises 7 will be his key word for years.
Oh.
There's Tifa, by the way. She's sitting on Fenris or whatever his name is. Fenrir. The bike. Yoshinori Kitase, who has worked as both a producer and director for several Final Fantasy titles, acknowledged that more content for the Final Fantasy VII Remake will arrive in 2023, and that 7 will be his key word for 2023 and for several years to come, sure to have many suspecting the largest milking of the franchise ever. Kitase, have I been pronouncing it wrong? Oh shit, Kitase intends on celebrating the 25th anniversary of the franchise, which was in 2022, with 7 promotions and events. 3 have already been announced: a Twitter campaign, Cloud's birthday, and the release of Crisis Core, the Final Fantasy Reunion. Yeah, give me more of these and less of the birthdays and the Twitter campaigns. The last 4 will debut in the future, and Kitase didn't mention when they would, but more information on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the second entry in the remake, will also arrive in 2023. Blah, 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 blah. That's, basically there's going to be a lot more Final Fantasy VII. And Final Fantasy 16, the ESRB rating says, shit, fuck, and sexual moaning sounds in a brothel.
Huh.
All right. Sounds like a good game. The Western
They're
Regulatory Organization,
Netflixifying it.
ESRB, has released its rating description for Final Fantasy 16, revealing the title will include words such as shit and fuck. Or is it sh and like, are they going to censor it like that?
No.
Along with sexual moaning sounds in the brothel. Concepts that aren't new to the series.
When are they going to replace the moaning sounds? Oh, yeah.
Didn't they just come out as like they had backlash for like there's not enough non-white people or whatever in the game, and the response was like, well, we're basing this off of like oh wow. Well, that's the mod I'm gonna add in. So and
We know it's
they were
happening in
saying
the back room.
they were saying something like they were basing it off of I can't remember what lore it was. It was like, I don't know, medieval European, whatever it might have been. So that's why, they were sticking to something that was in that vein. So it's just kind of interesting to me. It's like, I don't know, in that era, were they really throwing cusses around like that?
Yeah. What? Do you know what fuck means?
An in and out.
It
person,
stands
usually
for
directly
fornication under command of the king.
Oh.
Yes.
Where did you get this? Because I've never heard this.
It's the in Braveheart, the concept of prima nocta is when the king is allowed to deflower any new bride he wants on their wedding day. Basically, the king just gets to go around and say, oh, that bitch is getting married? Damn, she's fine. I'm going to fuck her first. Seriously, that's what the term means.
I want an article about this.
All right, we're looking up etymology.
Well, now that that's been said, do you think it should be deemed inappropriate for being used in public, or is it because it has?
It is historically
now
accurate.
it's even more appropriate because it has historical relevance.
That's what I'm saying.
And it
Early-
has literally determined our culture at this point.
Footnote.
You would not
This
be
is
here
the
if it was not for
etymology.
fuck.
Early 16th century of Germanic origin, comparing Swedish dialect "fucka" and Dutch dialect.
Hold up. Well, in that case, I expect there to be a scene where the king says, "Thou shalt fornicate under the command of the king."
Has anybody seen the history of the F word? It was a viral video about, back in the mid 2000s.
No.
Let's find out where. Old English shite, diarrhea of Germanic origin. Man, those Germans, they made all the good words. The term was originally neutral and used without vulgar connotation. See, it's not even vulgar. ESRB, get out of here.
In the private chat, this is the video.
Well, anyway, that thought went through my head because there's been like people talking about those new was it Willow or whatever, and it's like they're throwing around like these modern day whatever terms, and it's just like completely immersion breaking. And I'm thinking, well, is that what they're going to do here?
So here's a question: when did the concept of a central nervous system first come into scientific? Yeah, because I got to tell you, the Lord of the Rings has that line where Gimli says, when they're doing the competition between who slays the most orcs between Gimli and Legolas.
Legolas, yeah.
He shoots the orc that's right next to Gimli and says he moved. Aye, but only because my axe is embedded in his central nervous system. And he's twitching, right? So like that's kind of
was that in the extended cut? I don't remember this.
That might be in the extended cut. But the idea is that he has the axe embedded in him. So as he moves it, like the head is moving with the axe, and so is the leg twitching, you know? Anyway, so that was a tangent on immersion break. Anyway, so the game is going to have sexual moaning sounds in a brothel, concepts that aren't new to the series, save for perhaps the moaning, but will possibly be more explicit with voice-acted dialogue. So I guess in the past, the moaning was just like text, like lovers. Sounds like they're really going at it, right?
And now it's quite literally going to be in Dolby Atmos. So
now,
congrats.
Yeah. I really want that, like, for us to somehow get the developers to put green lines line in there.
Why do you need the developers? We can just mod it ourselves.
No, I want it to be in the official game.
I guess that's true. They will have the word fornicating under Command of the King. So I guess it's appropriate.
That's a shirt, actually.
What? Just the literal definition of the word fuck?
Fornicating under the command of the king. Oh, you could spin that into a shirt. I believe in you.
Okay. The rating summary, mature 17 plus, indicates that the 16th entry will depict the most violence yet to be seen in the series, with cutscenes depicting acts of violence and blood. Players will witness a character's hand severed by a sword, a guard's throat slit by a knife, and a character impaled through the chest. I mean, I saw fucking Aerith get impaled.
And Cloud kills her later on in the series. I mean,
thank you for the spoilers.
Yeah, because he ran in with a Phoenix down to save her at that last second right there. This is an action role-play game in which players assume the role of an enslaved prince, Clive, on a quest to find his missing brother. From a third-person perspective, players explore a fantasy kingdom, complete various quests, and engage in battles against enemy soldiers and fantastical creatures. Example, trolls, orcs. Players use swords and magical attacks, example, fireballs, lightning strikes, to kill characters in melee-style combat. During fighting sequences, players can perform cinematic attacks. Well, you're talking about like the God of War, like epic kills. Finishing moves by following on-screen prompts. No, it's a quick time event. Effectively, well, battles are fast-paced, accompanied by impact sounds, cries of pain, and large explosions. Blood splatter effects frequently occur when characters are slashed and killed. Cutscenes depict additional acts of violence and blood: a character's hand severed by a sword, a guard's throat slit by a knife, character impaled through the chest, a prisoner's shoulder stabbed and twisted by an interrogator's blade. The game contains some sexual material, a character caressing and straddling a man in bed, references to prostitution, sexual moaning sounds in a brothel, dialogue such as, "I'd be happy to show you, provided I can afford it." Wait, what? And thank you for your service. My chamber is just upstairs. Some characters are depicted with partially exposed breasts and buttocks. The words fuck and shit are heard in the game. So while the game has shown a lack of attractive female characters, well, then why even play it? I will only play it for Green Line's moans. Most likely due to Western influence.
Yeah, you've been called in. What, guys? You'll never guess. I've been called in towards Final Fantasy. It's like, oh fuck, damn it.
What time do you need me to come in? Oh, that won't be necessary. Your lines have already been recorded.
Yeah, they've already been recorded.
No, AC, you don't understand. They'll be like, what time do you need me to come?
The description indicates that Final Fantasy XVI will also contain more sexual material than previous titles. Examples include references to prostitution. Oh no, sexual moaning sounds of brothel.
And they worked really hard to sell it.
That article really didn't need to be that long. All right, well that's the thing. Now,
I've heard a lot of people not impressed so far by what they've heard. 16. Moving on.
I have work tomorrow, boys. So I'm gonna have to call it.
You gotta at least listen to this really good song.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we gotta kind of have to go through this article first, though.
All right, plow
It'll be worth it.
Okay,
It'll be a lullaby.
All right. The Japanese Communist Party. Oh, I forgot to read the headline. God damn it. The Japan Communist Party slams Dragon Quest for gender stereotypes and excessive sexiness. Look, I would just like to make it known that the Republican Mormons from Utah are communists. They share all the values of the Communist Party. Just throwing that out there. Japanese Communist Party's daily organ, Shimbun Akahara, recently published an essay criticizing the classic Dragon Quest series for its strong male perspective with gender stereotypes and excessive sexiness, a turn of events some would sooner suspect to happen in the West. A translated excerpt from the Shimbun Akahara newspaper that discusses the franchise's problematic elements. I mean, how about you just do the old it's capitalism, it made too much money, redistribute that wealth? Like, why you got to attack the sexiness? Sex work is work, people. After giving it some thought, I decided on Dragon Quest, a game I've played before, and bought it at a local thrift store a month ago. You're not communist enough. You're licking the capitalist boot. It was insanely fun. In the game, you progress through your journey by talking to townsfolk to gather information and defeat monsters to level up. At times, you rescue people, defeat mini-bosses, break curses, find treasure, and more. Each of these missions can be completed in about an hour. The feeling of progression is satisfying, and it's perfect after a hard day of work. What work? However,
are you saying you need a reward for work?
What? However, there's been one problem that's been bothering me throughout the whole thing, and it has to do with gender problems. I feel that there's strong male perspective everywhere. For example, the chosen hero who was born to save the world is male. There's even a childhood friend who continues waiting and saves herself for the hero. How dare her not be a slut? Even for roles and abilities, male characters are generally assigned to attack, while female characters are assigned to heal and support. The way they speak, using daze and dawa endings, is also stereotyped by gender. The males don't use watashi.
Don't you just hate how in real life how sexist it is how we get all the women to use their healing spells on men?
Isn't it so unfortunate?
That's so sexist.
Isn't it so unfortunate how real life and biology is just so sexist? Moreover, the excessive sexiness of the characters is also concerning, such as the character model for the female martial artist that focuses on her breasts and hips, and the use of bunny girl outfits as armor for female characters. The fact that many towns have sexually oriented areas is also problematic. How dare you? Sex work is real work, don't you know? Thinking back, this is the Dragon Quest that I enjoyed during my childhood. It is too sexy for me as an adult. No. Is it truly okay for children to enjoy these nationalistic games? What? Where'd that one come from? I would like to see it get another look because of the various influences that can come from the lack of understanding of genders. For now, I will continue to progress through Dragon Quest with a mix of excitement and gloom. So they said, it is clear the writer has only ever played one Dragon Quest game, as there are several female characters in future games who assume various different offensive-oriented roles.
I just want to know who paid someone to write that garbage.
The Communist Party.
Thank you. Because if you're this dumb, like, I just want to say, if you're this dumb that you get so upset over something that's happening in a fucking game, and you try to connect this to these problems people are trying to throw out and create into the world today, man, you need help. You need some serious...
The thing that I find is that, first of all, this particular character's outfit disgusts me, and the Vegeta knees are horrifying. But the fact that, like, when I look at this outfit and when I look at this outfit, like, there's nothing particularly sexual happening, and the fact that people look at this
has breasts and does not look like a man, it's offensive to them.
Yeah, the fact that people look at this and are white knighting so hard that if they, oh no, I noticed her belly button. No, it made me sin. You know, like
the guys, the males who react like this at a party, and all of a sudden a girl walks up and talks to them and goes, "Oh no,
exactly, Reese. So many will be astounded by how similar these absurd criticisms are to the ones seen in the West towards games and other forms of entertainment, perhaps proving theories that communist infiltration is happening in the West. No. What? Yeah, the fucking Mormons. Anyway, so I saw this and that was really just an excuse to share this. Let's say. Yeah. Away. Get out of here. Okay. The Japanese Communist Party is on a whole nother level. So let me share with you the Communist Party VTuber. Shame that they left her exposed knees. That's too sexy. We will knock out the government. The sad thing about it is that they literally want all the same things that everybody else wants, but they're too stupid to not realize that the problems that they have are caused by government interference and cronyism, not capitalism. It's a shame, really. Oh, Green Line. Before you go to bed, allow me to show you the Dead Space remake that redesigned Isaac Clarke as Adam Sandler. May it haunt your dreams.
I don't know. From what I've heard of the game, that just might be an improvement.
I mean, I don't see how this is anybody else but Adam Sandler.
The one at the right literally just looks like a Photoshop.
You think?
I'm pretty sure the picture above is the real one, and the one on below is just exaggerating for the article.
A doctored image, you're right, with the face of Adam Sandler integrated over the new Isaac Clarke. All right. Well, there you go. I still thought it was funny. All right, Greenland, if you guys split,
wrong,
be my guest. I am now going to cover an article from July. I was thinking of covering this around the time Shinzo Abe was murdered. That is how long it has been in my backlog. Crotch Cup 2022 Esports Festival held to raise awareness for groin itch treatment. Such a shame I couldn't bring myself to cover it in 2022. Together, we can fight crotch itch. Skin irritation in the area between the legs is a problem that affects 1 in 30 people. Maybe. I don't know, actually. I kind of half made up that statistic because there really isn't a lot of reliable data about itchy groins. This is probably because people tend to not talk openly about their inflamed nether regions in social
We need
settings.
to normalize crotch itch, everyone.
I need to readjust myself.
Hold on, I gotta screen share this with audio.
Oh God, someone's scratching.
Oh, look, there's a
I
crotch.
won't hear and or see that.
Damn, that's like some Footnum proportions right there when the crotch like right underneath the neck.
I like how when it was switching to, I don't know if you guys saw it, but when it was switching to screen share, it like wiped out everything and it just had that loading wheel right on Guts' dick.
So, skin irritation in the
cover
area
this
of
crotch with plenty of ointment.
Sorry, I already read that.
Okay.
Here to bring some relief to that issue is Ikeda Mahando, makers of the Muhi line of skincare products that treat a range of itches from allergic reactions to bug bites to dry air. They also produce the Delicare M's and Delicare B creams aimed at treating itchy skin in delicate areas. Crotch itch cream can be a hard item to market, so Ikeda Mohando came up with a novel solution by organizing an esports festival around it. On the 24th of July, the first ever Crotch Cup 2022, or Kokon Cup 2022, will be streamed live on the company's official YouTube channel. During this tournament, players will compete in 4 crotch games in the hopes of taking home the Crotch Cup. The participants are a lineup of popular Japanese streamers and YouTubers, and commentary duties will be handled by esports champ and commentator Taiga Kishi, and none other than the Delicare M's mascot himself, Crotch Warrior Mzune.
It seems like just a sausage fest. I don't think this sounds very fun.
The players listed from top left to bottom right are Shaka, Dasoku, Masanori Chi. That's Masanori Itch, right? Yahiro Azuki Hatsume, Yunosi, and Ichiro Kyo. Wow. There is in fact a woman in there somewhere. The Crotch games themselves are available for anyone to play on the Crotch Game Center Metaverse website. As of this writing, 2 of the 4 games have been unlocked: Space Crotch Shooter and Crotch Wriggling Panic. What the fuck? So, yeah, this is the zipper of the jeans. In Space Crotch Shooter, players take control of Crotch Warrior Mzune as he mows down invading hordes of musties, mure in Japanese. If a musty hits Crotch Warrior Mzune, then he becomes musty and difficult to move. But if our hero successfully eliminates the threat, he can bring refreshment to crotch space.
He gets some powder for that itch.
Crotch wriggling panic puts the player in the role of an elevator operator who must help hordes of wriggling guys with itchy crotches get to the Ikeda Mohando kiosk where Crotch Warrior Mzune is waiting to sell them relief in the form of tubes of Delicare M's. By now you're probably thinking, this is fantastic beyond my wildest dreams, but what I was really hoping for was to see more of the hit anime series starring Crotch Warrior Mzune that started in 2018. Well, you're in luck. In honor of the Crotch Cup 2022, Ikeda Model Hall has also released 3 new episodes of the Crotch Warrior Mzune saga. In the first episode of Crotch Warrior Mzune, Beyond the Universe, Beyond the Crotch Arc, titled Planet 60 Invasion Mzune, titled Planet 60, Invasion Mzune was enjoying retirement with his wife, Madeline, when a sudden outbreak of groin itch around the world brings him back to the front lines. So,
日々、股間平和を守り続ける M ゾーン。愛するパートナー、マタリーとマッチングアプリで出会い結婚。この幸せはずっと続くと思われた。が、しかし。60と書いてムーレムーレ60と書いて
Oh,
Did anyone
that
else
looks like
other
that
than
Daruma I was just showing you the other day.
なんとこれはつまり何かが迫っている。誰かこの中でデリケームズを塗ってくれる人いませんか？誰か塗ってください。股間かゆいよ。世界の股間大使を集めて
何をしようとしているんだ池田兄弟は。
静粛に股間平和のため宇宙に M ズーンを派遣する。賛成の方は速やかに股間を上げてください。せーの。
股間を上げる？
机が邪魔だぞ。
wow, these subtitles are fucking garbage.
満場股間一致で決まりましたか？
あなた、
I'm not
本
reading
当
them.
に宇宙とか行く気ですか？
Oh my god, that Gundam got her pregnant.
すぐに帰ってくるよマタリー。この子のために。
いい
Wow.
感じのお土産待ってる。
時間あったらね。
I wonder if they also sell like KY jelly.
箱
form
ガシャ
he
ン
was
股
in
間
when he
ガシャン
fucked
股
her.
間ガシャン股間ガシャン股間ガシャン股間ガシャン股間一丁働くか。
お土産
Oh, yeah.
待ってる。じゃあ、M ズーンの打ち上げを前に人だかりならぬ股間だかりができてお
Why
り
does
ま
it
す。
look like a tube of toothpaste?
ほっかー。股間エンジン全開。
煙の形。
M ゾーン
I
体
like
験取れました。
Oh, it is Mzune, not Mzune.
俺たちもついてるぜ M ゾーン。
ありがとうその他大勢。頼んだぞ M ズーンとその他大勢。
So wait, did he give her the cartridge too?
ついに来たな M ズーンとその他大勢め。これでもくらいディスチャーク。
ついに始まる宇宙股間バトル。人類の股間の平和は M ズーンとその他大勢に託された。デスチャックとは一体どんなチャックなのか。
お土産。この
You
番
think
組
it's
は
gonna turn
股間
to
を
like
救う
panties
それ
after
が使
they
命。
exploded?
デリケアエムズの提供
I
で
have
お送りいたし
no
ました。
idea. When I watched this originally, I just kind of scrubbed through it. That was something. So the battle flares up in episode 2, Death Chaku. Opened when a giant zipper-like portal called the Death Chaku opens, and even more musties flood towards Earth. However, a new hope emerges when the battle is joined by Mzune's brother, Daiyorio 35G. The word chaku means zipper in Japanese. I'm too enthralled in the story now to not just watch the
地球の股間クライシスに M ズーンが
Wait,
ギ
is
ン
it wearing
ギンに立
pants
ち上がる。
now?
地球で見守るマタリー、お腹にはジュニアが。果たして物語は一体。
これでも暗いテスチャ
Did you
ー
turn on the English dub?
I wish.
All right, guys, this is our first. See, pause it. Is
No.
it wearing a
何なん
diaper
だ
or
この巨大なチャックは。
It's wearing tidy whities.
しかも中年男性の手で何を
Is this about to get us demonetized?
おいおいこの宇宙のど真ん中でチャックを
What is the KKN?
Oh no.
Is this like the black version of the Ku Klux Klan?
What?
The Ku Klux Trojans.
Is this guy wearing a fucking wedding ring?
おいおいこの宇宙のど真ん中でチャックをそれ以上下ろすな公衆の面前
The
だ
soundtrack is outstanding.
おいその他大勢握るのは
But he's using his dick.
ハンドルだろ早くあのチャックを閉めてくれわかったチャックを開けっぱなしにするとはうおーみなぎる股間パワ
A child can do it or a pal.
何か現れました。
ー持たせたの 15g よ大容量 35g 兄さんよーし行くぜせーの
What is it? Just the bigger one?
チャックを閉める母さんが口酸っぱく言ってたよね
そうじゃ
ついに閉まりました。その調子だ。
兄弟揃っていい年こいてママの言うことを聞きやがって
Darth Vader
これでも
still
暗い
Oh.
ものすごい数の量産型ブレ
マタリンさん落ち着いて。
巨漢総開口戦ロケット乗り
Wait a minute, are they like using tubes of toothpaste?
The baby is being born! I need to see this abomination!
Well, I mean, they're both squeezing something out.
You think that's how it worked? Like, they just shot the tube in?
決死の覚悟でチャックを閉めに向かう M ゾーン 35g。マタリーも産気づいていろいろ大変。果たしてどうなってしまうのか。
まさか3話に続くのか。そのまさかです。
I swear to God, if it ends. No!
提供でお送りいたしました。
You know, that that comment chain from earlier, I think, has aged hits differently right now.
Which one? Lewd Gundams.
And she said that after Footnum should embrace his whore nature and not hide how he feels. It's like, what?
Well,
and now we're seeing like female Gundams and a Gundam impregnating a woman and the.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
so we
On a scale of 1 to 10, how horny are you right now?
Probably a
Negative.
0.
This is the beautiful story of a child being born. How dare you? In the final episode, Mzune Forever, the battle takes a turn for the worse, and the ultimate sacrifice must be made in order to save the crotches of Earth. But who will protect them from now on? Oh, I gotta know.
Just watch while she's giving birth. Oh, it itches. Ah! No.
It's like that one. It's like that
突
one.
如現れた大量の量産型ブレ。
Except
デスチャックを閉めるため立ち向かう 35g であったが。
So is that supposed to be the Death Star or something?
Yep.
チャックが
ちょっと待って
So
くだ
do
さ
you
い。
think the Cream are shooting his Monoset 7
チャ
or a
ックが噛ん
Malvo?
でます。
何チャックがおパンツにかもしくはあれに噛
Oh
んでいる
God,
の
I
か
hope they
わ
don't
かりま
zip
せん。
up the
とにか
guy's
くがっ
dick
つり
in it.
噛んでます。
チャックは噛むから
Hold
な
on, hold on. So like, do you think of like a giant snake that's
兄さ
slowly
ん
sticking
母
its
さ
head
ん
out
が
in
言
a
った
minute?
ろ忘れたのか
35g。チャックは無理して引っ張っちゃダメ。
ちょっとぐらいなら
Why are the
いいよね
subtitles not working now? What?
やっちゃった
Oh shit.
ああしまった
Yeah, but how?
ほらだから言わんこっちゃないトップ
Watch out, guys! The storm monster's
うわ
coming!
ーわしの大事なジャックがあれだけお母さんに言われたのに 35g 兄さん俺に任せて
どうするつも
Oh
りだ
no, your
無茶
child.
だやめろ 15g お前には大事な家族だって最後にみんなに伝えたいことが
You
あ
know,
る
when this first started and he ran away after the baby, when he
俺
finally
はいつでも
she was pregnant, I was like, well, is this like a
Take
story of, like, a
responsibility.
ありがとうみんなありがとう兄さん
not what I was expecting.
さあ何でしょうねお土産
ありがとう今まで出会ってきた人たち畜生こんな時にも股間ばかりが
I
浮
just
かん
want
で
to
く
know,
る
like,
ぜ
if the
俺
baby
は
is
忘
like
れない
part
飛ぶした股
electronics and
間の一
everything,
つ一つ
how
を
is she?
今ま
How
で出会っ
did
た
her body
全て
actually
の
like
股間に
produce
股間
these
射
things?
するぜ
Did all of a sudden
あり
she
がとう
like
バ
turn
タ
into
リ
a
ー
like
ありがと
computer
う
or something?
マッチングアプリ
What? What? Is this
Oh,
okay?
you got the
on
explosion
YouTube?
right.
We're all wondering that ourselves.
のか
おげこかんおげこかんおげこかん
おめでとうございます元気なロケですよ
The baby has an alarm
いい
clock
感
for
じ
it.
のお土産
まだ地球には股間がかゆい人たちがいる 15g お前の意志を無駄にはしないロケット塗り
What?
時間差は僕が主演だよ
因縁の戦いは終わったしかし悪が絶えることはない
Hey, look, the diaper got all. So this is the story after my hero wins.
No
right?
more
10 out of 10.
Where can we get the soundtrack? Is it this one? Wait, how does she feed the baby if it can't open its mouth? Where does her kitty go?
What are those lyrics?
Let's smell it.
Smell.
エムズーンは意外と生きてます
この番組は股間を救うそれ
I
が
miss
使命
Vegas Takamon.
デリケアエムズの提供でお送りいたします
He would have been great in this. He would have been
Honestly,
great. in
that
this
was
episode.
better than every other anime of the season.
You know, it's a damn good contender.
So
I sent
hopefully
you a picture of the Gundam they referenced, not the main Gundam, but the other one, the enemy Gundam.
I thought it was Optimus Prime.
I mean, I guess
looked like
color-wise,
him.
his head was the Optimus Prime color.
The baby
But he-
literally looked like he had like Optimus Prime's like chest plate. Or
I'm
whatever.
talking about like
Cute.
well, I mean, I guess like father, like son, but like they have the V crest for
Wait a minute,
victory.
since the baby's like supposed to like change shape slightly as it's being born, how did she push that motherfucker out?
it's a transformer, dude.
It came out of the dark.
It transformed out of the womb.
What was the name of this show? What was the name of that show?
Oh fuck!
Reese
I
has
don't
to
even remember.
download, has to order it, download it now.
Emzun.
Oh,
Emuzun.
M Zune Forever.
Emzun forever.
Oh no, that's the name of the episode. What's the?
It's
Go all the way up. Let's go all the way
Emzun.
up.
Oh yeah. Crotch Warrior Emzun.
Okay. Crotch Warrior.
Hopefully, the high production value and drama of Crotch Warrior Emzun Beyond the Universe, Beyond the Crotch will give you a sense of the entertainment potential of a Crotch Cup 2022. Be sure to check it out when it starts at 7 p.m. Japan Standard Time, blah, blah, blah. Your crotch may depend on it.
I searched for that and I got the most obscure glitch in Street Fighter. I'm
So-
like, wait a minute, what?
To the audience, I would just like for you to know that since July, this has been in every single doc, and I didn't cover it.
He has done you such a disservice to rate him now.
Oh, So
we should have been beating off to this for months.
Wow.
Okay.
Like it.
We're all in the negatives, and Lance is over here like that's a 7 out of 10 reaction right there.
Yeah.
Dude, her vagina can pop out a fucking Tonka truck. What are you talking about?
So
how does this make you feel, Lance?
That's Char's. I don't remember what the model's called, but like partway through the series, he uses that thing. And
that's what the enemy they were fighting was looking like.
That's the one enemy. That's what they were referencing clearly.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. So.
Dear God.
Whoo! I'm not tired. You're tired. We're gonna get through this, dude. I'm gonna fucking. Wow. Are you all right?
Reese's over there dying.
Yeah, throwing up apparently.
Just like everybody else.
Are my highlights in here?
I'm glad we have to all do the
Chat GPT 3 has I have let you down all the work you did to highlight these for me. All right, well,
Thank
whatever.
you, Chad, and everyone's still watching at this point for putting up with this bullshit.
Luigi the Metal 64 says that is just sick. The baby robot idea is stupid.
You're stupid.
Oh. You sat through this bullshit with us.
Nobody liked it, apparently. They all have terrible trash anime taste. That was the greatest thing ever. 13 King Style says, I would rather listen to Carl Weezer sing than listen to whatever that was. You, sir, are incorrect. That was the top anime theme of the season. All right, so 33 years later, there's finally a capture card for recording gameplay on your Game Boy.
They made that actually. It's called the
the
GameCube Play Game Boy game thing on it, and then you just record the GameCube.
If you want to get technical,
if you want to play it with the
Super Game Boy existed.
Yeah, that as well. But see, here's the problem though. The way that it works is that it takes your button config, what you're doing, and it runs it through an emulator. That's all it's doing.
And it's actually like a half programmed emulator.
Yeah, it doesn't even have sound.
It doesn't know everything that the game is doing depending on your inputs. So like there's some visual glitches that you will get if you try and
I don't
play
need
it.
any more of those.
The idea of it was just so that basically competitive people could play on original hardware and then have a stream for like people watching. That's not really.
It's a neat concept, but the execution is leaving some
fucking late to the game.
It's like my PlayStation Vita. I bought it with a capture card or whatever because that's how you had to buy it with the console. And all it is you can plug it in and you can get a screen capture, but you have to do the audio separately. So it's like, oh, you got screwed, man.
In other news, just to show you what the that foot is just begging for a random 11 joke.
Okay, when you changed over, what is that on the right?
That's what I'm talking about. So anyway,
you're welcome, random.
So the State of Gaming and Collectors editions is where we're at here. A new $100 Diablo IV collector's box. It doesn't even include the game.
Yeah, like the Sonic Mania or whatever.
Yeah.
Getting sick of this.
So Blizzard is now taking pre-orders on a large, nearly $100 special Diablo IV collector's box, which includes many things, but it doesn't include the game. It's $96.66.
But you don't get to play the game.
666. And includes all of these items: Candle of Creation, Occult Mouse Pad, Cloth Map of Sanctuary, Pin of the Horadrim, Collector's Edition art book, and a matted fine print.
I
Or
can't
does
wait
it come
until
with
they make.
stickers?
I would
Wait.
like to point out
Dude, it comes with a candle.
the false advertising for the pricing, because when you
Who
go to
the
pay
fuck's
for it,
gonna like that candle? Really?
Right.
it's like,
Yeah,
who's
so
gonna
look-
use the fucking notebook? I brought this up earlier.
Yeah.
But they say that's the price,
Consumables.
but it's not the price when you check out.
Yeah. And also, they don't have it on the game store. It's on the separate merch store. So they're like trying to make it really abundantly obvious that it doesn't come with the game. But anyway, that's the state of the gaming market. Let's
I
talk
can't
about
wait until Attack on Titan starts selling limited editions of like no anime included, but here's some crap.
Here's a big ass wall, Maria duplicate or like replica where you can stick all the limited editions into the wall.
Mr. Beast buys Funimation and builds a wall on the southern border in
God.
promotion for
Attack on
Attack on Titan.
That would be incredible. Why do we wish that knew existence?
Podcast magic. All right, so My Hero Academia Walmart exclusive Blu-ray has seasons 1 and 2 together.
Huh.
That's the one image that they give us. So there you go, episodes 1 through 38. And then there's also seasons 3 and 4. Better hope that there isn't a odd number of seasons. At least the important characters on front and center. Anyway, and then in anime news, we have literally just the knockoff of Megalobox. Isn't that what this is?
I have no
Heck,
idea.
now that I've looked at it, it would actually pay me to pick up that. What'd you say, My Hero season 3 and 4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Walmart
I'm at,
exclusive.
that's where I'm at.
So yeah, is this or is this not the knockoff of Megalobox?
It's the Netflix series, so it's
Yeah.
out of Netflix hell at least.
Yeah. So Luigi the Metal 64, friendly reminder, typically Netflix series require 3 years exclusivity before they go out on physical media. And apparently Netflix ruined My Hero Academia. Oh, because of the live action movie. All right. Anyway, that's enough for Right Stuff news because that's the only thing. All right. So Discotech Media put this message out here. When we made the Digimon Season 1 Blu-ray set, we put together over 200 pages of liner notes and an essay. For various reasons, they aren't on the set, but they are online for you to enjoy over at the Digimon site with the Will.
I love how this is like an FTC violation, even though it isn't. How With the Will is run by Schmollis or whatever. Or wait.
Is it run by Schmollis?
No, not Schmollis. Who's the other guy?
Mark Faber?
Yeah.
Yeah. That guy. Mark Faber. Or is that what it is? Faber.
I just call it Mark FBR in my head.
Faber. But I just find that funny. It's like, come look at someone who isn't associated with us, wink wink. Go give traffic to his site. Even though there isn't any money involved, but that's just kind of funny.
Yeah, so anyway, they released them all as PDFs or PNGs.
And then Random 11's like, bruh, I've been like doing this on my own. Can you like do this for everything?
Yeah, I have that right here.
I
Random
have
11
yet to receive a reply.
Begs, please. I have spent hours.
I kind of see these things as, special features that you get for buying. I mean, I get your reasoning, Random 11.
No. All Random 11 is asking for is a QR
I
code printed on the inside cover that he could scan and have the PDFs.
But hold on. Did you have to pay to go here where you are now, Brad? No.
But they
this
offered
isn't
it
included
because it wasn't on the disc.
Yeah. Get it right. Also, they say here the Digimon Season 1 Blu-ray set is currently out and can be ordered at Right Stuff or Amazon with the affiliate link. Is Discotech getting it, or is it Mark? Who's getting the affiliation link? Oh dear Lord, where is your Phil?
No
It's in
one.
the SCOTX channel, isn't it?
No, you misunderstood. I'm looking for the link ID. No way! What the fuck? Wait, is this it? Yeah,
yeah, that's it right
the
there.
FanReb 07-20. Well, that's definitely not Discotech. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of funny that they're like, I worked on this and I'm gonna make double the profits. Anyway, so that's kind of cool though. The PDF is pretty neat. That's a thing. Moving on
I'll
from
be
here.
reading the balls off of that later.
But do they
So,
include
full package is
Chojinmon?
what you voted earlier, right?
Yeah, does it have an essay on Black Agumon? Alright.
I don't think Black Agumon's in the first series.
I don't think he's in any. To be
Black
honest,
War
you
Greymon
only
is.
see, like, I was about to say you only see Black War Greymon, but you don't see Black Agumon.
Did you guys say that season 3 earlier? Did I misunderstand season 3 and 4? Because I cannot find it on Walmart. I
Oh,
found season
for
1 and
Did
2
we say
in
what?
combo.
for My Hero Academia. Yeah. It's
It's in the doc.
it's in the
Yeah.
doc. I will
I don't
send
know how
it
to check the doc.
OCApodcast.com/OCA-211.
Oh, that okay. All right, fair enough. I don't know why I was thinking the disc.
Here, Lance. I'll save you clicks.
Yeah, can you just private chat it to him so I can close this? Because
Thank you, buddy.
I'm asking my computer to do so much. All right.
All right,
Oh
My
my
you
god.
can-
computer is fucking shitting itself right now.
Lance, you can see the private chat on StreamYard, yeah?
Yes. Of course
Okay.
I can. Appreciate
I've
that,
said
buddy.
there's the first set, and there's the second one.
Okay, so I would like to. Okay, first of all, before we get into this, Luigi the Metal 64 says Pokemon Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution was released on DVD a year later after the theatrical release. I am not trusting Netflix that Sailor Moon Eternal will be on US DVD. So
Typically,
was Pokemon Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution a Netflix exclusive?
I don't.
let's see if it says Netflix
was-
on it.
It was for North America.
Because I got the wristband for the premiere at Anime Expo 2019 and didn't go to it. But so the premiere, the world premiere or whatever was there, not Netflix. Just saying.
It does have the little end on the thumbnail for Mewtwo Strikes Back.
All right, maybe. Anyway, so if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, stealthweeb.com is a place where you can get stuff to tell your friends and family that you're a huge nerd.
Yeah.
Also, Robinson's shirt is back in stock, and I just got a test order of this shirt with you'll notice it's no longer the white power whiteness. It now is the pink color for this color shirt. I did a test order for this. This shirt that this prints on is so fucking soft that it will be an even greater pleasure to fondle someone's tits through it. Enjoy.
Or fondle your own.
Have you tested
Or
it?
fondle your.
Yeah.
All right. And furthermore,
When is my shirt gonna ship out?
as
When you
soon
get
as I
tits.
get on that. Yeah, so there's a couple of shirts on Stealth Weeb that are being sold on a shirt that no longer exists, and I have to input them manually, which is what Reese is referring to. So he bought one of those shirts, and now I have to figure out a different shirt to put it on. There are replacement shirts that are the same color, so Someday I'll get on that.
Well,
Anyway.
then I want my money back.
Excuse me. It was Donald who paid. Anyway, so shopping on the OCA podcast store, you can get Bloodbath and Beyond, Go Fund Yourself, all those good stuff. And soon
what is
to
a,
be
what is an Angelomon?
yeah, what is an Angelomon? And thick thighs matter. Thick thighs matter. What did I anyway? All right, also moving on. So previously we covered the Junji Ito Secret Lair magic cards.
Yep.
Okay. I just have a quick follow-up. There is another card coming. The Elish Norn Mother of Machines card will be added to the Phyrexia. All will be one set. And this isn't the first time the Fame manga we already talked about. I just showed you.
So
Anyway,
it's
this
going
is-
to be for the alt art?
Yeah, this is going to be the image. All right.
Hold
There
up.
you go.
Zoom in.
So I think this is the old art, right? Phyrexia.
No,
This is
no.
the new art.
There's no way the old one looks that boring.
Okay, I don't know. That's the old concept. I don't know. Anyway, I don't care. Moving on. I'm doing my due diligence. All right. All of these things that we had planned for thumbnail possibilities that no longer matter. So
Thanks a
Macho
lot, asshole.
Macho Chess, damn it, Vic, why did your appeals have to get denied? Macho chess pieces sold in capsule machines across Japan. So this is a thing.
That's hilarious.
They're gotchas, so you have to actually like buy a lot of them to fill up a whole chessboard, especially to get the black and white different pieces.
And you're gonna get a hell of a lot of pawns because they're probably ratioed to be half.
Well, you need a lot of pawns because they are.
Well, yeah,
half
because
the
they're
board.
half the board. They're half
Yeah.
the set.
So
And
anyway, that is a
the
thing.
chances of getting a pawn is 1 in 2, and the chances of getting like a king.
Now,
is
if these male bodies leave you feeling unbalanced, there is a gender swapped Terry Bogard that looks quite.
Has a nice belly button.
No, the communist. That's very
Excuse me,
communist of you.
Are you calling me a communist?
It says Fatal Cutie instead of Fatal Fury on it. Sex work is work. There you go.
He has,
So
like,
when
no
is this going to be the playable character in the franchise? Because
In what franchise?
Fatal Fury, King of Fighters.
Oh, you mean female Terry?
Oh, well, thank you for the nice close-ups on Kaku Complex.
Everyone loves female Terry.
Jesus, how many images? Okay, good. All right. Anyway, virtual
Hey, look,
singer.
man, she can bust my wolf any day of the week.
Okay, virtual singer Kano figure looking rather moe.
Mm.
I just thought this was an interesting design to the figure with all the shit going on. Like it doesn't feel like it's relying heavily on all the shit around it. You know, like the glasses have to be touching that so that they have something to be touching. You know, I thought they did a good job. And
all
she's
a
on
plate.
she's on like a CD.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool.
I think it's cool too.
And it's tasteful. She's not commando.
Bullshit. You
All
know
right.
you're complaining inside.
Well, no, because I've got these. Ring in the Year of the Rabbit with ReZero, Rem, and Amelia elegant beauty figures. But where's Rem?
Where is Green Line when we needed him?
He will watch the VOD.
He will order them both. Reese, are you really beating off to this? What's with the heavy breathing?
I
Oh,
have
yeah.
a little bit
Yeah.
more class.
You do? Oh, I'm calling.
A little bit. So I wonder what's going on with the with this part. Like, I guess the figures are supposed to be together because this is just floating.
I'm thinking this might be like one of those like they've done.
They interlock.
Yeah, they've done this thing where they've
but
made
they're
like
just floating.
$100-ish figures, and then they fit together to make.
Yeah, but
one
the thing is
piece.
floating in the image. Look, it's floating
I don't
here,
know
and then
what
in
it
the image where they're together, look, it's still floating.
I don't know how to explain that. But like I've seen, like they've done it with a lot of like a bunch of different figures, where it's like it's two different figures you'll literally buy separately, and then they're like pushed together in a way to.
Yeah. So
Go
that
together.
must mean that there's a secret Ram figure to go in the middle.
Okay, you chose Ram. I got you.
Uh-huh. All right. Life-size Sword Art Online anime girl figure wears real custom-made wedding dress. Sometimes with full-scale anime figures, the use of plastic or resin pieces for their clothing can look distractingly unnatural. But that's not a concern here, since Asuna is wearing an actual wedding dress. I mean, that means that this is a naked figure underneath that real wedding dress. Just throwing that out there. It's only like $13,000.
I'm also curious. Is she like a real doll too, or something?
Modifications are probably pretty easy. Anyway,
Reese, you gonna make a fleshlight for this one?
No.
Wow! Look at this ad. Am I gonna help or ignore when there is a perfectly great ass right there? All right, so Studio Ghibli releases Totoro, Daruma, and Beckoning Cat Bus. I just thought this was kind of cool. This one leaves something to be desired, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I know people are obsessed with Totoro. At the same time, I'm just like, I can't get in with it. So I'm like, I don't understand why people are just so obsessed with it. Maybe I just don't remember it that well or something.
I thought the movie was mediocre.
Like, I know some
Well,
people who
hold
would
up.
really
Did you
love
watch
it.
the one with Dakota Fanning and her little sister, or the Fox dub?
I don't know.
God,
Well, hey, I didn't even say that, Brad. They are the ones beating Ghibli over the ass with
why?
straight
Why are
facts.
you acting like he's gonna rape you for saying this?
No.
AC, will you
It's
stop?
just I historically always beat off on Ghibli, and
Oh, I
hey,
didn't know you
I'm
were
just
such a
I'm just
fan.
saying, hey, not just me, Reese.
All right.
So you and Reese admit to beating off the Studio Ghibli
Oh,
films.
dear
Do you
Lord.
do this in the
It is
theater?
called Studio Ghibli, remember?
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, skipping this in the next article.
No.
Reese was beating off to that. No.
All right. Let us
screaming
talk
no.
about. We're in the miscellaneous. Oh, man, we got some important shit here, dude. You better wake yourself up. We're going to skip this article, too, actually.
God, at this moment, I wish I drank coffee.
I stood up till 9 yesterday, even though the party ended at like 2 to 3. So I'm a genius.
All right. Are you genius enough for this? Japanese teacher who asked permission to jerk off at convenience store has been fired.
What?
Dude.
Did he work at the
Am I
convenience
mixing
store?
this up with a story we already covered, or is this a
Right?
follow-up?
This is a
This
follow-up.
is a follow.
Okay.
This is a follow-up to the teacher who said, I want to
Whoa!
masturbate.
Is that a
Okay,
chick?
Can I
okay.
use
Yeah,
the bathroom?
coffee? Because can I
And he
watch?
was buying condoms and everything.
Wait, he's buying condoms and beating off. What?
Yeah, he was
He needed that
considerate.
post-nut clarity before he decided to smash someone, okay?
BF fan 221 says, greetings everyone and good morning for me. Ahaha. How's everyone doing? We are tired.
Exhausted.
It is
actually.
morning for everyone here.
We are here to entertain y'all. as best we can.
Okay. Happy New Year, BFN221. So, Japanese teacher who asked permission to jerk off at convenience store has been fired. There are some things you just can't bounce back from at work. I'm sorry, but I need to download this before
on a Zoom call.
Oh my god!
What?
Does he have an apology video?
Fuck me. I had a. God damn it. Okay,
You're welcome.
I have to cover this next.
Why?
God damn it.
Why? What happened?
I forgot to. I meant to include this with the VIC news.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn it.
Like,
Okay,
the teacher masturbating or
no,
No.
something else that I will be covering after this. Okay.
All right, continue on, my friend.
Fuck. All right, so there's some things at work you just can't bounce back from. Back in October of 2021, what? All the way back then? A man in Fukuoka City showed which side of the should you ask the staff before you use the bathroom in a convenience store debate by politely requesting permission from the woman working the register. Less polite, though, was that the teacher had just purchased a box of condoms, and the way he phrased his request was, "I want to masturbate. So would it be all right if I use the restroom?" As polished as customer service in Japan may be, convenience stores aren't quite that accommodating. The man's request was turned down, and so was an identical one he made on a different day. And nearly a year later, a police investigation was finally able to confirm his identity as Atsushi Iwao, a teacher at a public school in Fukuoka. Man, he's probably thinking like, yes, the statute of limitations is about to run out, and they slap the cuffs on him. I've been holding this nut in for a whole year. On Tuesday, the Fukuoka Municipal Board of Education handed down its judgment on what to do with Iwao and announced that he is being dismissed from his job for disciplinary reasons. His conduct was unforgivable and unbecoming of a public education servant. Said a
I don't know. I
spokesperson for the
disagree.
board,
It sounded
adding,
pretty coming of him.
We deeply apologize.
I had a teacher who still had I had a teacher who still had a job after looking at porn in school during class on his computer.
I had a teacher that used to like fondling goat balls.
Big preview here. Reese's teacher in the news. Yeah, so I disagree, Footnum. I think it is unbecoming because he didn't get to use the bathroom.
Oh yeah, I guess he didn't really.
It was not coming.
He didn't really
at all.
complete, so I guess it wasn't very coming of him.
It didn't come at all.
So a deep apology press conferences are expected to include a deep bow in Japan, and the Board of Representatives offered theirs. Yeah, they have this thing where they have to bow as low as they can for extended periods of time.
Okay.
Why would you cut in the middle of it? You know what it should be is a time lapse with a timer. You know, every time somebody bows.
More importantly, this is a new one. Who masturbates into condoms?
So you don't make a
You
mess.
didn't want to make a mess for the people to clean up. That's
He
being
was
courteous.
being considerate.
Shoot the
Lance.
slit.
Maybe he doesn't have good aim.
Oh,
Maybe the
okay.
force is just so explosive it won't be contained to the toilet bowl.
Maybe he's a premature ejaculator and he can't help himself. Okay.
His pants are coming off as he's coming.
He didn't want to get all the pre-cum on his hands, all right?
Oh my god. Maybe the condoms were lubed.
Are they self-lubed? Is the question now.
2 months of deliberations seems like more time than an organization should really need to decide.
Maybe part of his kink is walking around with it on afterwards. You know.
I just had a lot of bad images go through my mind.
Oh dear Lord.
And then he just slips
All right.
down his leg, and just someone finds on the side of the oh god.
So 2 months of deliberation seems like more time than an organization should really need to decide a guy asking if it's okay to jerk off in a convenience store restroom shouldn't be working with kids. As a government institution, though, it's likely the Board of Education has certain time-consuming protocols it has to abide by in disciplinary matters. Or maybe they just needed the extra time to process the indictment that was issued last month against Iwao as a result of recent revelations that in both February and March of this year, he snuck into an extracurricular club room used by female students at the school where he taught. Well, shit, man. Did he ask if he could masturbate in there too? As Japanese schools usually don't have dedicated locker rooms, club rooms are generally where students change into athletic uniforms before games and practices. And Iwao's goal was to secretly record video of the girls. Whether he planned to record the videos in person or via a hidden device planted in the room is unclear. But his ultimate motive, according to the statements he made during the board's investigation into the matter, was, quote, I wanted to show the videos to a woman I met through social media. I was hoping she would then send me videos in return.
What?
Can't beat that logic.
Oh god. He tried to beat off all over it.
I was trying to start a sort of porno potluck, if you will.
A porno quid pro quo. I give you porn, you give me porn in return. Quid pro quo.
BF Fan 221 says, and I am here to be entertained as well. Seems like this story is a hard lesson in why Coomers can't make it even if they control themselves in public.
Now you listen here, you son of a bitch.
Put it down. Put the giant dick down.
The statement leaves it hazy as to whether Iwao was hoping for videos or the woman herself, or simply videos that she could procure. Seriously, it's like she's in a chat room for voyeurs, you know, like that's really what they're just really hot on the child porn voyeurism. So, anyway,
really
that added detail makes it even more questionable why it took them
I
so
mean,
long.
they're schoolgirls. They're probably underage. Anyway, so the statement leaves it hazy as to whether Iwao was hoping for videos of the woman herself or simply videos that she could procure, and also doesn't explain why he thought she'd be willing to oblige him. Whatever his logic, the guy seems pretty lacking in understanding as to what is and isn't societally appropriate behavior. And since he was a social studies teacher, it shouldn't be too hard to find a more suitable educator to take his place. So,
wait a minute. He sends. He wants to send a dick pic. And like he doesn't care if she just gets porn off the internet and returns and reciprocates with it. How does he know he wasn't talking to a dude?
Maybe she worked at a different district.
It was entrapment. That's how they found her. So, although this would imply that further potentially children were harmed, I do like the idea that we will read next podcast about her arrest for for procurement in another equally baffling manner. So
the image currently on stream, that's who I thought was in question of masturbating in the bathroom, but never mind.
Okay.
Hold on. Not the image we switched to. You're not going to trick me with that, you son of a bitch.
So regarding the news I meant to cover with Vic about the Zoom thing, the pants thing, and we keep covering this topic about people who, you know, masturbate on Zoom calls and stuff by accident. Free yourself from boring business formal with the fake dress shirt. Perfect for remote working. Boom. It is not that weird. Everybody is taking it too far. It's literally like you put your arms through here to keep it from like slipping up, and then you just throw your jacket on, and boom, there you go. No one's the wiser. Although this guy's got the right idea. Just don't show your body because he's clearly beating off.
I have a better idea. Why do you even turn on the cam?
There you go. This is a body you can be proud of. Why? What is all these images for? Anyway. Oh wait, hold on. I have to include that one in the doc. Okay. I am so sorry, Random 11, for ruining the timestamps. All right. So back to here. Reese, your t-shirt is in the news. Japanese civil service suspended 58 hours for adult site surfing on overtime pay. I mean, if I'm getting paid time and a half, I might as well get paid time and a half to do something I enjoy. So a Japanese civil servant working at the Nagoya General Affairs Bureau has been suspended from his job due to surfing adult sites for several hours whilst earning overtime pay, which he claimed he did as a means of relief.
Oh God, I have a story that goes along with this, but just tell me when to tell it.
I mean, I guess you could go now if you want.
Okay. When I went to my doctor one time, of course, you know, healthcare isn't free for everyone. You know, I go up there and you got to check out at some point. So I went up to the little desk there where they got it set up, and of course, I'd already been hearing the nurses behind the counter,
voices in your head. No,
yes, talking, and they're shopping for shoes while on the job.
Oh,
and
that is unforgivable.
Hold on now. My concern arises when they ask for my debit card to pay my bill, as they are shopping for shoes on the same computer. 3 nurses now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm
paying cash.
I'm literally say, well, they already had asked, they'd already let me know they already asked me a minute or two before because they had me stand to the side. So they keep people signing in. You know, you got to climb time in the timer and all that shit when people come in. So they're like, they knew I was there, but they asked me to move over to the side to give them a second because there's like 2 computers. But the thing is, the one that they were going to like swipe the card and everything on was the same one they were shopping for the shoes on. I couldn't see the other side. Of course, it's me, and also it could be multiple tabs. So when finally I come up to the darn thing, they're talking about like a fucking cart that's worth like $400 and something. And my first reaction is, I'm not paying for that.
How do you get those details? How do they spill all those details? Oh my
Do they
gosh,
fucking
this
care?
cart's like $400. Yas, queen.
It's a bunch of women working doing office work, dude. They're just they're sitting there. Dudes do this too, I'm sure. But they're sitting there
It's just a bunch of women. No.
But they're just sitting there having fun. But I'm just like, this was the most concerning thing because I'm just like, I'm about to give them my card for them to swipe it, and they're like, they're like, they take my card and everything.
That's not how buying stuff online works, Lance. You have to enter that number in phonetically.
There are card things for the phone. You can just take a picture and it enters it, Reese.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't think they do have that for desktop sites.
That story was not as good as the one I'm about to tell. So, when I was younger, my dad and I went to a computer repair shop because I got back when I used a PC, I had a Trojan virus from good old LimeWire. And I had to get my computer, kind of backed up and restored and then reset kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And when we were in the computer repair place, the guys were repairing somebody else's computer, and the guy behind the computer was getting noticeably sweaty, and his grin kept getting bigger and bigger. And so my dad looked around the corner of the look, literally like, what's going on over here? Because the guy was like, kind of like making noise and stuff. Because the guy was going through somebody's folder with all their dick pics or something, And he's like, oh, it's on there. Oh, it's like, yeah, that's not a violation of privacy right in front of another customer. Like, come on. Good idea there.
Yeah,
Anyway.
That's why I always give the lesson, don't mess with your computer guy. That's the last person you want to piss off.
Don't take your computer to Best Buy either.
Don't take your computer to a Delaware MacBook repair shop when your dad is the president of the United States.
I would be super cautious about taking your computer.
That's why you offload all your porn first before
definitely don't record videos of yourself getting foot jobs by girls who may be underage while you're smoking crack. Hunter Biden.
Oh dear God!
So
when you said foot jobs, I was like, random.
My grandfather took his computer into I think Staples to get fixed or whatever for.
It will never have babies.
Staples Business Depot.
I can't remember why he was taking it in, but he took it in anyway, and they gave it back, and they had watched porn on the computer at the store.
They planted prawn on his computer and said, "You idiot! You gotta stop it."
It wasn't downloaded. It was in the chat. It was in the browser history though.
Browser history. That's funny. So I got to remind you of the time.
You sure that wasn't a cover up for your grandpa? It must have been the repair guys.
Oh,
the dates,
repair guys.
The dates I have on it were.
I was gonna say the date probably matched up when it was in the shop.
One time there used to be
the time I took the computer and visited those sites while my family believed it was in the shop.
There used to be a used video game and movie store that I used to visit pretty frequently when I was right out of high school. It's still in high school and then right out of high school. And the tech guy there got in some serious trouble because he got caught because he would always, people would bring him their phones and stuff to fix, but he would make sure to download all the photos and everything to a private drive, to keep. And he got caught with fucking all these women's nudes and shit that he had just been siphoning, and he had this, and I think it was one of his employees that ratted on him.
Okay, I gotta ask, chat, people who watch the VOD. Now look, I know that nobody takes nudes. That's not a real thing. But I just have to ask, especially the women, when you take those non-existent nudes, do you really just keep them on your phone? I mean, that's got to be you're ovulating and you're super, in need of your significant other's attention. So you snap one, I'm looking good right now, send it off, and then you don't delete it. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It seems foreign to me, the concept of
people do that for one, and two, just because you delete something on a phone doesn't mean it's completely gone. Yeah. I gotta use smartphone, and the first thing I did was I got a friend of mine to go into the
recover,
deep into it. And even though
why
TikTok was not designed in the phone, was not installed in the phone, I still had TikTok stuff installed in this phone.
Okay.
From the previous owner, even though it was fully factory reset. So,
well, the reason why that stays there is because data has to be overwritten in order for it to be erased, rather than just deleted. When it's deleted, it's recoverable.
That's what happens.
Yeah. So, anyway, I had another story that was going to be a quick one, but I already forgot what it was. So let's just go back to this. So he was found to have spent a total of 114 hours exploring non-work related websites, with more than 58 hours or more than half. Is that more than half? Oh my god. Fucking more than half being dedicated to adult sites. Out of those, he had received 8 hours worth of overtime. Only 8 hours? Come on.
AC's
Of
like,
which
I've
he'll
done that
now
all
have to
weekend.
return, along with a 1 month suspension and demotion. Well, that's going to hurt. When asked why he chose to slack off, the man answered, when I was working and I would think about things that worried me, I would end up going on inappropriate sites.
Oh,
There
I
was
was
no
slacking
mistake.
off, all right.
There was no mistake.
It was me.
The man was suspended on December 27th alongside 2 other civil servants who were charged with illegally taking upskirt photos of women.
What the fuck?
Yeah, at
Dear
least do it
Lord.
legally, guys. Come on.
Yeah. You got to get their permission when they're canon commando. All right. Also, police bust orgy party group. Quote, 500 yen a go and one of the best in Japan. So that $5 whore, Peach, she worked here. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has cracked down on an unprecedented orgy party group that was known to be one of the best in Japan and hosted a variety of events with such themes as adult video actress party, non-contraceptive party.
Wow.
What's just
Hey,
called-
wait. If it's
Larry
Japan,
Springer
go
finds
for
out
it.
who
They
the
need
father
it.
is.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I just call it.
They're
the
doing a
cream pie
public
buffet.
service. Why are you arresting
Oh my god, no. Okay, hold on.
them?
So the themes such as adult video actress party, non-contraceptive party, less than great looking women in her 40s for 500 yen a go party, and much more. That's like a fucking isekai anime title. Right? Less than great looking woman in her 40s for only $5 a go in another world.
That was my fault.
The orgy party group allegedly made at least 650 million yen by hosting orgies for 10 years, but its run
Jesus.
ended after the Metropolitan Police Department was reportedly tipped off to a party held at a private lodging in Shinjuku in July. The group held about 10 to 15 parties a month in which customers were offered women aged 20 to 53. Between 20 to 60 participants gathered at a time, with participation fees ranging from 5 million to 30 mil. I'm sorry, 5,000 to 30,000 yen, with
Really?
options for accommodations and bus tours. Bus tours. Bus tours.
That's a big bus in Japan.
Is this the bus I'm touring? Because 5 suspects were arrested on suspicion of violating the Anti-Prostitution Act in the big catch of the large-scale joint investigation between the Shinjuku, Yotsuya, Suginami, Miyasaka, and Kamiyari police stations. Wow, there seems to be a lot happening in that photo. I'm just going to scroll up.
You coward. It's blurred. Come on.
Isn't 5,000 yen like $50?
50
Yeah,
bucks.
but then 300,000 or 30,000
No.
is what this.
Is
Oh yeah,
three
no, 5,000 yen is $50.
in
Mhm.
three.
Yeah, so
in-
30,000 would be like 300.
And there
And
were
$30.
also 500 yen a go, less than great looking women. So customers were required to bring condoms, even on no contraception day.
Oh, come
A
on.
towel, holy shit! Required to bring condoms, a towel, and a toothbrush.
What the fuck?
Whether or not for hygiene wasn't specified. The Mirage Leonardo, why?
So
The party
That's why
offered.
that's why you go through one a month. Jig is up.
I'm just trying to figure. Okay, there's more to the article, I'm sure. So I need to hear the rest of it before I make my statement because I'm curious about something now.
Okay.
I was about to say something, and I was like, "Oh, I'm doing it again." So I need to
Oh.
hear the rest of the. It might
Okay.
cover it.
Real quick, I just want to catch up.
Oh,
with
we need me to
chat.
fail airtime
No.
once again.
Please don't. So in response to my question about the nudes, BF Fan 221 says, I mean, if a nude means taking a photo of an unreachable spot on my leg to see an injury or whatever, then I take one, take a look, and just wipe. So even in this situation where you need to take a picture of your taint to make sure it's not bruised, you still delete. Luigi Domestic Sports says, I do take pictures of the good and bad news that involve around rock music. That has nothing to do with my request for nudes.
I think he heard news instead of nudes. Do you delete your news?
Unreachable and not really as well visible in the mirror, just to clarify.
Like
Yep, he was slacking off, much like a Slack server conspiracy. By the way, Random Anime asked, did any of you watch Akiba Maid War? I did not, but it seems to be. What did I describe it as?
Black Lagoon with
It's a maid cafe featuring the characters of Black Lagoon, is what it seemed like. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway,
it's like
okay.
the Crips
and the Bloods in a maid cafe. So, yeah, that's what I said.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Okay, so customers were required to bring condoms, a towel, and a toothbrush, whether or not her hygiene wasn't specified. The party offered all-you-can-drink alcohol for only 1,000 yen, $10. You could drink as much as you want, but no meals were served, and customers could engage in intercourse with any woman in any room as many times as desired.
What the fuck?
On one occasion, the venue was a luxurious 500 square meter private lodging in Azabujuban, which the organizer rented for 500,000 a night and charged a higher participation fee of 35,000 yen, which saw about 200 men gathered. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine going to an orgy with 200 other dudes there? It's like, all right, I can fuck that girl as much as I want. As soon as that other guy in line is done.
I hope he doesn't have to take a go for 3 more times in a row.
I've been camped out for 3 days to make sure I got the first go. It's less like Black Lagoon and more like a what if animator tried to turn Ryuga Gotoku into an anime, and it's pretty good. I thought it looked great. We've never actually really covered it, but I've been holding on to a bunch of articles about it because I wanted to bring it up, and I just haven't had a chance.
Lee Shonsky told me to watch it too, out of nowhere.
There's just some funny shit in it, like they throw a sheep at them or something.
I've seen some of it.
I saw a meme about like there's talking to a fish or something.
So the orgy group was characterized by its abundance of projects, in addition to the large parties held on weekends. Many events took place on weekdays, such as the extraordinary party that offered a single, less than great-looking woman in her 40s for just 500 to go, and offered other girls requiring an additional fee of 10,000 to 20,000. Imagine the what do you call it? Imagine the self-confidence boost that you get where you go and get paid $5 while other girls are getting $100 to $200 on top of that.
I'm just wondering what kind of situation these women are in. They're just like, yeah, you can have this one. Just
I bet you some guys there are like, could you please wear this bag on your head while I look at that other girl?
That guy paid 200 for. I watched them while I just going along with the motions.
The parties included themes such as bareback party. Why do you have to bring condoms? Which allowed customers to have sex without using contraceptives. And the sex friend party, the most popular doujin photography party, featured models from adult video makers and internet video streaming websites for a premium of 200,000 yen. Following the arrest, the police learned that several women were forced into participating, perhaps a convenient excuse, while others were half forced into attending the sex parties. Investigations are currently ongoing. I wonder how many less than great looking women in their 40s tried to use the I was forced into it excuse. All right. In other news, syphilis cases in Japan soar above 10,000 in 2022 for the first time. That's it. I just thought that was a good follow-up.
Damn good follow-up.
An even better follow-up, but I'm gonna let Lance tell his story real quick.
Wait, what? What story?
Well, no, he had a comment and wanted to wait until it ended to see if it already addressed it.
Yeah, and we covered it. They started claiming that it was that they said that a lot of the women claimed that they were forced into it. I was just wondering like what the situation was for the women involved, because I'm like they got to be like either prostitutes or something of that nature, because there's no way they're like taking $5 to get reamed.
Hey,
when
you never know.
It's worth everything. All right. So anyway, a dwarf was handed crayons and a coloring book as a couple sat down for a romantic dinner.
Reese, are you offended?
I have not been handed crayons in my adult life.
Yes, because
Thank
this
you very
dwarf was first of all, his last name is Lusted. Yes, Lusted.
Is that your last name?
So a 3'7" dwarf took his fiance to a restaurant for a romantic meal and was handed a children's coloring book and crayons by the waitress when he sat down. James Lusted, 26, was on a date with his 5'7" fiance, Chloe Roberts, who is 20, in their native Cardiff when the waitress picked up 2 menus and brought over the crayons and a coloring book. The waitress realized she had made a crucial error when James said, "Thank you," in a deep adult voice. James and his fiance were good-humored about the incident, saying it was the highlight of the night. The couple have been laughing about it ever since. James said, "As I said thank you to the waitress, she heard my voice and knew I wasn't a child. She immediately put the coloring book behind her back in shock, but I am man enough to see the funny side. I would never take offense." And the pair planned to marry in 2016.
Well, good on him. But I'll be real. Wouldn't you love some crayons to just draw while you're waiting for your food?
Yeah, why don't they give us that as adults? Like, what the fuck? Everybody's looking at their goddamn phone these days. I want to draw on some fucking piece of the paper.
They can always bring you like the anime MILF coloring books that Amazon sells. If you're
Coloring
more
books
adult,
are lame.
You'd
Let me
know.
draw my own thing.
Hey, look, considering Reese's choices in Christmas presents, there's anything is possible.
Oh yeah, that what was the Big Adventures of Little Dick?
Yes, and don't forget in one of the things you become
And you
magic.
still haven't showed us that you colored it in yet.
You were out of luck on me coloring, dude.
Yeah, Lance is gonna use gray
I'm gonna
number
make
1, gray number
Top of
2.
the fridge first.
I'll take
50 Shades of Grey.
Yep, he'll use all 50.
Let's why her eyes green. It's anime. Okay, that
Ooh,
works.
All right.
I have a
Okay,
headache.
so I would
All right, what
just
now?
like to finish off this night with our SpongeBob article.
Finish
oh,
us,
no.
Daddy.
88-year-old man causes hospital evacuation over bomb lodged in rectum.
No! Why did it have to be?
That
The
brass
real
is look-
question,
that brass is looking a little
next
too
level.
the
brown.
real question is how on earth is this happening so frequently that nearly every single podcast somebody has shoved something in their dick or their ass?
Yeah, fuck that.
Hey, read this trash to me.
A strange medical case led to an entire hospital being evacuated as an 88-year-old Frenchman was found to have a World War I explosive lodged in his rectum, which he admitted he shoved in there to give himself sexual pleasure. Well, at least he admitted it.
Christ.
Oh, that would have been. I was hoping he was going to say, "Look, I meant this
Wow.
like."
There is no
Got
mistake.
weird.
It was me who shoved it in my ass.
I made the joke of I can't get it up without fearing for my life, and I was like, that actually fits.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the
the danger.
The danger, the thrill of the danger, you know. The unnamed victim traveled to Hospital Saint Mousse, or however that's supposed to be pronounced, located in southern France, Toulon, to get the deadly 8-inch artillery shell extracted from his backside. And officers at the medical center were concerned the explosive would detonate. Though bomb experts evaluated that the chances of the bomb exploding were minimal. No!
How would the dude not know himself? Didn't he obviously acquired it from somewhere? So wouldn't he have like a certificate?
It's missing a primer, so.
Okay, no, look, just please understand. This 88-year-old Frenchman clearly fought in some wars, and he occurred. World War One, though, I don't know, man.
No, he's World War II era.
He's too young.
Actually, no, he'd be too young for World War II. Even.
Yeah, can you believe it?
That is actually a crazy statement.
Yeah, so this 88-year-old freak had no wars for which to have found this World War I explosive. He just happened to find it in his granddad's house and shoved it up his asshole like a freak of nature.
Like a real man.
Like the Frenchman he is.
Oh, they're French? Never mind.
One of the hospital spokespersons gave out a statement saying, quote, "An emergency occurred from 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. on Saturday that required the intervention of bomb disposal personnel, the evacuation of adult and pediatric emergencies, as well as the diversion of upcoming emergencies. We had to manage the risk in a reactive framework. When in doubt, we took all the precautions."
You should just have her go up to the friggin' parking lot and set up shop out there.
The old man, right? We're going to remove it, but we're going to do it in the parking lot. We're going to televise it, too.
I mean,
the evening news is coming.
That's not the news. That's Gramps Gone Wild.
The bomb was allegedly a collector's item from World War I and was often used by the French military in the early 1900s. So medical personnel had less of a reason to worry. Okay.
Yeah, so it would.
I thought they were going to say was often used by French military in the early 1900s for anal pleasure.
Oh my god.
Doctors were able to dislodge the shell after making an incision and found that it measured 8 inches long and 2 inches wide.
Dear God.
The old man.
You can find those on Pornhub.
The old man is said to be recovering well and is in good health.
Well, he knew the size he wanted, I guess.
Why did they pose with it with peace signs and everything?
This brings a terrible thought to my mind. If people do this for pleasure, just imagine what they'll do when they actually want to cause trouble. Just someone walks in, like robs somewhere, and they're just like, "Freeze!"
You mean like a terrorist who's gonna walk in with a World War I era bombshell up his anus?
Dude just bends over and shows his butt and says, "Listen, if you don't use money."
Oh no! Like, you know, the bank robber who comes in with a note that says, "I have a gun." It's like, there's a World War I era explosive.
No, he just says, "I have a bomb," and that's it. That's all he says.
Yeah. There's a World War I era explosive device lodged in my rectum. And she's like, "Do you need me to call the hospital?" "No, give me all the money, idiot." Like,
oh my god.
Anyway, so there you go.
Is that it?
Is it?
That's it. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Oh my god.
Oh, so BF fan says, "I'm already ahead of you. I frequently bring my sketchbook and pencils to places, then draw while I wait."
Oh, I thought you were talking about shipping bombs up your ass.
Apparently, apparently it's only free when you're a kid to get the coloring pages. You need to bring your own as an adult. anyway, so I'm happy that we managed to get a lot of those articles out of the way, because it's been weighing me down a lot in trying to maintain everything we're doing. So thank you guys for joining us tonight. It has been
7.5 hours.
Yeah. So I'll just say I am
direction I've ever had.
I am starting a new job, and for the most part, it's going to be a 9-to-5 thing. But I am going to be flying to Atlanta, Martin Luther King weekend, for an event. So naturally, I will not be able to stream that weekend. So things are about to get very difficult, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure to do the show today, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't waste another week where we couldn't do a show next week, because currently my current job, the one I'm leaving, I guess, that was Tuesday through Saturday, and the new job is Monday through Friday. So in order to help them while they're still trying to replace me, I'm probably going to continue to work Saturdays for a month, except for the ones when I'm in Atlanta and doing stuff. So it'll be interesting to see where things go. But we'll figure it out. I might not be in some of the podcast for this coming month, rather, I should say. But bear with the show. I will continue to work on it behind the scenes, and I'll definitely try to get some of that merch up. So anyway, thank you guys for joining us tonight, and we'll catch you next time.
Johnny.
And I will play our ad upon the end here, because I fucked up in the beginning. Take it easy.
Bye.
Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins. It's time to donate to the Patreon.
All right, the OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.